Don't forget to subscribe and activate the notification bell to get other romance audiobooks for free.
Chapter 1 Trap Hot Billionaire. I want you to marry my best friend's granddaughter, Emma. These words were spoken by Frederick Archer, and he showed these words to his first grandchild, Emma Katherine. What? I don't want to. Emma refused. His grandfather's sudden desire certainly surprised him, especially since he had not thought about getting married in the near future. You can't refuse, Emma. Grandfather decided this a long time ago, because grandfather promised grandfather's best friend to match you as grandfather's first grandchild with his grandson, so you can't refuse this decision. I don't want to, Grandpa. I have my own life, so I have the right to determine my life. I will marry a man of my own choosing, and I will marry when I want to marry, but for now, I'm focusing on my career. Emma refused. Grandpa has already decided, so you can't refuse, Emma, shouted his grandfather while hitting the table. Emma was silent, but she didn't show any fear at all because she didn't want to marry, especially to a man she didn't know at all. Don't force me, Grandfather. I really don't want to get married right now, asked Emma. Don't make too many excuses. This wedding has been planned for a long time. Even though grandfather's best friend has died, his grandson has fulfilled his promise, so you have to get married quickly. I don't want to anyway, shouted Emma as she got up from her seat. Nowadays, arranged marriages are just a joke to him, and he doesn't want to be arranged at all. Grandpa told me, you can't refuse. Tomorrow night, your future husband will come, so you can't go anywhere. I said I don't want to, which means I don't want to, shouted Emma as she hit the table. Watch your attitude, Emma, shouted his grandfather angrily. I hate Grandpa. Emma walked away. She didn't want to be matched with anyone. Frederick shouted, calling for his grandson, but Emma had already entered the room and was hiding there. He can't. He has to find a way to cancel the match, but how? He does not have a girlfriend as of now. If there was, maybe he could take his girlfriend home and introduce her, but would his grandfather understand? No, he doesn't think so. Even though he already had a girlfriend, he was sure that his grandfather wouldn't care and would stick with the arranged marriage he had planned, let alone the promise his grandfather had made to his best friend. He was sure that his grandfather wouldn't care and would still match him. Emma paced back and forth, thinking about how to escape the arranged marriage, but instead she came up with a pretty crazy idea. Emma shook her head. It seemed like she was crazy, but she couldn't find another good way to avoid the arranged marriage. Never mind, maybe the idea is really crazy, but he will do it. Emma left secretly. She went looking for the hottest man and the most loved by many women in town, because she planned to trap him and sleep with him. Her plan was, she wanted to get herself pregnant so that the match would be cancelled, but she wanted to get pregnant with the seed of the man who had power in the city. The man he is targeting is Kendrick Maxton. He is the grandson of a very famous conglomerate. Giving up your virginity to a man like Kendrick has nothing to lose, let alone containing his seed. She was going to have a child from the most influential man, and she hoped her plan would work. Emma was determined to find out where she could meet Kendrick Maxton. He also got the medicine he needed with the help of a friend. Emma went to a hotel where Kendrick was, because the man was having a meeting with several businessmen there. Emma disguises herself as a waitress to deliver drinks and to make things easier for herself, because Kendrick's men are everywhere. He had also put stimulants in Kendrick's drink so that it would be easier for him to sleep with the man later. Kendrick, who was unsuspecting about his drink, felt very strange. He felt his head start to hurt and he felt something was wrong. Emma really watched the man's movements. Even though it was a stranger, she didn't care because she really didn't want to marry the man her grandfather chose. That was the only thing he had to do. Kendrick has rented a room to rest. The man felt that there was something strange about his body's reaction. Emma is still in disguise and pretends to deliver something to Kendrick's room so that the action can run smoothly. I don't know why that night the action went smoothly, especially since none of Kendrick's men were suspicious at all. Emma was standing at the side of the bed, while Kendrick lay helpless on the bed due to the influence of the stimulants he was taking. His clothes were already in disarray. He really couldn't fight anymore. He couldn't even hit a woman. "Who are you?" Kendrick asked in his husky voice, which sounded sexy to Emma's ears. Emma swallowed hard. She didn't answer, so Kendrick wouldn't know who she was because she was worried he would remember her voice later. Still in disguise, Emma dared to take off her clothes one by one. "What do you want?" Kendrick tried to lean back and lean on both arms, but he didn't have much strength due to the strong influence of the drug. After all the clothes were removed, Emma climbed into bed. Just sleep with the guy and leave. That was all he needed to do. Emma crawled over to Kendrick, then removed the man's clothes from his top. "Don't touch me," said Kendrick, but he was powerless to fight back. "I just need a seed from you," Emma said, changing her voice slightly. "Damn it, don't mess with me," cursed Kendrick. "I'm not messing around, because I need your premium seeds." Emma impatiently removed the clothes that were stuck to Kendrick's body until there was nothing left. "Don't do it because I will kill you and throw your body parts to the dogs," Kendrick threatened. "Sorry, I'm on edge." Emma had climbed on top of Kendrick's body. It's not a pleasant first experience, but she has to do it so that she can be free from her arranged marriage. "Get off of me." Kendrick is very angry, but Emma doesn't care. Kendrick cursed, and uttered terrible words and threats, but Emma, who had lost her mind, did not stop carrying out her actions. Without any experience at all, Emma trapped Kendrick and gave up her virginity to him. Kendrick, who initially refused, could no longer control himself due to the influence of the drug. Emma, who was previously in control, is now under his control. Hot night for them. I don't know how many times they made love, but that night they definitely did it many times. Emma needs premium seeds, while Kendrick channels his drug-induced desires to completion. None of that was his fault, but he blamed the woman who raped him. Kendrick didn't even know when Emma left because Emma gave the guy drugs. Kendrick was completely unconscious, but when he woke up, he didn't find anyone in his bed. There were only red stains and traces of his love with Emma. Kendrick was very angry because he felt wronged and had been trapped by a strange woman he didn't know. Kendrick ordered his men to look for the whereabouts of the woman he had spent the night with because he was going to kill her, but the clever Emma had hidden herself so that no one would find her. Chapter 2 Expelled. Emma disappeared after carrying out her crazy action. Her grandfather was very angry because Emma didn't come home after he left. The engagement event that was supposed to run smoothly was cancelled, which embarrassed him. His engagement event had to be postponed. Frederick scattered people to find the whereabouts of his grandson who had hidden himself so cleverly. Not only was her grandfather looking for her, but Emma was also wanted by Kendrick Maxton. Even though Kendrick doesn't know his true identity because he is disguised, Kendrick is still looking for the woman who trapped him and who took advantage of him. 2 months have passed since the incident. Emma is in hiding anxiously. There are only 2 possibilities if he is found out. If his grandfather finds out, then he will immediately be forced to marry, and if his actions are discovered and he is caught by Kendrick, then the man will definitely kill him. It seemed like he'd better get out of town before Kendrick caught him and killed him. Suddenly he felt he had done the wrong thing. If he could escape from his grandfather, then why would he trap Kendrick and spend the night with him? What a fool! She had actually given up her virginity for a crazy idea when she could have run away from her grandfather easily. Now not only is he at a loss, but he has also become Kendrick's fugitive, and with the power that this man has, he is sure that sooner or later he will be found out. When that time comes, he is finished. You're such a fool, Emma, he said to himself. He had been hiding for 2 months, and his grandfather had not found him. If at that time he immediately ran away without trapping Kendrick, wouldn't his grandfather not have discovered his whereabouts either? He had actually done it without a second thought. Emma got out of bed, because she was lying down at that time, but the excruciating headache made her lie back down. Wait, he's been feeling unwell since yesterday. Emma paused to think. A few seconds in a state like that made her realize that she hadn't had her period since that incident. Emma's hand was already on her stomach. It's a shame because she miscalculated, but it's okay. She didn't feel sorry. Instead, she felt that if she was indeed pregnant, then she didn't need to hide anymore, and she could go home and tell her grandfather, even though she had to remain wary of Kendrick. Not wanting to waste time, Emma went to the hospital for an examination. What he had guessed turned out to be true. Emma was very happy. Now her grandfather wouldn't be able to match her anymore, and she wouldn't have to hide. Even though she thought that what she had done was wrong, the fetus in her womb made her not regret it. Emma went home full of confidence. Frederick was so disappointed in him due to Emma's departure that he had to endure the shame of his best friend's grandson. Seeing her grandfather's expression, Emma could only look down and didn't dare to lift her face. "Where have you been these past 2 months, Emma?" asked his grandfather sarcastically. "I'm not going anywhere. I'm just hiding," replied Emma, who didn't feel guilty at all. "You're really impudent, Emma. You've embarrassed me, but you don't feel guilty at all," said his grandfather in a high tone. "I told Grandpa that I didn't want to get married, but Grandpa forced me. I have my own life, Grandpa. You're the one who made me take this reckless path. I'm doing this for your good. Don't you know this? There is no better man than my best friend's grandson, and only he is worthy to be your husband." "I don't care about that, Grandpa. I just don't want to marry someone I don't know and don't love. Grandpa shouldn't force me and give me the freedom to choose my own path in life." "Enough, Emma. You're too stubborn and defiant," shouted his grandfather again. "I really didn't like Grandpa's plans. That's why I disobeyed him. Grandpa never wanted to ask my opinion, and he always decided whatever he wanted without knowing whether I liked it or not. I don't want to hear anything else. You're back so the arranged marriage can be carried out again. This time don't hope that you can escape, because I won't let you run away so that the arranged marriage is cancelled a second time. I can't." "Grandpa." Emma took something out of the bag, and it was a letter from the doctor stating that she was pregnant. He would give the letter so that his grandfather would know and not set himself up with anyone again. Now he feels again that the actions he took by trapping Kendrick were correct. Don't play around because this time you can't refuse, said his grandfather. No, Grandpa, I can't. This time I can't, because I'm pregnant, said Emma while giving the results of her examination to her grandfather. What are you saying? Frederick screamed in surprise. I'm pregnant, so I can't take part in the matchmaking, said Emma. How dare you, Emma, shouted his grandfather angrily. The examination results paper was snatched quickly. Frederick saw it and was surprised again. Gripping the paper tightly, Frederick clutched his chest, which suddenly felt painful. How dare you, Emma? How dare you, he said while holding back the pain. Grandpa. Emma rushed to get her grandfather's medicine, and then he gave it quickly. Emma looked scared. She knew her grandfather wasn't doing well. Frederick took the medicine quickly, and after his condition improved, Frederick pushed Emma's hand away and leaned back in the chair to recover. He seemed disappointed by what Emma had just said. Is grandfather okay? Emma asked. Shut up, replied his grandfather with a snarl. Grandfather made me take this reckless path. If grandfather hadn't forced me, then I wouldn't have done this stupid and reckless thing, said Emma defensively. Who is the father of the baby? Asked her grandfather, who didn't want to look at Emma because he was disappointed. Emma was silent. She couldn't tell her grandfather who the man she had trapped her into spending the night with was. Answer, Emma, he shouted as he turned away. This time, Frederick looked at his grandson sharply, of course feeling disappointed. Sorry, I can't say it, said Emma. Insolent, how dare you? Frederick had moved up and was about to hit his grandson, but he didn't. Once again, answer my question properly. Who is the father of the baby? I can't answer that, grandfather. Sorry. Okay, if that's what you want. Frederick sat back down feeling very disappointed. I really don't want an arranged marriage, Grandpa. That's enough. You won't be matched again because you're not part of this family. What? Asked Emma in surprise. You're not my grandson anymore, so get out of here. Pushed Frederick away. Grandpa, what do you mean? Go away, Emma. I don't have a grandson like you anymore, so go away. Frederick pushed away again. He didn't expect Emma to embarrass him to that extent. Emma tried to persuade and apologize, but her grandfather didn't care about her anymore and kept throwing Emma away. 2 servants were even assigned to clean up Emma's things, and a guard was assigned to pull Emma out. Emma, who felt that it was her fault, couldn't do much when her grandfather kicked her out. Now he was truly gone from that house for good. Chapter 3: Diseased Children. A 3-year-old boy was rushed to hospital due to a high fever exceeding 38 degrees. A woman followed from behind and looked scared and worried, and that woman was definitely Emma. It has been 4 years. After being kicked out by her grandfather, Emma lives in New York and works there. Emma fought alone, without asking anyone else for help. She also gave birth to the baby alone and with her own efforts. Even though she often contacted her grandfather to find out about his grandfather's condition, and even though Emma always received rejection from her disappointed grandfather, she never gave up trying to find out about her grandfather's condition. Emma gave birth to a smart and cheerful boy. His son's name is Daniel. Only Daniel without using his last name because he doesn't want to give it even though he knows clearly who the father of his son is. Daniel's condition had worsened over the past few days, but he thought that Daniel just had an ordinary fever, but this morning, his son's condition got worse. Daniel shivered violently and complained of pain all over his body. Daniel's face was pale and small bruises appeared on his arms. Daniel also complained of a headache, which made his condition worse. Seeing her son's unusual condition made Emma extremely panicked. An ambulance was called so that his son was immediately taken to the hospital so that Daniel could receive immediate treatment. After all, Daniel was his most valuable possession. "It hurts, Mommy." "It hurts," said Daniel, trying to reach out his hand towards his mother, who was following behind him. Seeing that, Emma ran over and held her son's little hand. "Soon it won't hurt anymore. Don't cry," he said comfortingly. "Daniel doesn't want the injection." "He doesn't want to," said his son again. "There won't be an injection. Daniel will only be given medicine by the doctor." Emma tried to comfort him. "For children, needles are scary. Don't let the doctor inject Daniel, Mommy." "Daniel doesn't want to." "No way. Daniel doesn't need to worry." "Did Mommy promise?" his son asked weakly. "Yes, Mommy promises." That was all he could do to calm his son so that Daniel wouldn't cry. But Daniel was still crying and complaining that his body hurt. "It hurts, Mommy." "Why does Daniel's body hurt so much?" asked his son, between sobs. Not only once, Daniel complained of pain again. Emma couldn't do anything. Tears even fell from his eyes every time his son complained of pain. His heart couldn't stand it. If he could replace Daniel, of course he would be very willing. He should have been more sensitive to Daniel's condition, so it wasn't too late. Even though Daniel was showing symptoms, he was too busy working. Emma wiped her tears. She tried to be strong. All this time he had always fought alone. He knew it was a risk for him to have taken the reckless path. Daniel was taken into a room. Luckily Emma was allowed in, because her son was crying nonstop and didn't want him to stay. A doctor treated Daniel's condition. The boy looked weak and had no energy, but the doctor could not immediately make a decision because the doctor had to confirm this by carrying out research, namely taking blood samples and carrying out a series of studies. "No way, Daniel doesn't want the injection." Daniel shouted when a nurse was about to take his blood. "It's okay, darling. It just hurts a little," persuaded Emma, who was standing by her son's side. "Mommy is lying. Didn't Mommy say Daniel wouldn't get the injection?" "Mommy thinks so, but to cure Daniel's illness, the nurse has to do it. Daniel can survive, right?" "No way, Mommy. No way." Daniel shouted while struggling. Emma hugged her son so Daniel could get the injection. Even though his heart ached because he couldn't bear it, he couldn't do anything. A nurse also helped Emma to hold Daniel. The boy screamed loudly, then bit his mother's arm as the syringe pierced her thin skin. Emma cried. Becoming a mother was not as easy as she imagined. Daniel struggled again after he finished, and there was no one to hold him apart from his mother, who was still hugging him. Emma really couldn't bear it and tried to calm her son's crying. "It hurts, Mommy." "It hurts," groaned Daniel. Now he feels pain all over his body again after rebelling. Several bruises were visible on his body. "Soon it won't hurt anymore. Soon Mommy will take away the pain," he said carelessly because what he said couldn't possibly happen. "Daniel wants to go home, Mommy." Daniel doesn't want to be in the hospital. "Daniel doesn't like it," asked his son. "We'll go home after this, okay? Now Daniel rests first. We'll go home after Mommy gets medicine so Daniel doesn't feel sick again later. This time Mommy can't lie anymore." Emma didn't answer because she was lying. He didn't know whether Daniel could go home or not because his illness was not yet known. In his heart, he only felt fear. He was really afraid of Daniel's condition, which didn't look like a normal fever. Now Daniel, rest. Mommy will look after Daniel until Mommy knows why Daniel is in pain. Mommy can't go, asked his son, who was afraid of being abandoned by his mother. Of course not, Mommy won't go. Emma kissed her son's forehead, then helped him lie down. Mommy, didn't Mommy promise to take Daniel to go look for Daddy? When are we going to look for Daddy, Mom? We will leave after Daniel's condition has improved. Therefore, Daniel must rest immediately. A gentle rub was given to his forehead. Emma smiled even though it was difficult. Daniel's pale and tired face made him even more worried. Emma accompanied her son until Daniel fell asleep. He spent every second feeling anxious until finally he was called to see a doctor who checked Daniel's condition. With a heavy heart, Emma left her son for a moment. He had a bad feeling, he felt afraid. His 2 feet stepped heavily towards the doctor's room. Hopefully it's nothing big, and hopefully his son just has a fever like he thought from the start. Emma's heart was pounding when she entered the room. He was invited to sit down by the doctor, who looked very serious. Emma's feelings became increasingly uncertain. She was really afraid to hear what was happening to her son. How is my son doing? Emma asked this question with difficulty. Leukemia, that's what Madam's son is suffering from. What? Emma screamed and looked shocked. The world suddenly felt dark. Emma looked dazed, like she couldn't believe what she had just heard. He couldn't even really hear what the doctor was saying anymore, and his vision was suddenly blurry due to the tears that were just flowing. Emma got up slowly and walked away, even though the doctor hadn't finished explaining. He was like a living corpse walking with an empty mind. Emma returned to her son's room where Daniel was still asleep. Daniel has leukemia? How could that be? Emma fell on the side of the bed. She cried, but didn't make a sound. Why? Why did Daniel have to suffer from this disease? Is this a punishment for him for all the mistakes he made? But why does it have to be Daniel who is innocent? Why not just him? Emma's crying got worse. Now she didn't know what to do, because she knew that it would cost a lot of money to cure her son's illness. Chapter 4: Deciding to come back. A bone marrow transplant had to be performed if Emma wanted her son's illness to go into remission. Emma had done the test because she thought hers would be a match because she is Daniel's mother, but unfortunately her bone marrow wasn't a match, so she couldn't be a donor. He felt disappointed and sad because this was the first time he couldn't do anything for his son. Emma is desperate because she has to wait for someone to donate bone marrow that matches her son's, but how long will she have to wait? He didn't really have many contacts in New York, and he couldn't wait until someone was kind enough to help his son. Daniel's condition made him helpless. Daniel, who was previously cheerful, now spends more time in bed. His weight dropped drastically. Daniel always complained of being tired and sick, making Emma's heart unable to bear the sadness. Emma has thought about many things. She has made the decision to go back and ask her grandfather for help. He hopes his grandfather will help him pay for Daniel's treatment and help him find a bone marrow donor. His grandfather is the only hope he has, but if not, then he will be forced to look for Kendrick and ask for his help, even at quite a big risk. Daniel is still in the hospital. Emma tries to provide the best care for her son, but she doesn't have much money. Maybe he could survive on the money for another week or two, and after that, he wouldn't be able to survive, especially since he hadn't gone to work for several days because he had to look after his son. Mommy, Daniel's call interrupted Emma's thoughts. What is it, honey? Emma tried to smile, to hide the sadness she felt. When will Daniel come home, Mommy? Daniel wants to go to school, said his son. It looks like Daniel can't go to school anymore, he had to say with a heavy heart. Why, Mommy? Why can't Daniel go to school anymore? Daniel looks sad. He's just a little boy who still wants to play and have fun with his friends at school. Listen, Mommy thinks we should move, said Emma. Are we going to look for Daddy, Mom? A glimmer of joy radiated from Daniel's facial expression, because he had wanted to meet his father for a long time. All this time, Emma lied to her son and said that Daniel's father was working out of town. He couldn't say that his son's father was gone. For some reason he didn't have the heart to say it because he was afraid that Daniel would hate him when Daniel was an adult and accidentally met Kendrick Maxton. However, the world is not as wide as imagined because the possibility of Daniel meeting his son is very large. Emma smiled, her hand gently stroking her son's head. Now he would do anything for Daniel. He who started it will bear all the consequences, not his son. Let's just say that Daniel's illness is a warning for him, therefore he will come back and fix everything. He is even willing to kneel at his grandfather's feet to ask for help so that his grandfather can help. He will put aside the high ego he once had for the sake of his son. After making that decision and her son agreeing because he thought he would meet his father, Emma took Daniel home to California. Whether his grandfather would accept him or not, he had to try. He knew his grandfather's nature was very strict. The mistakes he made 4 years ago would definitely disappoint his grandfather. Where are we, Mommy? Have we arrived at Daddy's house? Asked his son, who was in his arms when they arrived at his grandfather's house. No, this is great-grandfather's house. Mommy used to live here, but Mommy was forced to move. Is great-grandfather a good person? His son seemed worried because he didn't really like meeting strangers. Of course. Daniel doesn't need to be afraid because Mommy is there. Daniel nodded and hugged his mother. Emma took a deep breath before stepping into her grandfather's yard. For years he's been gone, nothing has changed at all. Everything still looked the same as when he left it. He was sure that it was only his grandfather's heart that had changed. Big lady. A servant who saw her return was very surprised because Emma had left suddenly, and no one knew the cause apart from the host and had now returned suddenly. Is grandfather at home? Emma asked casually. Of course, the old master is having guests. I will help Miss carry all the things. 2 servants rushed to take the suitcase that Emma was carrying, but their gazes were focused on Daniel, who was in Emma's arms. A very handsome young man, his face is exactly like his mother. Thank you. Emma stepped in, her eyes fixed on the luxury car parked not far from the main door. It seemed like his grandfather had an important guest. It would be best if he didn't show up first because he didn't want to make a fuss that would embarrass his grandfather. Why don't you come inside, miss? Asked the waiter who helped him carry things. No, it looks like grandfather has an important guest. I don't want to disturb him and make a fuss. No need to worry, Mississippi. The one who came is Miss Kimberly's fiancé. Kimberly already has a fiancé? Emma was a little surprised. She didn't expect that her sister already had a fiancé. Kimberly is his younger sister by a few years. Both of their parents died in a plane crash, therefore, Emma and Kimberly were raised by their grandfather. Don't say that Kimberly was also arranged for marriage by her grandfather, but she didn't need to interfere in this matter. Kimberly did obey a little, but he didn't. After Miss left not long, Miss got engaged to a rich and handsome man. Good, that's very good, said Emma. Just come in, Mississippi. The big master is inside with Miss Kimberly and her fiancé. Emma nodded. Suddenly her heart was beating fast. For some reason he became restless. Emma rubbed her son's back incessantly to reduce the anxiety he felt. Sooner or later he will face that. Immediately meet his grandfather, then introduce Daniel, and after that ask his grandfather for help. Mommy, why is Mommy's heart beating so fast? Asked his son. Mommy is nervous, darling. Mommy hasn't been home for a long time, so Mommy is nervous. Mommy doesn't need to be afraid. If great-grandfather scolds Mommy, then Daniel will help Mommy. Thank you. Mommy relies on Mommy's great son. Emma stepped back. Saliva was swallowed with difficulty when his grandfather's voice was heard. Emma needed so much guts just to step one foot. He felt like turning around and leaving, but he had to for his son's sake. His grandfather was visible. His grandfather was talking to a man who was sitting with his back to him while his younger brother was sitting with the man. Emma's heart was beating faster. She felt like there was something she had to avoid besides her grandfather in the room. Grandpa, I'm back, he said softly. Emma. Frederick was surprised. The old man stood up and looked sharply at Emma, who was holding a small child. Not only her grandfather, Kimberly also got up from her seat. Older brother? Kimberly was surprised to see that her sister, who had been away for 4 years, had returned, but hidden a secret in her shocked expression. Kimberly's fiancé, who had been sitting with his back to Emma, turned around to see who had come. Emma was very surprised when she saw her sister's fiancé, Kendrick Maxton, the man she trapped 4 years ago. Emma swallowed hard. Her eyes met Kendrick's, and it scared her. Chapter 5: Complicated Situation. The atmosphere became tense. Emma held her son's head so that Daniel wouldn't show his face to Kendrick, so that the man wouldn't find out that he was the one who trapped him 4 years ago. He was afraid that Kendrick would recognize Daniel as his son, but Kendrick's face was very similar to him, so he hoped Kendrick wouldn't be suspicious at all. Emma even asked Daniel to pretend to be asleep so Kendrick couldn't see. Honestly, she was afraid that the man would find out and take Daniel away from her. More than anything, he didn't want to lose Daniel. Even though the whole world hated him because of what he did, he didn't care as long as Daniel wasn't taken from him. Frederick, who found his grandson, who had left 4 years ago, didn't seem happy at all. Because of Emma, he was almost embarrassed. He almost couldn't keep his promise to his best friend, but luckily Kimberly was willing to replace Emma. Little did Emma know that the man who would marry her 4 years ago was Kendrick Maxton. In the past, his grandfather made a promise with his best friend, Maxton, who is Kendrick's grandfather. Emma, who didn't know, actually trapped the man she was going to betroth to and stole his premium seeds, resulting in Daniel being born. In the past, Frederick and Jaeger were business friends, and they became friends. They promised to marry their first grandchild so that their friendship would become a family bond. But Emma embarrassed him by becoming pregnant with a foreign man's child, so that promise was threatened. Frederick was really disappointed. He almost didn't dare to meet Kendrick's parents at that time to give an explanation, but Kimberly was suddenly willing to replace her brother. Of course it was good news for him, therefore, the engagement between Kendrick and Kimberly took place. How dare you come home with that child, Emma? Frederick almost screamed, but he still tried to hold back because Kendrick was there. Can't I go home, grandfather? Emma tried to ignore Kendrick. She couldn't look suspicious, so Kendrick knew. Besides, the man didn't see his true face that time, because he was disguised, so he had to ignore him. After you humiliated me by containing the illegitimate seed of a strange man, do you think you still have a place in this house? Don't say cruel words like that, grandfather. Kendrick heard it. Don't let your disgrace be exposed, because we will be the ones embarrassed, said Kimberly. You're right. I apologize to you, Kendrick. I didn't mean to make you see this unpleasant thing. Kendrick didn't make a sound. He didn't take his eyes off the woman who rejected him 4 years ago. Not expecting that Emma would reject him because she was pregnant. At that time Frederick didn't say it clearly because he only said that Emma ran away because she didn't want to marry him. Emma stepped back and swallowed hard. She looked scared by Kendrick's eyes. He was afraid of being found out, that's all. You've been gone for 4 years. Why are you back again, big brother? Kimberly stepped closer to her sister. She wanted to know the reason because she wouldn't let her brother take Kendrick, who she rejected 4 years ago. I'm just going back. Is that okay? It wasn't wise to say what he wanted right now, because his sister's fiancé was there, and he didn't want to make the situation worse. Is it true? Kimberly stepped closer and whispered softly near her sister's ear. Don't tell me you're back to steal my fiancé who you rejected first, she whispered. What? Emma was surprised. She looked back at Kendrick. Now their gazes met each other. So Kendrick is the fiancé she rejected at the time? Emma was silent. She felt like laughing. What kind of coincidence is this? 4 years ago, she didn't want to marry the man her grandfather had decided on, but in a crazy way, she trapped the man she didn't want and slept with him. What kind of crazy coincidence is this? Why does everything feel so complicated? Don't say you want to take it, but I'm telling you that you won't be able to take it from me. Kimberly smiled sarcastically. Kendrick was her fiancé, so she wouldn't let Emma take Kendrick from her. Emma was silent. She didn't know what to say. Kimberly stepped back towards Kendrick and his grandfather. Even though Emma has returned, he won't let her interfere with his relationship with Kendrick. Besides, Emma had embarrassed herself by being pregnant with a foreign man's child. Kendrick couldn't possibly want to be with a woman like Emma, especially since she comes from a respectable family. Mommy, Daniel called his mother and raised his head. He was very surprised why his mother didn't also introduce his great-grandfather to him. What's wrong? Is Daniel thirsty and wants to drink? Emma tried to act casual so Kendrick wouldn't get suspicious. Why doesn't Mommy also introduce great-grandfather to Daniel? Daniel turned his face away. Emma almost screamed for Daniel not to do it because she was afraid Kendrick would realize something. Emma's heart was beating fast. She looked restless and couldn't hide the anxiety she was feeling at the moment. Daniel looked at Kimberly first, then looked at Frederick. Now his eyes were focused on Kendrick, who was also looking at him with a strange look. Why did he feel a strange feeling when he saw the child? Look, God is very fair. His face is very similar to yours, Emma. That means God doesn't want the man who has slept with you to know that he has children with you. Kimberly sneered. No need to sneer, Kimberly. Please don't talk like that, so my son hears it, asked Emma. Is that the reality? Then why cover it up, Kimberly? Emma looked at her sister sharply. Her sister's mouth had always been a little evil. Mommy, why is that big brother talking like that? Daniel asked. Don't listen, darling. He's Mommy's younger brother, Auntie Kimberly. So, that's great-grandfather and uncle? Asked Daniel again, who looked back at Kendrick. Yes, the situation is not right. Mommy will introduce Daniel to great-grandfather after this. Let's go rest, invite Emma. It was better for him to take Daniel away, because he didn't want Daniel to hear unpleasant words about him. He also didn't want Kendrick to see his son for too long, so that feelings of suspicion arose. Who said you could stay here any longer? Kimberly shouted. Emma stopped in her tracks. Was she not accepted at all? Why? Can't I stay here? Asked Emma, turning slightly away. Isn't it true, this house, Kimberly? The grandfather stopped Kimberly's words. If it weren't for Kendrick being there, he would have stepped in to get rid of Emma and her illegitimate child, TCH. Kimberly stepped closer to Kendrick and put her arm around his arm. Kendrick, let's go. You said you wanted to take me to lunch, right? Now his attitude has changed to spoiled. Kendrick nodded. He was indeed lazy to linger there, but the return of the woman who had rejected him 4 years ago made him really want to grab Emma and talk to her privately. But what was there to talk about between them? Emma would rather be pregnant with another man's child than marry him. Kendrick and Kimberly stepped past Emma, but Kendrick's eyes fell on Daniel, who was also looking at him. A strange feeling welled up in his heart, but he didn't know what it was. A handsome boy, he felt the strange feeling even more when he looked into Daniel's eyes. Emma breathed a sigh of relief when Kendrick and Kimberly walked away. She didn't expect that the man she trapped was the man she rejected, and now he is her sister's fiancé. Everything gets complicated, and now, how can he ask Kendrick for help to cure Daniel's illness? That complicated situation really gave him a headache. Chapter 6: Forgotten Promises. After leaving with Kimberly, Kendrick preferred to go home. He came to Frederick's house at Frederick's request. Of course, he was asked to come to discuss his marriage to Kimberly because their status until now was only engaged. Even though 4 years had passed without any changes, Kimberly had been asking him to propose for a long time, and Kimberly had made that request a year ago, but for some reason, until now, he had no intention of marrying Kimberly because what he wanted all along was not that woman. Kimberly's grandfather almost discussed this, but Emma's return was unexpected. The woman who had rejected him, even Emma didn't recognize her at all, and suddenly she appeared together with a small child who felt very familiar. For some reason, he remembered the woman who trapped him 4 years ago and who stole his premium lips. If that woman really succeeded in retrieving the seed, wouldn't that mean that the mysterious woman would give birth to a child? If that happened, he was very sure that the child born from trapping him would not be much different from Emma's son. Wait, why did he think that? The mysterious woman who had trapped him had not been found at all until now. I don't know who is certain. That woman is very slippery. The CCTV in the hotel at that time had been checked. All the security systems in the hotel had been checked, but there was no clue at all about the woman's identity. Even though he hasn't found a bright spot, he doesn't stop looking because he believes he will find the woman who trapped him sooner or later. Kendrick, are you in there? He heard a call from his mother from outside. Kendrick is the first son of Ainsley Smith and Damian Maxton. Because of his grandfather's friendship with Frederick, a promise was made between them. Kendrick didn't mind at all, but after Emma refused and left, he almost didn't want to fulfill his grandfather's promise. Ken, why don't you answer? His mother asked again while knocking on the door. What's wrong, Mom? Why hide there? Have you eaten? Kendrick opened the door. His mother smiled softly. Ainsley wanted to know what about Kendrick and Kimberly's relationship, because she saw that her son was not that serious about their relationship. Did you go to meet Kimberly? His mother asked. Yeah, I just had lunch with him. Kendrick closed the door and walked with his mother into the living room. So, what about your relationship? Are you serious about Kimberly? Who knows? One answer given by Kendrick shows that he is not serious about their relationship. Kendrick, from the start, Mommy and Daddy have said that you don't need to force yourself to fulfill your grandfather's promise. It's just a promise, especially after Emma left. You no longer have any obligation to fulfill the promise your grandfather made. But why are you willing to get engaged to Kimberly? Even though you don't like him at all? Until now, he didn't understand why his son would accept Kimberly as a replacement, even though what he wanted was not Kimberly. I know what I'm doing, Mom. What? Do you have a purpose that you accepted Kimberly as a replacement? His mother asked suspiciously. Don't say there was a plan behind Kendrick's willingness to accept Kimberly as a replacement, and don't say there was something Kendrick expected. I did have a goal, but it seems like that goal no longer exists. Kendrick looked disappointed, but who knows what he was disappointed with. His mother couldn't even guess what her son was thinking right now. Ken, if you really don't have feelings for Kimberly, don't force yourself. End your relationship. Don't make Kimberly hope for too long. It's not good to make her wait, especially since you two have been engaged as fiancés for 4 years. I really want to end our engagement, Mom. But I don't have a good reason to end it. Look, you've been playing with fire. You shouldn't have accepted Kimberly as Emma's replacement, even though you were disappointed that Emma ran away from you. I told Mommy, I know what I'm doing. I'm looking for a good reason to cancel my engagement with Kimberly. Mommy doesn't need to worry, but if one day I suddenly bring Mommy's grandson home, I hope Mommy won't be surprised at all. Hey, what do you mean by saying that? His mother asked. Don't say that Ken already has a girlfriend and currently has children with his girlfriend. Mommy will find out later, and regarding my relationship with Kimberly, I will end it gently. Kendrick said, Ken, that's not the answer Mommy wants to hear. What does Kendrick mean by bringing the grandchildren home? Is there a secret Kendrick is hiding? Kendrick was silent. He accepted Kimberly as a replacement because Emma left and he wanted to retaliate. The woman he really wanted was Emma, but Emma refused to marry him. Why? Why did Emma run away and get pregnant with another man? Has Emma really forgotten about him? Emma is back, but she is still not remembered. It even seems like Emma doesn't recognize her because Emma tries not to see her. If so, he no longer has a reason to maintain his engagement to Kimberly and to end the pretend relationship. He has to look for the woman who raped him 4 years ago, and if his estimates are correct, even if the woman is pregnant and gives birth to his child, then he will steal the child. That and he had a reason to end his relationship with Kimberly. Ainsley shook her head. Everything became complicated because Emma rejected Kendrick even though it was a promise they both made apart from their grandfather's promise. In fact, Emma and Kendrick have known each other since childhood. In fact, they are very close. Emma always followed Kendrick, who was several years older than her, because Emma was a scared girl. Where Ken was, there was Emma until finally they promised each other. But why did Emma refuse, as if she had forgotten the promise they had made before? Does Emma not think the promise they made was not serious, or was there something else? I don't know what happened in Kendrick's words just now. he really didn't understand. Kendrick went back into his room. He wanted to contact someone and ask him to look for the woman who trapped him 4 years ago. Even though his 2 uncles were experts in IT, he didn't want his family to know what he was going through because he was embarrassed if they found out. It must have been very embarrassing because he was raped by a woman he didn't know. The world is really upside down. He really is a victim, but if he finds that woman, then he will make a calculation. What's wrong, sir? Someone he contacted asked him. The incident 4 years ago at the hotel. I really want you to investigate it properly. Kendrick ordered. I'm trying, sir. I'm matching the posture and some other things of the mysterious woman with some women who look like the mysterious woman. Good, tell me after you know, and one more thing I want. Say it, I'll do it, Katherine. I want you to find out who he was in a relationship with 4 years ago, he ordered again. For some reason, he was very curious as to what kind of man Emma had spent time with that made Emma reject him and forget their promise. Is that guy better than him? After giving the order, Kendrick was contemplating in front of the window. Suddenly he remembered Emma's son, and for some reason, he became curious about the child because every time he saw him, he felt a strange feeling fill his heart. Chapter 7: A warning from Kimberly. Emma was accompanying her son, who was lying in bed. He really wanted to go out to talk to his grandfather to express his intention to ask his grandfather for help after Kimberly and Kendrick left, but Daniel, who was at the house for the first time, didn't want to leave him because he felt uncomfortable. Everything was unexpected. If his grandfather didn't want to help, then he wanted to look for Kendrick, but now he had to think twice if he wanted to ask that man for help because Kendrick was his sister's fiancé. He didn't want to mess things up again. He didn't want to destroy Kimberly's relationship with Kendrick. However, she rejected Kendrick, so she should know herself. Even though Kendrick is Daniel's father, seeing the complicated situation, he hopes that no one knows that Kendrick is the father of his son so that the complicated situation doesn't get more complicated. Kimberly had a bad temper, she knew that. Her sister will not like her things being taken by other people, including men. He didn't want it either. After all, his purpose in coming back was not to hold Kendrick Maxton accountable, but he came back to ask his grandfather for help, so he had to remember his purpose and not destroy anyone's relationship. Mommy, why do great-grandfather and auntie seem to dislike us? Daniel asked. No, they're not like that. They just don't know Daniel yet. Daniel should rest first. Daniel is tired after the long journey, isn't he? Daniel just wants to be close to his great-grandfather, said Daniel as he hugged his mother. Later, Mommy will introduce Daniel to great-grandfather after Daniel rests, said his mother. Mommy has to promise Daniel. Don't forget, Mommy promises. Darling, a soft kiss landed on her son's forehead. He hopes that his grandfather will help so that his son's illness can be cured. Okay. Daniel can't wait to be friends with grandfather. Daniel looked excited. Then rest. Emma kissed her son's forehead again. His hand gently rubbed his son's shoulder to get him to sleep, but the loud knocking on the door startled them both. Emma, get out! Kimberly shouted as she banged hard on Emma's bedroom door. Emma came back suddenly, so he didn't want Emma to interfere with his relationship with Kendrick. When Emma was kicked out and refused the match, he was very happy, so he offered to replace Emma. Good news for him because Kendrick was willing to accept his offer, and now, he wasn't going to let Emma screw things up. Get out, Emma! Kimberly shouted again while banging on the door. Mommy, Who is that? Daniel hugged his mother tightly and looked scared. It's okay, don't be afraid. Now Mommy will go out first to see what Auntie wants to talk to Mommy about. Don't be too long, Mommy. If Auntie dares to scold Mommy, then Daniel will come out to defend Mommy. Thank you, darling. Now Mommy will come out for a moment. Emma moved away after placing a kiss on her son's forehead. Kimberly shouted again for him. She had to make it clear to her sister that she couldn't take Kendrick from her. Emma left the room and closed the door again. The unpleasant look she got from Kimberly. Can you not scream? You're scaring my son, asked Emma. There's no need for small talk. After 4 years of being away, why are you coming back? Why are you coming back after all this time? Why don't you just leave for good? Asked Kimberly, who didn't seem happy that her brother had returned after a long time because she was afraid that Emma would come to steal Kendrick. I have something to do, that's why I'm back. What business? Don't say you want to take Kendrick from me. Kimberly said matter-of-factly because that was what she was afraid of. What do you mean by that, Kimberly? There's no need to pretend and act like you don't know. I know your purpose for coming back. You definitely want to take Kendrick, right? After you rejected him and became pregnant with another man's child, don't expect Kendrick to accept a bitch like you. Don't get me wrong, I didn't come back for that, said Emma. If not for that, then for what? I remind you, you rejected Kendrick and he is already mine. Soon we will get married, so don't destroy our relationship with your bitchy nature. Watch your words, Kimberly. Emma started to get provoked by her sister's harsh words. Is there something wrong? I don't think so, because your nature is really naughty. You slept with random men, that's why you gave birth to that illegitimate child, said Kimberly without feeling. Enough, Kimberly. I don't mind you calling me a bitch, but don't insult my son, who doesn't know any better. He's not at all guilty of what I've done. You don't need to worry, I didn't mean to take Kendrick away from you. I just came home to ask grandfather for help, not to destroy your relationship with Kendrick. I hope you can believe what you said, Emma. I won't let you take it from me, because if you dare to mess up our relationship, I will ask grandfather to kick you out of this house along with your illegitimate son. I told you not to insult my son. Emma was starting to get annoyed. HNG, I hope you know your position in this house, because you have been nothing since you left 4 years ago. Emma was silent. She knew she had disappointed her grandfather greatly. He also had no intention of taking Kendrick, as Kimberly feared, because the most important thing was Daniel's life. It's up to Kimberly what she wants to say about herself. She doesn't care at all. Kimberly snorted, then walked away. Emma took a deep breath. She had to be able to accept all the abuse she would continue to receive after this. It's okay. He should be able to accept it. After receiving a warning from her sister, Emma entered the room. He tried to smile so that his son wouldn't be suspicious at all. Why is Auntie screaming, Mommy? Asked his son, who heard Kimberly's words, which were spoken quite loudly. It's nothing. Auntie has a sore throat, that's why she had to scream. Is it true? Daniel asked with an expression of disbelief. Yes. Sorry to disturb Daniel's comfortable time. Now go to sleep, Mommy will accompany you. Emma climbed back into bed and lay next to her son. If Auntie is mean to Mommy, we should move. We don't have anywhere else to go, okay? Mommy will look for a job later so that Mommy will have money for Daniel's medical expenses. Is Daniel making things difficult for Mommy? asked his son while looking at his mother with a sad look. What? Why do you say that? Daniel doesn't want to make things difficult for Mommy. Daniel hugged his mother. He was still small, but he could understand. No, Daniel doesn't make things difficult for Mommy, so don't talk like that. Emma hugged her son while holding back tears. He had to get help from his grandfather. He had to. He would do anything to get Daniel treated and get a bone marrow donor, but Kimberly seemed to be making things difficult for him. Chapter 8. Back at the inopportune time. It was quite a quiet and tense dinner. The only sound was the sound of spoons and forks hitting each other on plates, and Emma could be heard talking to her son occasionally. Frederick's facial expression was unsightly and Kimberly was indifferent to his haughty attitude. Daniel, who really wanted to get to know his great-grandfather, didn't dare make a sound because the expression on his great-grandfather's face didn't like him. Daniel looked at his mother every now and then. The child seemed to want to take his mother away, but Frederick's disapproving eyes scared him. After this, do you have time? Emma dared to lighten the quiet and unpleasant atmosphere. Why? Do you want to ask for money? Asked his grandfather without further ado. He guessed that Emma's return must be due to financial difficulties. There is no other reason than that, especially since Emma already has a son who definitely needs a lot of money. Can we discuss this after eating? I want to talk to Grandpa alone, asked Emma. He didn't want Kimberly to know, making things difficult for him. Just to ask for money, why talk to Grandfather alone? Am I not entitled to know, or do you want to ask for an inheritance even though Grandfather is still alive? Said Kimberly. I just want to talk to Grandfather, so you don't have to interfere and don't just talk. Emma replied sarcastically. If you just want to ask for money, it's best not to talk in person. Just say how much you want, said his grandfather too. Don't give it, Grandpa. After disappointing and embarrassing you, now he comes home and asks Grandpa for money. Does he think he can do as he pleases? If Grandpa just gives it to him, then he will do the same thing again. Kimberly began to urge her grandfather not to immediately give her what her sister wanted. Don't instigate, Kimberly. I'm not asking you for money. Emma glared at her sister, who always liked to interfere in every problem. What your sister said is true. I won't just give you what you want after you humiliated me, said the grandfather. I just don't want to marry a man I don't know. That's all. Besides, Kimberly has replaced me so Grandpa isn't too embarrassed, right, Emma? Frederick hit the table hard and looked angry. The atmosphere became tense. Frederick glared at his first grandson with a sharp gaze. Emma glared at her grandfather, all because of Kimberly's words, but the mistake she made had disappointed her grandfather. I don't want to argue like this, Grandfather. I know I was wrong. I apologize to Grandfather. Just apologizing isn't enough. Don't you know that Grandfather was so embarrassed when he went to meet Kendrick's parents? Luckily, I was smart and immediately offered myself so that Grandfather's self-esteem wouldn't fall further because of your actions. Emma looked down while holding back tears when she heard her sister's words. Kimberly looked up and looked haughty. Luckily, her sister went and refused to marry Kendrick because she got the benefits, and soon she will be the one to marry Kendrick. Never mind, there's no need to prolong it. Tomorrow, invite Kendrick to have dinner with us, Kimberly. Our conversation with him hasn't finished yet, so invite him to dinner, because Grandfather wants to discuss your marriage. Of course, Grandpa, I'll invite him. Kimberly looked happy, which was what she wanted. For dozens of years he waited, and finally he would be the winner, not Emma. Mommy, Daniel held his mother's hand, who had been looking down and remained silent. What's wrong? Does Daniel want to eat again? No, Daniel is full and wants to lie down. Daniel feels very tired. Then let's go to our room. Emma sipped a glass of water before getting up from her seat. Daniel was already in his arms. His son looked weak due to his illness, and his son no longer did much activity because he always felt tired. Wait, brother. Kimberly's request stopped him in his tracks. What is it? Tomorrow Kendrick and I will discuss our marriage, so don't make a mess, said Kimberly. What do you mean by that? Emma asked. It's clear, isn't it? I don't want my brother to disturb our conversation, and neither does that unclear child. You really came back at the wrong time. Why didn't you come back after we got married? I don't know why you're like a parasite that's starting to bother you, said his sister without feeling. Emma closed her eyes. She only came back for her son, but why did Kimberly think she came back to destroy her relationship with Kendrick? He didn't know the relationship between the two of them at all, so he couldn't possibly do such a despicable thing. No need to worry, Kimberly. I didn't come back to interfere with your relationship. The man I rejected, I can't possibly want again, said Emma. Hold your word, brother. Don't disturb our relationship. Emma didn't say anything and walked away. Interfere with their relationship? The most important thing right now is his son's life. Not disturbing anyone's relationship, let alone his younger brother's relationship with the man named Kendrick. But somehow he felt familiar and felt quite familiar with the name Kendrick. Forget it, it's just a feeling. Mommy, why don't Auntie and Grandpa like Mommy? Daniel asked with his gaze fixed on Kimberly and her great-grandfather. Mommy made a mistake, darling. That's why great-grandfather was angry with Mommy and also with Auntie. Then who is Uncle Kendrick, Mom? Why does Auntie always talk about him? He's Auntie's future husband, Uncle, who we met the first time we came. Daniel remembers that, right? Remember but Mom? Daniel hugged his mother's neck even more tightly. When will Mommy look for Daddy? Didn't Mommy say Daddy was away at work? But why doesn't Daddy ever come home to visit us? Asked his son, therefore. Emma rubbed her son's head and took a breath. We'll look for Daddy after Daniel recovers, okay? He was forced to say that because Daniel's father was in sight and no longer needed to be looked for. Somehow he had to say that Daniel and Kendrick were related by blood because of the complicated situation that occurred. If Kendrick wasn't her sister's future husband, it would probably be very easy, but the relationship is complicated, making her have to think long and hard. She even feels it's better that Kendrick and Daniel don't know about their relationship for the common good. He also believes that it is impossible for Kendrick to know that he has a child from the incident 4 years ago, so he should just keep quiet for the common good, even if not for his son. The chaos he had caused couldn't get any worse. After all, they have their own lives, and what he has to do is fight until Daniel's illness is cured without needing to involve Kendrick, who will soon marry his sister. But the chemistry of the father and son relationship between Kendrick and Daniel was created when they and Emma met for the first time. He couldn't prevent those feelings from emerging, which might get stronger day by day when Kendrick met his son again. Chapter 9: A Messed Up Dinner. The servants seemed busy preparing for dinner, which would be held soon. Kimberly has contacted Kendrick and asked him to come. Now she is busy looking for the best clothes she has to wear to dinner, because this is her important night where she and Kendrick will discuss their relationship. There was only one thing he was worried about. He was worried that Emma would mess everything up. It looked like he had to warn Emma again not to disturb her. If possible, Emma wouldn't need to join in at dinner. That's better than being anxious and ruining her perfect appearance in front of Kendrick. Kimberly decided to leave her room because she wanted to ask Emma not to join. From the start, Emma shouldn't have been in the house. His return was a real problem. Even though there's only a little more left, just a little more Kendrick will be his, so he won't let Emma mess it up. Emma. Kimberly opened the door without knocking, but there was only Daniel lying on the bed. Where's your mother? Kimberly stepped in because she thought she was in the bathroom. Mommy's gone for a moment. What's wrong, Auntie? Daniel tried to sit up on the bed even though he was weak. If he comes back, tell him I'm looking for him. Kimberly glanced at Daniel with a cynical and disdainful look. I don't know who the child's father is. He is just an illegitimate child born to his older brother. Auntie, Daniel has candy. Do you want Auntie? Daniel took candy from his trouser pocket and gave it to Kimberly. He did that because he wanted to get close to Kimberly. No need. Kimberly swatted Daniel's hand away until the candy in Daniel's small hand fell. Get that dirty thing away from me, he said again. Daniel just wants to get to know Auntie. Daniel took another piece of candy with a sad expression on his face. I don't want to be intimate with an illegitimate child like you, said Kimberly without feeling. What is an illegitimate child? Daniel looked up, looking at Kimberly with a sad look. An illegitimate child like you doesn't have a father. Daniel has daddy. Daniel shouted, and as a result of his scream, Daniel clutched his chest and looked tired. You don't have a daddy, you're just an illegitimate child. Kimberly still said cruelly, Kimberly. Emma shouted at the door and looked at her sister with a sharp gaze. Kimberly really couldn't keep her mouth shut even though Daniel was still small. Daniel has daddy. Mommy says Daniel has daddy. Daniel sobbed as a result of Kimberly's words. What have you said to my son, Kimberly? Why are you so tough on him? Emma had approached her son and hugged him. What I said was not wrong. Indeed, your son does not have a father. Enough, get out of my room, said Emma while hugging her son who was still crying tightly. I didn't intend to stay in your room for too long, said Kimberly. Then why are you in my room? Get out now. Emma almost screamed with emotion. Kimberly shouldn't have said something like that and hurt little Daniel's feelings. There's no need to shout and throw me out. I can ask Grandpa to throw you out, so don't try that with me. We don't respect you anymore and are just staying in this house, so you have to know yourself. I want you not to ruin my dinner with Kendrick, because we want to discuss our relationship further. I hope you and your son don't join us and have dinner with us. No need to worry, I don't want to get between you either, said Emma sarcastically. Good, watch out if I see the bridge of your noses. I'll ask Grandpa to throw you out right now. Kimberly walked away after saying that. Emma looked at her sister sharply. Whatever her sister was afraid of, she really didn't understand. Kimberly shouldn't be afraid because from the start she didn't want to marry Kendrick. After all, Kendrick is her fiancé and they are about to get married, so why is Kimberly so afraid, as if he is coming back to take Kendrick from her? Mommy, is what Auntie said true? Doesn't Daniel have a daddy? Daniel asked between sobs. Auntie is just talking, darling. Don't believe Daniel, but Daniel doesn't have a daddy. Why, Mommy? Daniel is still small. He doesn't understand right now. One day, Mommy will definitely tell Daniel. Emma gently wiped her son's tears. She tried to smile so that her son would no longer be sad because of Kimberly's words. Believe Mommy, even though Daniel doesn't have a daddy, Mommy will give him whatever Daniel wants. But Daniel wants to have Daddy, said Daniel. After Daniel recovers, Daniel will have her. Maybe she should get married, but after Daniel recovers. Mommy promise? Yes. Now there's no need to be sad and don't listen to what Auntie says. Lie down. Mommy has bought the food that Daniel wants and Mommy will cook it. Don't take too long, Mommy, asked Daniel. Mommy, just a moment. Emma helped Daniel to lie down. The remaining tears in Daniel's eyes were wiped away, and after that Emma kissed her son's forehead. Kimberly is absolutely outrageous. Next time he wouldn't just leave Daniel so that Kimberly wouldn't say anything unnecessary to Daniel. Emma went out to make food and accidentally ran into Kendrick, who had just arrived. Emma stepped past him without saying hello. She didn't want to disturb dinner because she needed a place to stay right now. Kimberly was very happy. Emma was quite self-aware. It's no use threatening Emma. Now she doesn't have to worry about Emma and her son joining the dinner. Emma even came out of the kitchen quickly with a bowl of food for her son. Kendrick's eyes couldn't leave her, and this made Kimberly annoyed. Ken. Kimberly called in an annoyed tone. This is what he's afraid of. He's afraid that Emma will distract Kendrick from him, who is dressed as beautifully as possible. Kendrick looked away. Kimberly tried to smile even though she was annoyed. It seems like Emma really had to be kicked out because she was the biggest threat that could destroy her relationship with Kendrick. Kendrick, I asked you not only to come to dinner together, but I wanted you to discuss your relationship, said Frederick. What does it mean? We've been engaged for 4 years, Kendrick. Isn't it time we discussed marriage? I've been waiting a long time to be your wife. So don't make me wait any longer, said Kimberly. What Kimberly said is very true. Don't let anyone gossip about this. I hope you propose to Kimberly soon. It's not good to leave your relationship hanging on for too long, said Frederick. Actually, I haven't thought about marriage yet. Kendrick answered. What? What do you mean, Ken? Kimberly didn't seem happy with Kendrick's words. I told you, I'm not. Kendrick's words were interrupted by Emma's loud scream. Help, help me, Grandpa. Emma shouted as she ran out with Daniel in her arms. Troublemaker, what are you doing? Kimberly shouted. Grandpa, please lend me a car. Emma pleaded. Daniel's condition worsened. His son vomited again with his face as pale as cotton, and this made Emma scared. Please, Grandpa. Emma shouted because she had to take Daniel to the hospital, but before Frederick answered, Kendrick's legs were faster because Kendrick had already run over to Emma and took Daniel in Emma's arms. Everyone was shocked, and so was Emma. Follow me. The two men's legs were so fast, Emma was taken aback for a moment, but she immediately ran after Kendrick. Kimberly looked angry. Her hands were clenched into tight fists, and she looked very angry. Emma must have done it on purpose. The mother and daughter must have deliberately wanted to ruin their dinner. Chapter 10. Unworthy. Emma was scared while following Kendrick to the hospital. His mind was confused. He was very worried about Daniel's condition, but he was also worried that Kendrick would realize that Daniel was his son because Daniel was in Kendrick's arms. I don't know what the man was thinking. Everything happened suddenly. Kimberly must be angry with him because Kimberly warned him. He really didn't intend to ruin dinner. He just wanted to borrow a car from his grandfather, but Kendrick took Daniel without him asking. Hopefully after this, he won't be kicked out by his grandfather, because he no longer has a place to shelter other than his grandfather's house. Kendrick looked at the weak Daniel with pity. Not only did he feel pity, he felt a very strange feeling again. For some reason, his body moved without his will when he saw Daniel's condition. He didn't understand why he did that. Maybe because he felt he had a bond with the boy, but he also denied his thoughts, which he considered stupid. How could he and Emma's son possibly have a bond? Emma ran away from him because she didn't want to marry him, and the boy was probably the son of Emma's lover. They were both silent, neither spoke. Emma was afraid of being provoked, and she didn't want to talk much to her sister's fiancé because she didn't want Kimberly to misunderstand and get even more angry with her. He could guess, Kimberly must be angry right now, and what he guessed wasn't wrong at all. Kimberly and her snickers followed, because Kimberly didn't want Kendrick and Emma to be alone. I felt like stopping Kendrick's car and joining them. Hopefully no one will discuss the past and the broken engagement. I already knew he would do this, said Kimberly, feeling annoyed. What do you mean, Kimberly? Asked his grandfather. I warned Emma not to mess up tonight's funeral, Grandpa. I told her and her son not to disturb her, but Grandpa saw it. Emma actually asked her son to act so that our dinner would be ruined. Don't just make accusations, Kimberly. Grandpa saw that his son was sick, then? Is Grandpa pity? Don't forget that he has disappointed Grandpa and embarrassed Grandpa. The child's origins are also unclear, so I hope Grandpa won't be merciful. If necessary, send him away so he doesn't become a byword that will make Grandpa even more embarrassed in the future. He hopes Emma leaves the house because Emma is the biggest threat to his relationship with Kendrick. Frederick didn't answer. He was thinking about Kimberly's words. What Kimberly said was very true, but after all, Emma was her granddaughter. It seemed like he would have to find another way if Emma really wanted to stay. Kendrick's car had stopped at his family's private hospital. Emma followed the man's steps, then Kimberly and her grandfather followed. Kimberly walked quickly. She wanted to catch Kendrick, who was walking so fast. Kendrick asked a nurse to immediately treat Daniel, who was increasingly helpless, and the child looked completely helpless. But Daniel looked for his mother, whom he didn't see, even though his mother had been with him all this time. Mommy, where is Mommy? Daniel tried to raise his hand. Emma hurriedly grabbed Daniel's hand and held it. Mommy's here, darling, said Emma. Daniel wants to be with Mommy, said his son. Daniel has to be examined first before he can be with Mommy. Will it take long, Mom? Daniel doesn't want to be alone. It won't be long, just a moment. Daniel has to be strong, okay? Asked Emma. Mommy promises not to go anywhere, asked her son. Mommy promises. Mommy won't go anywhere, so Daniel doesn't need to worry. Their handholds were released because Daniel had been taken into the room to be treated. Emma stood still. The tears she had been holding back all this time finally spilled. Emma covered her face and cried. Why did Daniel have to experience something like that? Are you okay? Asked Kendrick, who was standing by Emma's side. Seeing Emma's condition like that made her feel sorry. Even though he should have been angry because Emma had rejected him and forgotten him. Thank you for your help. Now you can go because Kimberly and Grandpa will definitely be waiting for you. No, that's not what I want. Kendrick said. What do you mean by that? Answer me, Emma. Why did you refuse the match? Why did you leave me? Finally, he asked the question because he really wanted to know why Emma rejected him and forgot the promise they both made. Get away from you? I don't know you, so don't just talk, said Emma. So you forgot about me, what? Emma frowned, not understanding what Kendrick was saying. Older brother. Kimberly, who had been watching, rushed over so that their conversation wouldn't get any further. Kendrick is my fiancé. I hope you don't forget that. Haven't you already told me? You can't possibly want a man you rejected. When he heard Kimberly's words, Kendrick looked angry because he felt rejected twice by the same woman. I know, I didn't mean to snatch it, so there's no need to worry. Thank you for helping me take my son to the hospital. After saying that, Emma stepped away from Kimberly and Kendrick. Emma didn't even think about Kendrick's words, because she didn't want to ruin Kendrick's relationship with her sister once again. Kendrick's eyes didn't look away from her, which definitely annoyed Kimberly even more. Since the beginning, the only person in Kendrick's eyes was Emma. Even though she was in front of Kendrick, Kendrick thought she didn't exist. Ken, why did you help him with that illegitimate child? Kimberly asked in an unhappy tone. Why do you say that, Kimberly? He is your older brother, and his son is your nephew. I don't want to have a nephew who doesn't have a father, said Kimberly sarcastically. What do you mean, isn't Emma married? Who would want to marry trash like him, who has a son of unknown origin? So that he wouldn't marry you, he went away for several months, and when he came back, he was already pregnant with someone's child. Isn't he just a bitch? That's why I don't sympathize and feel sorry for her. A bitch will always be a bitch, what? Kendrick was silent, as if thinking about something. Kimberly said this so that Kendrick would hate Emma and stay away from Emma, but what was in Kendrick's heart was curiosity. We'd better go back, Ken. We have to discuss our marriage problems. Kimberly grabbed Kendrick's hand and held it. But Kendrick pulled her hand away until Kimberly's grip was released. Ken? Kimberly was very surprised because this was the first time Kendrick was like that. Sorry, Kimberly. I don't think I can marry you, Kendrick said without hesitation. What do you mean? Kimberly almost screamed when she heard Kendrick's refusal. I can't marry a woman who has no manners. What are you saying? Kimberly was surprised. Was Kendrick angry because of what she said? I want a wife who is gentle, not rude, and can talk as she pleases, especially to her own siblings. All this time I thought you were worthy, but after hearing your insulting words about your older sister, I don't think you are worthy to enter my family because I don't like women. Who speaks harshly, especially to his own brother? I am sorry, Ken. I got carried away. I didn't mean to insult Emma, not at all. Kimberly approached Kendrick again, but Kendrick rejected her again. I'll talk to your grandfather. What? Ken. Kimberly followed Kendrick's steps as he walked away. She won't let Kendrick end their relationship. He wouldn't let it happen, and it was all because of Emma, who was destroying the atmosphere even more. Chapter 11. Because of Emma. Why are you just rejecting it now? Frederick's screams were heard as a result of Kendrick's words that he suddenly cancelled his marriage to Kimberly without any clear reason. Kendrick's words really surprised Kimberly because she thought Kendrick was just bluffing. Now I just saw that she is not worthy to be my wife, said Kendrick without hesitation. What are you doing, Kimberly? Frederick glared at his second grandson. So far, Kimberly and Kendrick's relationship has been fine. There was no way Kendrick would suddenly decide that if Kimberly didn't do something to make Kendrick angry. I didn't do anything, Grandpa. Kimberly shouted defensively. Watch your attitude, Kimberly. This is a hospital, not a market. Kendrick said, Sorry. Kimberly looked down. It's all because of Emma. What happened to him is because of Emma. Kendrick, we should talk about this again. I know Kimberly was childish and made a mistake, but please forgive her, asked Frederick. Kendrick's engagement to Emma has failed, and this time, it can't fail. I was wrong, Ken. Please forgive me. Besides, what I said wasn't wrong, so I'm sorry. Don't defend yourself and think you're right to cover up your mistakes, Kimberly. Today I saw a lot of bad qualities that you were hiding. I'm not like that, Ken. Enough. You are not worthy to be my wife, and I have decided. Sorry, Grandfather. My relationship with Kimberly is over. Kendrick turned around, not expecting that he would actually benefit from this incident, but indeed, he never knew Kimberly had such bad traits because Kimberly had always been kind all this time. Grandpa. Kimberly asked her grandfather to help and prevent Kendrick from leaving. Kendrick, wait. Frederick followed Kendrick's steps because he couldn't just leave things like that. You can't decide this as you wish. I will meet your parents and discuss this, he said again. Grandpa can do it, and believe me, my mother will not like the evil nature in Kimberly's heart. Kendrick didn't mind either. You just misunderstood. I will teach him manners so that this doesn't happen again. Frederick approached his grandson and then grabbed Kimberly's hand because he wanted to know why Kendrick suddenly ended their relationship even though up until now there had been no problems. Kendrick walked away. He was done with Kimberly, who had a surprising nature. What have you done to make Kendrick refuse to marry you? Asked his grandfather. I didn't do anything, Grandpa. All of this is because of Emma. Grandpa can see that, since he came home, Kendrick doesn't really care about me. Just because of one thing I said about Emma and her son, Kendrick was very angry, and everything that happened was because of Emma. Emma shouldn't have come home. She shouldn't, and she always felt that way. Frederick was silent. He knew that Emma and Kendrick had always been very close, and he knew that all Kendrick wanted was Emma, but Emma was no longer possible due to his actions. The Kendrick family couldn't possibly accept Emma and her illegitimate child. Instead of nothing at all, he had to help Kimberly to marry Kendrick, especially since Emma didn't remember anything. She didn't even remember Kendrick. You have to help me, Grandpa. You have to send Emma away, because of her, Kendrick rejected me. There must still be feelings in Kendrick's heart for Emma. Before Emma realizes and remembers everything, Grandpa has to send her away, asked Kimberly, who thought Kendrick's rejection was because of Emma. Even though he knew that even if Emma had remembered everything, she would never be accepted by Kendrick again. He shouldn't have badmouthed Emma in front of Kendrick. He was really sorry, but it couldn't be helped. He did this to make Kendrick hate Emma even more for rejecting him. There's no need to worry. Kendrick will still be your husband. Grandpa will talk to your brother, but I have to contact Kendrick's parents first and talk to them because your marriage to Kendrick cannot be annulled. I'm counting on you, Grandpa. I hope Grandpa kicks him away and asks him not to come back again so that Emma doesn't interfere with my relationship with Kendrick again. I know, wait for me to come back. Frederick stepped away to contact Kendrick's parents, An angry Kimberly goes to see Emma, which has put her relationship with Kendrick at risk. He wouldn't let it happen. Emma would definitely be laughing at her current predicament. Mother and daughter are really good at playing roles. When Kendrick didn't come, they didn't make drama, but when Kendrick came, their drama started. Emma is really cunning and even uses her young son to gain sympathy. If her grandfather couldn't kick Emma, then he would do it in a cunning way. Emma waited for her son, who was being treated with feelings of anxiety and fear. He didn't know what happened because he didn't care. It was only Daniel's condition that worried him. He didn't care about anything else. Kimberly, who was angry, immediately approached Emma with suppressed anger. She was in trouble while Emma was actually enjoying her time. "Are you satisfied now?" Kimberly asked when she was standing in front of her sister. Emma looked up. She looked tired and frustrated. "Don't show a facial expression like that so that people who see it will feel sorry for you," said Kimberly sarcastically. Emma was really good at playing her role, and now she showed her helpless expression so that someone would pity her. "What did you say, Kimberly?" Emma got up. She really wasn't in the mood. "There's no need to pretend you don't know. Because you came back, Kendrick and I started fighting." Kimberly shouted, "I don't know what you mean. I've never talked to him for a long time, so don't just make accusations," said Emma. He was already confused about his son's situation, so why would he interfere with his younger brother's relationship with Kendrick? He didn't have time to do that. "You're really good at acting, Emma. Why are you doing this? Do you regret rejecting Kendrick? Did you deliberately come back when he and I were about to get married to destroy my relationship with him?" Kimberly looked angry, and now her hatred and anger towards Emma was getting worse. "Please don't just talk. I didn't do that. I never intended to destroy your relationship. I didn't even know what your relationship was before I came back." For some reason, Kimberly always thought she was going to destroy her relationship with Kendrick. She really didn't understand, and she had no intention of doing that. "Don't cheat. My relationship with Kendrick is at risk because of you." Kimberly raised one hand because she was about to hit Emma, who was pretending to be innocent. Emma was silent. Of course, this made Kimberly even more angry. So Kimberly swung her hand to hit her, but someone behind her suddenly grabbed her hand. Kimberly was shocked, and so was Emma. Kimberly turned around. She was even more surprised to see the man standing behind her. Kendrick." Kimberly stepped back when Kendrick glared at her. Kimberly gulped. "Damn. Why was that man there? Isn't Kendrick gone?" Kimberly turned, looked at Emma, who was looking at Kendrick without blinking. "That's right, all because of Emma." Emma deliberately wanted to upset him so that Kendrick would hate him even more. He really didn't expect it. Emma was really cunning. Chapter 12. Don't Know You. Kendrick, who came back to see how Emma and her son were doing, was very surprised when he heard what Kimberly said and what Kimberly wanted to do to Emma. He knew Kimberly had bad traits as a child, but he thought Kimberly had changed, especially since Kimberly didn't show any bad traits during the 4 years they were together. He thought Kimberly really had a good nature, but in fact, he was the one who had been fooled by the sweet attitude that Kimberly had shown all this time, and stupidly, he just believed it. Today he received many surprises, and he used these surprises to end his relationship with Kimberly because the woman he wanted was the woman who had rejected him and had forgotten him, and the woman was right in front of him. Kendrick came back not only to see how Emma and her son were doing, But he also wanted to talk to Emma because he wanted to know why Emma could forget him and forget the promise they both made when they were little. Maybe there was an incident that had happened and he didn't know about it. He really wanted to know, but he got Kimberly's bad character, especially since Kimberly accused Emma of ruining their relationship. Kimberly, who thought Kendrick had left, was of course surprised by the man's presence. Even though he didn't want Kendrick to see what he was doing, Kendrick's sudden arrival was very unexpected. I don't know why the man always came back to approach Emma. Between them, it was like there was a magnet that he couldn't get rid of, and now Kendrick must have misunderstood and hated him even more. Kendrick, haven't you left yet? Kimberly looked embarrassed. She hoped Kendrick didn't see everything. Why? Don't you want me to see your bad attitude? Kendrick threw away Kimberly's arm, which he was still holding, and showed a disappointed expression. It's not like that, Ken. You misunderstand. Kimberly said defensively. Misunderstood? Do you think I'm a blind person? Do you think I'm a fool you can trick, Kimberly? Ken, Emma deliberately came back when we were getting married because she wanted to destroy our relationship. Don't you know that? This time he will no longer cover up what he suspects so that Ken knows that Emma has returned solely to destroy their relationship. If not, then why did Emma come back when they were about to get married? Why not just after they get married? Don't just make accusations, Kimberly. I don't care about the relationship between the two of you, so don't accuse me like that, because I'm not interested in destroying anyone's relationship, said Emma, defending herself. He doesn't care, but why is he involved in their relationship? There's no need to pretend, Emma. If it wasn't to destroy our relationship, then why did you come back? Kimberly still couldn't believe what Emma said. I just want to ask grandfather for help, that's all, and doesn't mean anything. Don't misunderstand me. I've said from the start, I don't know your relationship. If you leave here, you're already gone, so why are you coming back? You'd better go and prove that you won't interfere with my relationship with Kendrick, asked Kimberly. Enough, Kimberly, Kendrick said. He was really annoyed because Emma didn't care about him. I don't want him to ruin our relationship. Ken, that's enough. I think you've heard my reason for canceling our engagement. It's not all because of Emma, but all because of your bad character. Don't defend him. I know you still have feelings for him. Kimberly shouted. He really didn't accept this. Emma has left and rejected their engagement, but why is Kendrick still defending Emma? Emma was surprised. What did Kimberly mean? Now Emma and Kendrick look at each other looking for an answer. Emma wanted to know what Kimberly meant, while Kendrick wanted to know whether Emma could remember herself or not, but Emma's expression showed that she didn't remember anything. Don't tell jokes that might rub me the wrong way, Kimberly. Emma's words really showed that she really didn't know what Kimberly was saying. Do you want to trap me with your words so you can blame me even more? Emma turned around. Their conversation had been enough, and she didn't want to get involved any further. Please don't involve me in your problems, he said before walking away. Wait, Emma. Do you really not remember me? Kendrick asked. No, who are you? I don't know you, so don't act as if we're familiar, even though we're just strangers. Please don't involve me in your relationship. I'm having a lot of problems, so don't add to my problems. Emma walked away. She didn't know what condition her son was in, but Kimberly and her fiancé made her even more confused. Ken held both hands. He really didn't understand what was happening with Emma. Did Emma do it on purpose because of Kimberly, or did she really forget about her and that's why Emma rejected their match? He would find out later. He was sure something was up. Emma wasn't like that before. The two of them were so close that Emma didn't even want to let go of her. But since Emma moved in with her parents, she doesn't know Emma anymore. "Ken, please don't end our relationship," asked Kimberly. "Seeing your character, I am even more convinced. Kimberly, Emma has forgotten you. She can't be yours anymore, because she is looking for the father of her child," said Kimberly carelessly. He said this so that Ken would stop chasing Emma. Kendrick said nothing, the father of his son? I don't know who Emma was in a relationship with. She thinks Emma has had a boyfriend before, but every time she remembers Daniel, she feels like she wants to meet that child again and again. Whatever happened, he didn't know. Does he feel that way because Daniel is Emma's son? Or does he feel that way because he is curious about who Daniel's father is? Everything gets complicated. He should have forgotten about Emma because he had been rejected. But the feelings he had been there since childhood, and it was difficult to get rid of, especially since Emma had forgotten about him and the little child who made him curious. "Kendrick, please don't end our relationship," asked Kimberly again. "We'll discuss this later." Kendrick walked away. He would think things through carefully, but he had decided to end his relationship with Kimberly because he didn't want Kimberly. Kimberly's grudge and hatred for her sister only got bigger. She won't let Emma have Kendrick, never, because Kendrick should only be hers. He will make Emma forget Kendrick even more. He won't get his lost memories forever, and he will even keep Emma and Kendrick away. He will also make it impossible for Emma and Kendrick to be together because no one can have Kendrick but him. Chapter 13: Daniel's Request. Emma was very relieved because Daniel had been taken to another room for treatment. Luckily, he left Kendrick and Kimberly, who might still be arguing, because if he was still between them, Kimberly would hate him even more, and he didn't want that to happen. It was also fortunate that he went because his son had been transferred so he could accompany and be by his son's side when Daniel opened his eyes. Daniel smiled, but he was still very weak. Emma held her son's small hand and smiled, even though she was sad to see his son's condition. "How is Daniel doing?" Emma asked. "Daniel was very tired, Mommy. But now it's better." "Actually, what happened to Daniel?" "Before Daniel was fine, but why is Daniel like this and doesn't go to school anymore? Daniel just needs to rest because he is tired. That's why Daniel shouldn't go to school until Daniel gets better." "When, Mommy?" "Daniel already misses school and Daniel's friends." Daniel looked sad. He really missed school and his friends. "Daniel will definitely go back to school once Daniel's condition gets better." "Don't be sad like that. Mommy will do anything for Daniel." "Now tell Mommy, what does Daniel want?" "Mommy will buy it." "Really? Can Daniel ask for anything?" The happy face his son was showing right now was everything because he knew Daniel was enduring pain. "Of course, but don't be too expensive." "Mommy doesn't have much money left. Daniel just wants a computer, Mommy, which isn't too expensive." "That's fine as long as Mommy can afford it." "Okay, Mommy will buy it for Daniel, but now Daniel has to rest." "Okay, Mommy." But Daniel has something to tell Mommy. Will Mommy be angry with Daniel? Daniel looked down and didn't dare look at his mother. Emma was very surprised. What exactly was her son trying to say? What is Daniel trying to say? Why are you so hesitant? Emma got closer. I don't know what Daniel was hiding, but he wasn't like usual. Daniel is afraid that Mommy will be angry, said Daniel. No, Mommy won't be angry. So tell Mommy what Daniel wants to say, his mother asked. Mommy promises you won't be angry, right? Daniel raised his face and looked at his mother with a pitiful look. No, of course not. Just tell Mommy what Daniel wants to say. Okay. Actually, Daniel dreamed of meeting Daddy, said Daniel. Oh, yeah? Emma wasn't surprised at all because she knew that sooner or later Daniel would dream of his father, especially since they had already met, even though Daniel and Kendrick didn't realize it. Mommy, when Uncle was carrying Daniel, Daniel felt like he was in Daddy's arms. Even Daniel felt that Uncle was Daniel's daddy. Can Daniel think like that, Mom? Daniel asked. No, you can't, his mother answered quickly. Why, Mommy? His eyes became glazed. He wanted to know why his mother forbade him. Daniel, he is Auntie Kimberly's future husband. Mommy needs Grandpa's help so that Daniel can recover, so we can't make Auntie angry. If Grandpa kicks Kira out, where are we going? With Mommy's condition like this, Mommy can't give Daniel away. A decent place to live, especially now that Mommy needs money for Daniel's treatment, so Mommy hopes that Daniel will help Mommy not to cause problems with Auntie. Daniel understands what Mommy means, right? He knew why Daniel could feel that way. The bond between Kendrick and Daniel as father and son cannot be avoided, but for now, it would be best for them not to cause problems because he needs his grandfather's help. He couldn't tell Kendrick either, because it could make things worse. The only hope he had was his grandfather, and he hoped that the incident that had just happened would not freeze his grandfather's heart when he asked for help. Daniel feels that Uncle is just like Daddy, Mommy. Daniel looked down with teary eyes. Okay, Mommy doesn't forbid it, but you can't call him Daddy, especially when Auntie is around. We could be kicked out right then and there. Can Daniel be friends with that uncle? Daniel looked up again. He hoped this time his mother wouldn't forbid him. Yes, yes. Daniel doesn't have any friends, Daniel asked with a pleading expression. Emma smiled. This time she couldn't stop it, because she knew her son would be sad and disappointed. Of course, Daniel can be friends with him, but it shouldn't be too much. Thank you, Mommy. Daniel has a friend even though Uncle doesn't necessarily want to be friends with Daniel. Daniel's a smart kid, he definitely wants to. Oh, yeah? When can Daniel meet Uncle again? Daniel looked excited again. I don't know, maybe later when Aunt Kimberly will marry him. Wow, Daniel wants to see it. When will Mommy get married or look for Daddy? Mommy told me, after Daniel recovers. Now Daniel has to rest so he can recover quickly and go home. Don't ask too many more questions, okay? Daniel nodded. Emma kissed her son's forehead and asked him to rest. He will also accompany him. Hopefully Daniel will be well again soon because he must immediately talk to his grandfather before Kimberly instigates his grandfather, so he doesn't want to help him. He got into trouble even though he didn't do anything as Kimberly was accusing him of. But to be honest, some of Kimberly's words and Kendrick's questions made him think, have they met before? Did they know each other before? He really doesn't understand because Kendrick seems to know him and he doesn't. Was there something he forgot between them? Kimberly, who didn't accept it, went looking for her grandfather, who had just finished talking to Kendrick's father. They agreed to meet and discuss Kendrick and Kimberly's marriage further, because the marriage could not be annulled. How, Grandpa, Kendrick really wants to end our relationship, said Kimberly with a sad expression. No need to worry, Tomorrow we will go to Kendrick's house to discuss this matter with his parents. Grandpa had to persuade them so that my marriage to Kendrick wouldn't be annulled. Grandfather knows. We went to see him to discuss this. You don't need to worry, you'll come with Grandfather tomorrow. Okay, but regarding Emma, Grandpa has to make a firm decision for him and his son. Anyway, I don't want her to be at home anymore and interfere with my relationship with Kendrick. Grandfather will think about it later. Now take care of your problems first and then his. Don't mix them up, okay? I hope Grandpa kicks him out immediately because if not, he will again interfere with my relationship with Kendrick. Don't let our efforts to meet Kendrick's parents be in vain. Grandfather knows. Now go home. It's late. Invite his grandfather. Kimberly nodded. Now go home first. Tomorrow his grandfather will definitely be able to persuade the two Kendricks to get their relationship back to normal, and after that, his grandfather will definitely kick Emma and her son out of the house. He hopes that after that Emma won't come back again, so that he and Kendrick can get married without any interference. Chapter 14 will forget Emma. Kendrick was waiting for him by his parents. Of course, because of Frederick's request, he wanted to invite them to meet tomorrow to discuss Kendrick and Kimberly's marriage problems. Ainsley already knew that Kendrick broke off his relationship with Kimberly suddenly because her husband had just spoken to Frederick. That's why they waited for Kendrick to come home to discuss it. Kendrick was surprised to find his parents in the living room even though it was already late. After leaving the hospital, he didn't go straight home, but he went to the bar for a while to calm his mind. There were many questions he wanted to get answers to, but they couldn't do it instantly. Mom, Dad, why don't you two sleep? Why is it so late, Kendrick? Mommy and Daddy have been waiting for you all this time, said his mother. What's wrong? Can't you do it tomorrow? Kendrick approached his parents and sat not far from them. He has a calm nature like his father, while his younger brother follows his mother's slightly strict nature. Tell Daddy, what happened to you and Kimberly's relationship? Why did her grandfather call Daddy and sound angry? His father asked. Dad, I ended our relationship because I didn't like his bad qualities. So far I've never seen him like that, but today, I just saw the bad qualities he was hiding. Really, none of this is because of Emma. Right? His mother asked. Frederick also said that Kimberly was angry with Emma for ruining their dinner, causing Kendrick to misunderstand. No, it has nothing to do with Emma. Why does Mommy ask like that? Mommy just wants to know because Mommy heard you decided that because of Emma. Don't believe those words. Kimberly accused her carelessly. I helped Emma take her son who suddenly fell ill to the hospital, but Kimberly thought that Emma had done it on purpose to ruin our dinner, and she even accused Emma of wanting to ruin our relationship. To be honest, I don't like his bad character even though Emma is his older sister. What? Emma has a son? Is he married? His mother asked. If Emma is married, hasn't she completely forgotten the promise they made long ago? Kendrick will definitely be even more disappointed and heartbroken. He even still remembers when Emma refused to marry Kendrick and left. Kendrick was really disappointed. Yeah, it seems she refused to marry me because she was pregnant at the time. Okay, we don't need to discuss Emma. She has already refused. What can we do? Moreover, she already has a son, which means her son's father might marry her in the future, so you don't need to hope for him anymore. Maybe Emma doesn't take the promise seriously. You two made it when you were little. Mommy hopes you don't waste time and regarding your relationship with Kimberly. What about the relationship between the two of you? You decide, and we won't force it, said her mother. I want to end our relationship, Mom. I can't marry him because I don't have feelings for him. Besides, his bad character, I really don't like it. You don't have feelings for him, but you want to get engaged to him. What exactly do you want? Kendrick asked his father too. Sorry, Dad. At that time I agreed without thinking twice. I thought maybe I could find out why Emma left after being with her and know when Emma would come back. To be honest, at that time he still hoped for Emma because the love that had existed since childhood was not easily erased, but now, he had to try to erase it. Okay, you're really playing with fire. If Kimberly is angry with you and Emma, I think that's normal, said his mother. I know, but my decision has nothing to do with Emma. But Kimberly doesn't necessarily want to understand, Ken, said his mother. I know, Mom. Tomorrow, I will explain it to Kimberly as clearly as possible, and I will forget about Emma. Kendrick got up and said goodbye. He should have forgotten about Emma from the start and not hoped for her anymore, but now, he will really forget about Emma because that woman was not meant for him. It would be best to focus on his relationship with Kimberly first. He would talk to Kimberly nicely, and after that, he would focus on finding the woman who trapped him 4 years ago. If necessary, he will ask his 2 uncles for help to find the mysterious woman. Ainsley and Damien could only look at each other and shake their heads. If that's what Kendrick wants, then they can't prevent it at all. Hopefully after this Kendrick will find the right life partner, but for some reason, Ainsley hopes that Kendrick and Emma will remain good friends. Kendrick went into his room and went to take a shower, but he didn't sleep straight away. Kendrick stood in front of a wall cabinet where there were many photos. The photos were of him and Emma when they were still living as neighbors. Kendrick took a photo that he really liked because it had a lot of memories and even a promise he couldn't forget they made before the photo was taken. For the first time, Kendrick turned the photo over because he didn't want to see it again. If he couldn't have Emma, then he would forget about it from now on. If Emma forgot their promise and their childhood, then he would forget her too. Kendrick rubs his face. Damn. Why do you act like a child? Forget it. He still had things to do, besides Emma, and Emma occupying his heart and mind. He should go to bed, especially since it's so late, but the shadow of Emma haunts him. Even the image of the face of a small child who looks like Emma haunts him. What actually happened to Emma's son? Why was he suddenly thinking about this child who had nothing to do with him at all? He'd better completely forget about Emma, because they will never meet again. The Emma he knew had changed. The Emma he always wanted was no longer there, but that wasn't the case. Emma has completely forgotten her past, the memories of the beautiful times they spent together. Kendrick closed his eyes, childhood memories haunting him. He remembered that at that time, Emma and Kimberly were playing in the forest behind their house, but somehow, Emma got lost and disappeared. Everyone is looking, he is looking. Because he knew that Emma would definitely cry and hide behind a big tree, so he looked for the biggest tree in the forest, and sure enough, Emma was crying in fear. Kendrick carried Emma on his back. He was also the one who calmed Emma, who was crying non-stop because she was afraid. No need to be afraid, now I'm here. He still remembered the words he said at that time. Emma is scared, Ken. Kimberly is mean to Emma. At that time Emma said that, but no one suspected anything because Emma and Kimberly were sisters. Later, I'll scold Kimberly, Kendrick comforted so that Emma wouldn't cry again. Kendrick, I don't want to be separated from you. I don't want to move. At that time Emma was indeed going to move with her family. No need to worry, we won't separate. Is it true? Yes. What if Emma just became my wife? When we grow up, we get married so we won't be separated anymore. Do you want that? Of course I want to. The innocent Emma didn't refuse. Then I'll look for you after we grow up. Do you promise? Of course. When we grow up we will get married so that we won't be separated again. He really remembered the promise he made at that time. But everything changed because a few days later, Emma and her family moved. They still exchanged information for a while, but after that, they no longer exchanged information until he finally found out that Emma had returned after decades. It's time to fulfill the promise, but Emma just runs away and forgets herself. Because of that, he will forget the promise they made, and he will forget Emma. Chapter 15. Will Mommy be sad? Emma looked tired. She was also hungry, because there was no food for her at the hospital. Emma also had to save money. She couldn't just waste her money even on slightly expensive food. She had to think twice. Sometimes he thinks that it is better for him to eat for his son, because his son needs more nutrition than he does. Being a single mother is not easy. In the past, she really didn't think long, but she didn't regret it because if she hadn't done something crazy, then she wouldn't have had Daniel. Now the challenge for him is to fight for Daniel. After all, she's not the only single mother in this world. They also experienced difficulties like him, and he had to be able to do it for his son. Emma held her hungry stomach. Damn, it looks like he has to go home to buy food and leave Daniel for a while. Besides, Daniel will soon be undergoing treatment. He can use this to go home. Mommy, Daniel is hungry, said his son while holding his stomach. Soon Daniel's food will come. But Daniel doesn't want hospital food, Mommy. Daniel wants to eat fried chicken. Fried chicken isn't healthy, Daniel. Besides, you shouldn't eat a lot of it because it's not good for your health. Daniel wants to eat fried chicken, Mommy. Daniel doesn't want anything else. Daniel started to nag his mother to buy the fried chicken he wanted. Okay. Don't cry, you might throw up. Mommy will buy the fried chicken you want. Mommy also has to go home to get your clothes. Are we going back to great-grandfather's house again, Mom? Daniel asked. We have no place to go home other than there, darling. Once your condition improves, Mommy will take you home, because Mommy can't afford the hospital fees which seem very expensive. When will Daniel get better, Mommy? Daniel is so tired, he feels like he just wants to sleep all day. What? Why say that? If Daniel was picked up by an angel, would Mommy be sad? For some reason his son asked that question. Why do you ask like that, darling? There won't be an angel to pick you up, because Mommy will do anything for you. Emma held her son's hand. She couldn't hold back her tears because of her son's very sad words. If Daniel is taken by an angel, Mommy must not cry, asked her son. Please, don't talk like that. Daniel will definitely recover. Mommy will ask the doctor to do his best to cure Daniel's illness, so don't say sad things like that. Mommy doesn't need to lie. Daniel knows Mommy doesn't have any money. Mommy will ask great-grandpa for help. Daniel, just rest. There's no need to think about this. Regarding money or whatever, Mommy will work on it, said Emma. Great-grandfather doesn't like us. Will great-grandfather want to help us? Of course, and if not, there are still many ways Mommy can get money so Daniel doesn't need to worry. Money is Mommy's business, and all Daniel has to do is rest so that Daniel recovers quickly. Daniel wants that, right? Daniel nodded. Emma tried to smile even though her heart felt so tight because of her son's words. A nurse came with a bag of blood because Daniel had to have a blood transfusion. Daniel, rest, Mommy, go buy the fried chicken that Daniel wants first. Don't take too long, Mommy, asked her son. It won't be long. Be a good boy and listen to the nurse's words. Emma got up and kissed her son's forehead before leaving. It felt hard to walk away. He was afraid that this would be his last day with Daniel, because of what his son said. For some reason, lately he had been afraid that this would happen. Emma left the room, her tears flowing again, but this time they were stronger. Emma fell to her knees in front of the door, crying there to express her sadness. He hopes Daniel isn't taken from him. He was in the wrong, but why is his son taking the blame? Hopefully there is a miracle. He will see a doctor after he buys food for his son. Even though he currently has no money, he wants his son to get the best care. If his grandfather didn't want to help, then there was no other way he could take other than selling his kidney. He will do it for his son, but that doesn't mean he won't ask Kendrick for help. If he really had no way left, then he would look for that man to get money. That was the last option, even though he would be hated even more by his younger brother and grandfather. He was even sure that Kendrick would hate him too, but if he was still capable, then he wouldn't involve that man. Emma goes home. She will talk to her grandfather first. If the money is there, then everything will be easy. When he came back, his grandfather looked neat because he wanted to go with Kimberly. Emma approached her grandfather, but his grandfather, who was very disappointed in him, didn't want to see him. She used to love her 2 grandchildren, but Emma herself had gotten rid of the affection she had, and now she didn't care about the grandchildren who had disappointed her by running away and becoming pregnant with the child of a man she didn't know. At some point, what Emma did would no longer attract his sympathy. "Grandfather, are you free?" Emma dared to ask because her grandfather didn't seem to care. "No," his grandfather answered with a cold expression. "There's something important I want to talk to Grandpa about." "Just for a moment," asked Emma. "Didn't you hear?" "I don't have time because I have to go." His grandfather left. He was going to take Kimberly away because he didn't want to make Kendrick's parents wait too long. "Just a moment, Grandfather," Emma pleaded. "Don't mind him, Grandpa," said Kimberly, who was finished and looked amazing. "He always brings trouble to Grandpa, so don't pay attention to him. It's better for us to leave than spend time with him because we won't gain anything. Grandpa will only make Grandpa's blood pressure rise, so don't argue with him. I always bring trouble, but you don't need to get involved," said Emma. "He's your brother, not someone else. So he has the right to interfere, especially since what he said is very true." "If you want to talk, wait for me to come back," said his grandfather. "I will wait, and I hope Grandfather will forgive the mistakes I have made," asked Emma. Frederick glanced at his granddaughter briefly. From the bottom of his heart he couldn't bear it, but he couldn't just forgive Emma's mistake. He will be tough. As a lesson to Emma, therefore he will not be nice so easily. "Watch it," said Kimberly as she passed her sister. She deliberately nudged Emma's shoulder and walked away. Emma was silent, really childish. He wouldn't reply because he knew that making Kimberly angry would be the same as making her grandfather angry. In order to win his grandfather's favor, he was willing to bow a little deeply. Chapter 16: Cancelled Engagement. Kimberly couldn't wait. She hoped that the meeting they had today could bring Kendrick back to her. However, he didn't want Kendrick to just end their relationship. He has liked Kendrick since childhood. He fell in love with the young man who lived next to his house, but Kendrick was always looking for Emma and Emma. Kendrick never wanted to be with him even though he had been trying to attract Kendrick's attention since they were little. You can imagine how hard he worked. He didn't even hesitate to harm Emma so that Kendrick would be his, but the only thing in Kendrick's eyes was Emma. All the efforts he made and Emma's memory loss was taken advantage of. Especially when they moved suddenly, everything really benefited him, plus Emma refused to marry Kendrick and became pregnant with another man's child. He really benefited. After all his hard work to get Kendrick, he doesn't want his efforts to be destroyed in the blink of an eye and their relationship to be destroyed because Emma returns. If he knew it would turn out like this, he would have sent several people to eliminate Emma like he did before, but he wouldn't give up. Kendrick's parents had been waiting for them. Kimberly smiled when she saw Kendrick, but the man she had difficulty reaching looked indifferent, and Kendrick was even reluctant to look at her. That's the attitude he always shows because he doesn't have feelings for Kimberly. "Ken, I really miss you." Kimberly was about to hug him, but Kendrick immediately avoided her. Usually he would be silent, but this time he wouldn't let Kimberly hug him again. "Don't do it, Kimberly. We don't have any relationship anymore, so don't do it," he said. "I don't accept it, Ken. I won't accept it forever, and I'm your fiancé." Kimberly almost screamed because she didn't want their relationship to end. "Don't shout, you'll just make me dislike you even more. I don't accept the reason you gave. All of this must be because of Emma." Of course, Emma was the mastermind, because she could see that Kendrick still loved Emma. "I told you, Emma had nothing to do with this." "Lie!" Kimberly shouted. "You just came. Why are you already fighting?" Ainsley asked. "Kimberly, behave yourself," said his grandfather. "Sorry." Kimberly looked down and cursed under her breath. "Forgive their attitude. We came to discuss their problem further," said Frederick. "Come on, sit down, Uncle. I think it should be discussed so that we know what they really want." Damien invited them to sit down first before they talked. "Please forgive my grandson's childish behavior. I hope Ken changes his mind and doesn't just end their relationship. However, I want my promise to Jaeger to be fulfilled, Uncle. I know everything that happened was because of your agreement with my father, but my father told me not to force you. We also know why there was a promise between you. It was because he saw that Kendrick and Emma were very close, so he thought there was nothing wrong with Kendrick marrying Emma." "What? So the promise only applies to Emma?" Kimberly asked with an expression of disbelief. "That's how it should be, darling. But Ken was also wrong because he accepted you when you offered yourself," said Ainsley. "I offered because I have loved Kendrick since childhood, Auntie. Besides, Emma has dirtied herself so much that she gave birth to her illegitimate child. What good is she? I'm better than her, but why is it only Emma you look at?" He really couldn't accept that Kendrick's parents even wanted Emma. "That's not it, don't get me wrong. Let's discuss this without involving Emma. She has refused and has children. It's no longer possible for Ken and Emma to be together, so let's discuss this without involving Emma," said Ainsley. "Okay, what you said is very true. Emma has nothing to do with this problem, so tell me, what makes you want to end your relationship, Kendrick?" asked the grandfather. "Sorry, grandfather. I don't like the nature that Kimberly shows. I can't stand living with someone who has a lot of cunning and jealousy. People who have an attitude like that find it difficult to find peace in life, and I don't get along with them. I hope Kimberly learns a lot to control her emotions, and most importantly, she must watch her words. Kendrick, I got carried away at that time. Please forgive me. I won't do it again, Kimberly pleaded. Don't force it, Kimberly. It was wrong from the start, and I think we are like before, friends. Kendrick said, Don't want to. Kimberly shouted as she got up, I know you're like this, because that bitch is back. What's good about Emma? She's dirty. She could have slept with lots of men, that's why she's not looking for the father of her son, because she doesn't know which man got her pregnant. What are you still willing to accept him being dirty? What's the difference between him and a bitch? He shouted. Kimberly was carried away by emotions. She didn't realize that her words shocked Ainsley and Damien. Emma is your sister, Kimberly. Why do you say that about her? What she did was a family disgrace, so you shouldn't be talking about your family's disgrace like that, said Ainsley. Sorry, Auntie. What I said is true. Okay, now I understand, and what Kendrick said is true. It seems like you don't deserve to be part of our family, so I think your engagement should be cancelled. What? Kimberly was very surprised to hear Kendrick's mother's words. Madam, please forgive my grandson, asked Frederick. Kimberly was stupid. She only added to the fire. Uncle, the daughter-in-law in our family is certainly not just any woman. We don't judge by face alone, but we judge by behavior. Ken is very right. Kimberly has to learn a lot to control her emotions and words. She can easily reveal her own sister's disgrace. Then what about our family's disgrace after he joins our extended family? Don't let our family's disgrace spread because he can't keep his word, Auntie, am I not? There's no need to defend yourself for the mistakes you've made, Kimberly. Seeing your character, I think it would be best for your engagement to be cancelled, said Ainsley again. What? Kimberly was very shocked. Not only Kendrick, but her mother also wanted their relationship to end. I'm really sorry, said Frederick. He couldn't do anything because it was Kendrick's mother who spoke directly to end their engagement. Grandfather, I don't want this engagement to be broken. Kimberly shouted, You destroyed it yourself. Grandpa can't do anything. No, it's all because of Emma. After saying that, Kimberly ran away. Her grandfather tried to stop her. He knew what Kimberly would do. Kimberly didn't care. She continued running away because she wanted to make amends with Emma for destroying her relationship with Kendrick. Today, he had to make Emma feel his heartache. He hated Emma, and Emma should have died when the accident happened. Chapter 17, Conditions from the Grandfather. A clueless Emma went to see a doctor after he returned. He wanted to talk to the doctor who treated his son's condition because he wanted to know how Daniel was doing. He hopes there is a better way other than a bone marrow transplant because he knows he won't be able to afford the high costs and finding suitable bone marrow is not easy. Emma was already in the doctor's room. The male doctor who treated Daniel was already with him, of course, with the results of the laboratory tests he had just taken. A feeling of fear enveloped Emma's heart. She hoped to get a good answer so she would know what she had to do later to cure Daniel's illness. How about it, doctor? Is there no other way besides chemotherapy and a bone marrow transplant? Emma asked with a feeling of fear, and she even looked listless. So far this is the only action that can be done for leukemia sufferers, but as we know, this type of cancer is not easy to cure, so there's no hope? Emma was getting more and more desperate. It's not nothing. let's talk about the bad things first. Chemotherapy will definitely cause excruciating pain for small children, especially if your son is only 3 years old. Chemotherapy cannot necessarily kill cancer in the blood. Bone marrow surgery does not impossible but unlikely to succeed. Madam has to prepare a large expense of $1 billion, and finding suitable bone marrow is also not easy. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. That's what happens because finding suitable bone marrow is really not easy. If we even finding it, bone marrow transplant surgery is not necessarily successful because the rate of bone marrow rejection after surgery is very high and the patient will die instantly. So what? Is there no way to cure my son's illness? Emma was really frustrated. It turns out that even a bone marrow transplant can't help, so what should I do? The death rate for leukemia patients is very high, especially for children, but there is good news for Madam. Do you want to hear, Madam? Of course, say it. We will refer your son to another hospital, because this is not a special cancer hospital. At that hospital, your son will undergo therapy. There is no need for chemotherapy and surgery, just therapy. But I can't guarantee that your son's disease can be cured, but 40% of patients those who underwent this therapy were successful in recovering. Do it, doctor. Move my son immediately, asked Emma excitedly. If there really is a way to cure his son's illness, he will take it even though it is difficult. Even though the possibility is only 40%, he hopes his son can be cured. Okay, we will immediately prepare the files, but Madam, you have to know, this treatment is not cheap. I know. Please move my son immediately so that my son can get treatment immediately. Okay, I'll do it right away, like getting a breath of fresh air. Emma was very happy because there was a better way to cure her son's illness. Even though the most complicated thing was financial problems, he could work on it because he wanted to ask his grandfather for help with this. Emma came out of the doctor's office. A happy expression appeared on her face, even a little. Emma stepped towards her son's room, but was surprised to find Kimberly inside with her grandfather. Kimberly, who was very angry because her engagement to Kendrick had been cancelled, of course blamed Emma. If Emma doesn't come back, then her and Kendrick's engagement is definitely not off. In fact, she is sure they are planning a wedding right now. Grandpa, I happen to want to talk to you. Emma approached her grandfather because right then she was going to ask her grandfather for help, but what happened? Suddenly, Kimberly stepped up to him and gave him a pretty hard punch to his face. Emma was shocked. Daniel, who saw his mother being hit, screamed. Kimberly looked at her own sister with hatred. His hands were clenched tightly into fists. Tears even flowed from his emotions. Don't hit mommy, bad auntie, don't hit mommy. Daniel shouted, but he didn't have the energy to get out of bed. Why did you hit me? Emma asked. He tried not to scream because it was a hospital. It's all because of you. If you don't come back, then my relationship with Kendrick won't end. Kimberly shouted. Your relationship is ruined. Why do you blame me? That's enough. He's having a lot of problems, but Kimberly always blames him. Of course, because you came back, it made Kendrick hate me. Did you do it on purpose, because of you and Kendrick? Kimberly stopped what she was saying. Damn it, don't let Emma find out that Kendrick is her childhood love. It could be serious, because her lost memories could come back. What? This time Emma shouted angrily, bad auntie, don't hit mommy. Daniel asked. Emma approached her son quickly to calm his crying son. He didn't know anything, but he was dragged into the relationship between two people, which suddenly broke down. It's funny, he doesn't even know Kendrick. Why did Auntie hit you, Mommy? Why? Daniel asked between sobs. Don't cry, it's no big deal. Daniel, just rest. But Auntie was mean to Mommy, said Daniel. Boys shouldn't cry, okay? Emma wiped her son's tears and calmed his crying. Tell me, Emma. Why did you come back at the wrong time? If it wasn't to destroy your sister and Kendrick's relationship, then why did you come back? Asked his grandfather. Grandfather, Daniel is seriously ill and needs a lot of money. I came home to ask grandfather for help, not to destroy Kimberly's relationship with her fiancé. I had no intention at all. What benefit do I get from destroying their relationship? I don't even know Kendrick. So what for? Frederick thought for a moment. What Emma said was true because Emma didn't remember who Kendrick was. Since falling into the river as a child, Emma's memory of her childhood has completely disappeared. Emma shouldn't remember Kendrick because if she did, she couldn't possibly refuse to marry Kendrick, her childhood sweetheart. Please, Grandpa. I came back because I needed your help, not to destroy Kimberly's relationship with her fiancé, Emma begged. No. Kimberly answered. I didn't ask for your help, said Emma sarcastically. Don't help him, Grandpa. He goes as he pleases, and comes as he pleases. When there's trouble he comes looking for Grandpa. In the past 4 years, has he ever looked for Grandpa? He doesn't even care about the trouble he causes. Shut up, Kimberly. You're like a saint who never makes a mistake. At least I didn't sleep with random men until I got pregnant. When there's a problem, then you come home to ask grandfather for help. Why don't you just ask for help from the man who got you pregnant? Pia will definitely want it because the child is her son, or... Kimberly looked at Emma with a disdainful look. You have slept with too many men, so you don't know which man is the father of your son. He sneered again. Don't talk carelessly, Kimberly. Even though I'm like this, only one man has slept with me. TCH, you're such a proud bitch. Enough, interrupted his grandfather. Kimberly and Emma actually looked at each other like enemies even though Emma didn't expect the dispute. So you want me to help? Asked his grandfather. That's right, soon Daniel will undergo therapy, and I need a lot of money. Only you can help me, grandfather. I beg you. Please help me pay for the therapy that Daniel will undergo. I'm willing to do anything as long as grandfather is willing, asked Emma. Don't listen to him, Grandpa. He'll disappoint you again, said Kimberly. Do you really want to do anything if I help you? Asked the grandfather. Grandpa. Kimberly shouted. What does that mean? I will do it as long as my son can recover. He would not hesitate as long as his grandfather was willing to spend money to pay for the therapy his son had to undergo. Okay, I'll help as long as you want to get married, and this time you can't refuse, said his grandfather. Emma was surprised, while Kimberly smiled. Good. If Emma marries, then Kendrick will no longer have hope and she can approach Kendrick to get him back. Even though he doesn't want his grandfather to help Emma, this is the best way so that Kendrick really doesn't expect Emma anymore. Chapter 18. Already friends. After Kimberly and her grandfather left, Kendrick left. He intended to go to the office, but somehow his legs took him to the hospital. As usual, wherever he stepped, he would be the center of attention. Several nurses stole glances, as did several women who happened to be there. If there was Kimberly, she would be like a guard dog, because she doesn't like anyone seeing Kendrick, but for today, no one is sticking to her too much anymore. The end of his relationship with Kimberly really made him relieved, especially since there was no long drama to end it. Kendrick got out of the elevator he was riding in, and now, he only really realized where he was when he was already in the room where a boy was lying on the bed. What is he doing? Shouldn't he go to the office, Uncle? Daniel's call made him step back. I don't know what brought him there. What is certain is that he felt a feeling that was difficult for him to express when he saw the boy. Mommy didn't say Uncle wanted to come. Daniel sat on the bed. The expression on his face showed that he was very happy to be visited by Kendrick. I didn't say that. Where's your mother? Why left you alone? Mommy left for a while after being hit by evil auntie. What? Kimberly hit him? Don't say that. Kimberly still thinks that Emma is the mastermind behind the breakdown of their relationship, so Kimberly hit her own sister. Why is auntie so mean? Uncle? Great-grandfather was mean too. Isn't Uncle auntie's fiancé? Why doesn't Uncle scold auntie? No, we're not engaged anymore. Oh, why? Daniel tilted his head and looked at Kendrick curiously. Uncle doesn't think you need to know this. I came to see how you are. Am I okay? Now Daniel is fine, but soon he won't be, answered Daniel, because his condition was always changing. Why is that? Mommy didn't say it, but Mommy said Daniel just needs to get lots of rest. Is Mommy alone? What about Daddy? This was what he wanted to know the most, so he deliberately asked that while Emma wasn't around. Daddy? Daniel showed a confused expression. Kendrick looked at his own son closely. Did Emma not tell her son who Daniel's father was, or was Kimberly's words about Emma true if she slept with so many men that Emma didn't know who her own son's father was? Why? Doesn't Daniel know Daddy Daniel himself? Kendrick asked. Daniel doesn't have a daddy, Uncle. Daniel looked down with a sad expression. What does Daniel mean? Kendrick became increasingly curious. Mommy said Daddy went to work but never came home. Mommy also promised to look for Daddy, but Mommy never did, even though Daniel also wanted to have Daddy like Daniel's friends. Hearing Daniel's words made Kendrick even more convinced that Emma had had relationships with so many men that she didn't know who the father of her son was. Hey, don't be sad. Kendrick held Daniel's hand to comfort him. What if Uncle helps Daniel find Daddy? Would you like that, wouldn't you? He hoped that with his offer, Daniel wouldn't be sad anymore. Does Uncle want to help? Daniel looked up and looked at Kendrick with a look full of hope. Yes, if Daniel doesn't mind. Daniel doesn't mind. What if we were friends? Would Uncle want to be Daniel's friend? It's an honor for me. Of course I would. Thank you, Uncle. Daniel got up and hugged his father. Kendrick was quite surprised. The feeling he always felt filled his heart. Therefore, Kendrick hugged Daniel and hugged him tightly. Damn, why did he always feel like that? Thank you, Uncle, for wanting to be Daniel's friend. Since he got sick, Daniel hasn't had any friends at all. Daniel was very happy because he had the friend he had hoped for. Then Uncle will become Daniel's first friend. Will Uncle come to visit Daniel again? Daniel let go of his hug. Kendrick felt unwilling because he didn't feel like he had enough. It was strange. The two of them seemed to have a bond that he couldn't explain. Of course. Next time Uncle will bring something for Daniel. Thank you, Uncle. But do you know? For some reason, Daniel feels like he is hugging Daddy when Daniel hugs Uncle. You mean, don't tell Mommy, Mommy will get angry," said Daniel as he put his finger to his lips. Kendrick paused to think. Did Daniel also feel what he felt when he was with that child? His face is similar to Emma's. It's hard to guess who Daniel's father is, but his hair is black and his eyes are brown, right? Kendrick looked at Daniel closely. Why did he suddenly feel that they were similar? For some reason, when he saw Daniel, he seemed to see himself as a child. Kendrick was about to ask, but Emma, who entered the room, distracted him. Emma is surprised to find Kendrick, who shouldn't be there. "Mommy, now Daniel has become friends with Uncle," said his son cheerfully. "Oh, yeah?" Emma stepped closer. He really wanted to ask Kendrick to leave, but he didn't want to disappoint his son. "Mommy said Daniel could be friends with Uncle." "So Mommy isn't angry, right?" "No, of course Mommy won't be angry. Thank you, Mommy. Now Uncle and Daniel are friends. That's great, darling." Emma smiled and sat down by her son's side. Kendrick's eyes couldn't leave Emma. For some reason, a feeling of suspicion emerged in his heart. "You're my sister's fiancé. Please don't come too often," asked Emma. "Our relationship is over," Kendrick replied. "That's none of my business," said Emma coldly. "Do you have time, Emma? There's something I want to talk to you about." "I don't think there's anything we need to talk about." Emma looked at him now, but with a cynical look. In the past, Emma had never looked at him with a look like that, but now Emma was a complete stranger, and he didn't know her at all. Of course there is even a lot we can talk about." "Sorry, no. I am very grateful for your help, but because of that, Kimberly hates me. I don't like this situation. That's why I promised Kimberly not to get close to you, so I can't." "Why did Kimberly ask you to promise like that?" Kendrick asked, not understanding. "This is my problem with him, it has nothing to do with you." Emma was still staring at him intently, and so was Kendrick. Did Kimberly threaten her own sister, and what she guessed was true? If Emma wants help from her grandfather, then she has to get married, and she can't be close to Kendrick. In order to get help, of course Emma was willing. Besides, Kendrick didn't matter to him because they were both strangers. "So you don't want to talk to me?" "Sorry, no. I'm not forbidding you from being friends with my son, but act as usual and don't get close to me because I don't want my little brother to misunderstand and my grandfather to get angry." "Okay, but I have one question and please answer it. For years ago, when you refused to marry me, where did you go? Why did you disappear and your grandfather couldn't find you?" I don't know why that question was asked. Is it because he wants to help Daniel find his father, or does he want to find answers to the questions that are in his heart? But what is certain is that the question is very appropriate. Emma was shocked. Her expression changed. Kendrick looked at her closely, reading Emma's facial expression, which seemed to be afraid and hiding something. Emma was silent, because she didn't get an answer to Kendrick's sudden question, and of course, this made Kendrick suspicious. Is Emma related to the woman who trapped her 4 years ago? Chapter 19, Starting to Get Suspicious. After leaving the hospital, Kendrick went to the office to do something important. Emma didn't give a satisfactory answer, so she became increasingly suspicious. He did not investigate the incident 4 years ago. That was serious. It was serious when the incident happened, but as time went by, he started not paying attention to it because he felt he had nothing to lose, and because he was busy, he didn't take it too seriously anymore. The woman who framed him 4 years ago is also difficult to find. Everyone has been checked, but the woman is very strange. He guessed that the woman came from another country, that's why it was difficult for him to find her, but for some reason. After he ignored the incident for so long, today he again felt that burning feeling where he really wanted to find the woman who trapped him. "Sir, what do you want?" His assistant brought him what he wanted, and it was a recording of the incident 4 years ago, when the mysterious woman who trapped him came into his room. "Bring it here." "Have you got any information about where Emma went 4 years ago?" Kendrick asked. "Sir, actually Miss Emma was at the same hotel the night you were framed," said his assistant. "What are you saying?" Kendrick was quite surprised to hear the report from the assistant. "I have checked all the CCTV in the hotel, as well as the names of the guests who stayed at the hotel that night, and Miss Emma was one of the guests that night." "What?" Kendrick looked at the assistant sharply. "What does this mean? Is this just a coincidence, or, you can see the footage because I've got additional footage?" Hearing his assistant's words, Kendrick rushed to look at the recording without wasting any time. Hopefully this time there will be a clue. The mysterious woman managed to steal the seed, which means it's possible her child is out there. Now he was going to get really serious. The recording was played, as his assistant said that Emma was in the same hotel as him, but Emma was only seen checking in and after that was not seen again after Emma left. Strange, really strange. Suspicion fills my heart, but is this suspicion true? Did you get any other information? Of course, Miss Emma left so as not to marry you, and after that she came back pregnant. Sorry, sir. I was suspicious. Me too. Search more carefully and collect more evidence. Kendrick ordered, but his eyes couldn't leave the strange woman who had snuck into his room that night. The recording was played repeatedly. Kendrick seemed to want to recognize the strange woman. Is that woman Emma? This coincidental occurrence really made him suspicious. The night before he went to meet Emma to discuss their marriage, he was trapped by a strange woman who stole his seeds. Emma disappeared and returned pregnant, so their marriage was cancelled. Is this just a coincidence? But why did Emma trap him when they were already going to get married? It all seemed complicated, but he would figure it out. Approaching Daniel was the best way, and it would be impossible for Emma to stop him. Besides, he had promised Daniel to help him find his father, so he would keep it. Emma was actually pensive after Kendrick left. Daniel was sleeping because he complained of being tired. He answered Kendrick's question carelessly, but it was quite helpful because Kendrick didn't ask again, but he knew he couldn't hide it for too long. Gradually, Kendrick will know that she is the woman who trapped him 4 years ago, and he will also know that Daniel is his son. When that happens, Kendrick will definitely be furious, and to be honest, he is afraid that Daniel will be taken from him because he will be crushed. Kimberly will hate herself even more, and so will her grandfather. Why is the situation so complicated like this? His head really hurts. She shouldn't have met Kendrick again, but everything was unexpected because he was her sister's fiancé. Mommy, Daniel's call surprised Emma, who was pensive. What's wrong? Is someone sick? Emma hurriedly approached her son, who was trying to sit up. Daniel is hungry, Mommy, said his son. Okay, Mommy bought fried chicken for Daniel, but Mommy forgot to give it because Uncle was there. Does Mommy not like Uncle Kendrick? Daniel asked. Mommy can't like random men, darling. Why? Is it because Uncle is Auntie Kimberly's fiancé? Yeah. That's one factor. Daniel can be friends, but not too close. But Daniel doesn't think Auntie will be jealous because Daniel is a boy, so Daniel can be close to Uncle. Hey, how old are you? How come you already know about something like that? Of course Daniel knows. Daniel is a smart kid, so Daniel knows. Okay, now eat. He had expected. He couldn't keep Daniel away from his father, and he knew it would only take time for Kendrick to know that Daniel was his son. When that time comes, he must be ready whether he likes it or not. He must be prepared to bear the consequences of what he has done so far. No, it's okay. If one day Daniel meets Daddy, will Daniel leave Mommy? Why does Mommy ask like that? Mommy just wants to know. Who will Daniel choose? Will Daniel choose to be with Daddy, or will Daniel stay with Mommy? Can't Mommy and Daddy be together? Daniel looked down. His facial expression looked sad. Not all couples can be together, and Mommy thinks it's impossible for Mommy and Daddy to be together. Why is that, Mommy? Daniel wants Mommy and Daddy to be together so Daniel can be with Daddy and Mommy. Besides, Daniel doesn't like choosing, said his son while raising his face. Daniel was about to cry because he wanted to be with his father and mother. Daniel, there are things we can't force ourselves to get, so Daniel can't say that. Emma said because her life was already determined. Okay, after meeting Daddy later, Daniel will ask Daddy to marry Mommy so we can be together. Emma just smiled at her son's words, which couldn't happen. He knew his mistake could not be forgiven, and Daniel's father was his sister's fiancé. He couldn't possibly take her, so his brotherly relationship with Kimberly was getting destroyed, and what made it impossible for them to be together was that tomorrow she had to meet the man who was going to marry her. If tomorrow he behaves well, then his grandfather will help and move Daniel to another hospital for therapy. Everything had been determined from the start. It was useless for him to rebel because in the end he had to do what his grandfather ordered. In the past, he went crazy to the point of trapping Kendrick so he wouldn't get married, but now, like it or not, he has to get married if he wants his grandfather's help, and not only that, he has to stay away from Kendrick according to Kimberly's request. He also agreed to his grandfather's terms with much consideration. Apart from the relationship with Kimberly as siblings not being destroyed, Kendrick won't do anything to her because he is married. Besides, all he could do was obey for Daniel's sake, and he hoped that everything would stay like that, and he hoped. Kendrick didn't know that she was the woman who trapped him so that the situation wouldn't get complicated, but unfortunately, Kendrick was starting to get suspicious. Chapter 20: Inciting with a Lie. Kimberly, who did not accept that her relationship ended with Kendrick, came to the office to meet Kendrick. He will continue to try to get Kendrick back and convince Kendrick that he will change. Besides, there would be no more disturbances, because Emma had agreed to get married. Maybe Kendrick still hopes for Emma, but after Emma gets married, he's sure Kendrick won't have any hopes anymore. Kendrick, who was busy investigating what happened 4 years ago, didn't seem happy with Kimberly's arrival. Even though he had ended their relationship, it seemed Kimberly didn't want to accept it. Since the beginning, Kimberly has been difficult to talk to and wants to be alone. Its nature has not changed at all. What did you come for, Kimberly? Kendrick asked sarcastically because he didn't want to be nice anymore, which would make Kimberly feel like she had hope. I came to take you to lunch. What's wrong? Kimberly asked reasonably. I'm busy, you go alone. Our relationship has ended, so don't come over as often as before. How dare you say that, Kendrick? Both hands were clenched into fists. It seemed like Kendrick didn't want to see him again, but he wouldn't let him because he would never give up. Our relationship has ended, Kimberly, so we can't be as close as before. I will consider you as a friend. I will even consider you as my little brother. But we have to keep our distance. I don't want to be your friend, let alone your sister. Kimberly shouted, "Don't shout. Lately, you've been showing a lot of the bad qualities you've been hiding for the past 4 years, and I didn't expect you to be so good at tricking me. I didn't cheat on you, Ken, not at all. All of this is because of Emma. She's the one who made me like this," said Kimberly. Again, Emma. Why do you always blame him? Do you hate him? It's all because of Emma. We wanted to get married, but you just canceled our wedding and even ended our relationship, and all that because of her. Why should you do it when she comes back? Why not last year or a few months ago? Why? What should you do when he's around? Kendrick? If it's not him, then who else? I know you still love Emma and you're having doubts because she's back. If his brother didn't come back, he was sure their relationship would still be fine. Do you want to know, Kimberly? Kendrick got up and approached Kimberly. When you offered yourself, I didn't refuse because I didn't want to disappoint my late grandfather, but during our time together, I couldn't develop feelings between us. I've always thought of you as my little brother, and until now I feel that way. I can't think of you as special. You should know the reason. I'm still hoping for Emma to come back. I still really hope to know the reason why she rejected our marriage, but what I see is that she's like a stranger. Tell me, what actually happened to Emma when you two moved? You really have the heart, Kendrick. Kimberly shouted. It felt very painful. The man he had loved for a long time apparently only saw him as a younger brother. The love she has is always one-sided, and her attempts to get Kendrick always fail. There's no need to scream. We've known each other since childhood, and you know who I want, so you have to know the consequences when you offer to replace Emma. I've tried, Kimberly. I've tried to grow feelings for you, but I can't, and I'm trying to forget Emma, but feelings that have been there for a long time can't just be erased. He's a bitch and already dirty, don't you mind? I'm trying to find out about this, how dirty and naughty Emma is, but answer my question carefully. What happened to Emma that she forgot about me and doesn't know me? He doesn't consider you because he doesn't love you. Kimberly shouted again. If Kendrick couldn't be hers, then neither could Emma. Don't cheat, I can see it. He doesn't recognize me at all. Tell me, was he like that when you two came back from London? Did he have an accident and lose his memory? Don't dream, Ken. You take the promises you made when you were little seriously, but not with Emma. When we lived in London, Emma had relationships with many men. She doesn't care about the promises you made. You've seen the proof. She refused to marry you. She even gave birth to a child who doesn't know who the child's father is. You should be able to draw conclusions from the actions she took that you don't mean anything to her at all, as well as the promise you both made. She pretended to forget everything. She pretend not to recognize yourself so you don't bring up that promise. Don't make things worse by telling lies, Kimberly. I'm not blind. I could see that he really didn't recognize me, and the attitude he showed was not a pretense so that I wouldn't bring up our promise. Trust me, Kendrick. I'm his younger brother, and we lived together in London before both of our parents died in an accident. I know what he did. He was in relationships with many men, and he deliberately forgot about you because he didn't take your promises seriously. I didn't fool you. He's even willing to get married soon. What are you saying? Kendrick was surprised to hear that. Emma is getting married? That's proof that you don't mean anything to her. She agreed to marry the man Grandpa will introduce you to in a moment, and you can judge. Why does she want to now, and then she didn't? That's because the man she's going to marry is you, because that's what he refused. This incitement was good enough to fool Kendrick. This way, Kendrick will believe what he says if Emma just doesn't think it matters. Kendrick won't suspect that Emma has memory loss, and he hopes no one does, otherwise his secret will be out. Kendrick was silent, thinking. Is what Kimberly said true? He knew Kimberly was cunning a long time ago, so he better not swallow Kimberly's words whole. He had to find out the truth, especially since Kimberly hated Emma because she thought she was the mastermind behind the breakdown of their relationship. Okay, I understand, said Kendrick, who returned to his seat. Trust me, what I said about him is true. I believe it, but that doesn't mean our relationship will return. Now you can go. Thank you for the information. What? I want to take you to lunch, Kendrick. I promise I will change. So give me a chance to improve. Sorry, I can't. I told you, we can't get too close, and there's no more chance. Don't be cruel, Ken. Just lunch, nothing more. Kendrick is really keeping his distance, and it's really annoying. Sudan, I said I can't, so don't make me repeat it, said Kendrick while looking at him sharply. Kimberly cursed in her heart. Like it or not, she had to leave. He'd better go home and ask his grandfather to speed up Emma's wedding. Don't let there be a chance between Emma and Kendrick, and don't let her lies be revealed, because if that happens, not only her lies but the actions she did in the past will be revealed. He hopes Emma doesn't get her memory back forever. He also incited Kendrick with a lie. He hoped Kendrick would believe him so he wouldn't prevent Emma's marriage, but after he left, Kendrick went to visit his little friend in the hospital. Chapter 21: A Child's Longing. Kendrick stopped by briefly to buy some things. Of course he bought things for his little friend. To be honest, he was very curious about Daniel. Not only that, curious about Daniel, but he was also curious about who Daniel's real father was. Emma, so closed, they don't talk much. I don't know if Emma did it on purpose or had a purpose. Certainly, he deserves a thumbs up. When he came, Daniel was very happy, but Daniel pressed the carving to his lips as a sign for Kendrick not to be loud because his mother was sleeping. Daniel also pointed in the direction, the sofa where the exhausted Emma looked so sound asleep. Uncle. Daniel is very happy that Uncle has come again, said Daniel, while looking charming, his smile. Oh yeah? Your mother won't be angry because Uncle always comes to visit Daniel. No, of course not. Mommy had promised not to be angry with Daniel and allowed it. Daniel is friends with Uncle. That's good to hear. If that's the case, Uncle can come every day to visit Daniel, without needing to ask your mother's permission, right? What? Uncle wants to come every day? Daniel's facial expression seemed to brighten because of him, very happy to hear that Kendrick will come to visit him every day. Uncle didn't promise, but Uncle will try to make time to come. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle gave a little happiness to Daniel, who didn't have friends after coming. Is that true? Yes. Daniel showed his smile again. If I may ask, where did you live before? We live in New York, but Mommy says we have to live here from now on, even though Daniel doesn't like Auntie and great-grandfather. Why doesn't Daniel like them? Did they kick them out? They're mean to Mommy. Auntie is mean like that. Why does Uncle like her? Daniel looked at him closely with a very high child's curiosity. Uncle doesn't like it. Uncle and Auntie are just friends. Oh, yeah? Then why does Mommy always say that Uncle and Auntie will be soon married? Yeah, that was before but not now. Uncle brought you food. Did Daniel have it? Eat? Not yet, Uncle. Daniel happens to be hungry. Daniel rubbed his hungry stomach and I've been holding it in for a long time. Then why not wake your mother and ask her for food? Daniel, if you're sick, you can't stay hungry. Mommy doesn't have much money anymore, Uncle. Since Daniel was sick, Mommy can't go to work anymore. Mommy said she didn't have much money anymore. That's why Mommy told Daniel not to make Auntie and great-grandfather angry because Mommy needs great-grandfather's help. Daniel couldn't ask Mommy buy fried chicken every day because Mommy doesn't have much money anymore, explained Daniel with a sad facial expression. Kendrick felt sorry after hearing Daniel's words. Actually, what disease suffered by Daniel so that the child had to be treated intensively? It seems like he had to ask the doctor who treated Daniel about this later, but Uncle can't say this to Mommy. Daniel is afraid that Mommy will be angry because Daniel spoke carelessly. No need to worry, Uncle won't say it. This is a secret between the two of us. Thank you, Uncle. Daniel is not wrong to have Uncle as a friend. Wow, I'm really flattered. Uncle happened to buy fried chicken. So eat it, but Daniel can't eat himself. Mommy always feeds him. Looks like Daniel. I have to wake Mommy. Daniel wanted to call his mother, but Kendrick, prevent. No, your mother looks tired. Uncle, does Daniel mind? But Daniel shouldn't bother Uncle. Mommy will be angry when he finds out because of Mommy. Always said not to bother other people. Hey, we're friends. So I think friends should help each other. Your mom won't, angry, but if your mother is angry, then we will both bear it. Aren't Uncle afraid of Mommy? Asked the child innocently. Wow, is your mother fierce? No, Mommy is the best woman Daniel has, said Daniel with an expression, happy face. Kendrick smiled, which Daniel said was very true. The one with Emma definitely will show an expression like Daniel, and soon someone will have Emma, because Emma is getting married. Will he be willing, Uncle? So are you feeding Daniel or not? Asked Daniel, who really wanted to eat. Oh, Uncle almost forgot about it. Wait a minute. Kendrick moves to take it, the food he put on the table earlier. Daniel looks enthusiastic. He even has, very impatient. Not too much, Uncle. Daniel will vomit if he eats too much, right? Kendrick sat back and looked at Daniel with pity. The smallest child, so you have to suffer and endure pain. Actually, who is Daniel's father? Why, do you really have the heart to let Emma fight alone? Did Emma not say to Daniel's father about this, or did he really not know who the father of his son was? Alone, just a little, uncle. Daniel will eat again when he's hungry. Is this why Daniel always feels hungry? Yes, even though Daniel wanted to eat a lot, but now he can't anymore. Okay, now open your mouth. It seems like he's crazy to want to do that anyway. To a kid he has no connection to at all, but honestly, who knows, crazy or something. But a feeling of happiness filled her heart now as she fed Daniel. Eat. Daniel welcomed every bite he gave, but the child's tears flowed like that. It just took Kendrick by surprise, and he even looked panicked. What happened to you? Was the food spicy? He asked. Daddy, Daniel wants daddy, said the child while crying. What? Why suddenly? Kendrick tried to calm down. Who knows what made the child suddenly cried. Hopefully Emma doesn't wake up, because she doesn't want to be blamed. Why did it happen suddenly? What if Mommy Daniel woke up and thought it was Uncle, had made Daniel cry? Mommy will definitely be angry because of her beloved son, crying, he consoled. Sorry, Uncle. Daniel really misses Daddy, so Daniel feels Daddy is with him. Daniel when Uncle feeds Daniel food. That is a child's longing, missing the figure of his father who he never had until now. Don't cry. Boys shouldn't cry, okay? Kendrick hugged Daniel, his own son he didn't know. That feeling came again. He felt like he had a bond, mind with the child. Every time Daniel hugs Uncle, Daniel feels happy. His crying had stopped. Daniel even hugged his father tightly. Oh, yeah? So Daniel felt it too. Does Uncle feel it too? Why, Uncle? Is Daddy Daniel Uncle? Daniel, still crying and hugging him tightly because she missed her father figure, like cured. What? Kendrick was surprised to get that question from Daniel. Was that true? But, so far he has never played with women, not even touched Kimberly, except for the woman who had stolen his seeds that night. What are you doing? Why is Daniel crying? Emma, who was awake, was shocked, found Kendrick and his son hugging. When will that man come? Why doesn't he know at all, and why is Daniel crying? Kendrick looked at him with a sharp gaze. Is that true? Was Emma a woman 4 years ago? It doesn't feel like it at all. Makes sense, but his suspicions about Emma are quite big. Chapter 22. You have promised. The questions that exist can kill him slowly. Kendrick stared Emma without looking away. The Emma he used to know now looks mysterious and reserved. There were so many secrets that he even felt that the woman sitting not far away wasn't him. Emma is feeding Daniel. He didn't ask much because he didn't want to, making his son disappointed even though he really wanted to know what they were doing. Both of them did while he was sleeping, and why did his son cry? But really, what he wants to do most is kick Kendrick out. Honestly, he was suddenly scared. Kimberly and her grandfather came and saw Kendrick there. The problems will get worse, complicated, even he won't get help. Daniel is full, Mommy, said his son. Okay, then rest. Mommy has something to talk to Uncle about. Mommy won't scold Uncle, right? Daniel asked. No, what is Mommy scolding him for? That means Uncle can come every day to visit Daniel, right? That. Emma looked at Kendrick for a moment. Instead, he wanted to ask Kendrick not to come often. Yes, Mommy. Daniel doesn't have any friends except Uncle. Mommy won't forbid him, no? Emma sighed. If she forbids it, then her son will be sad. Looks like he doesn't. Can ban it altogether. Please, Mommy. Daniel just wants to have friends, his son whined. Hurry. Daniel is very happy. Thank you, Mommy, said his son with an expression. Like, Mommy is also happy. Now Daniel has to rest so that things get better. Okay, Mommy. Uncle can't go while Daniel is sleeping, Daniel asked. Daniel, Uncle must be busy. Don't be like that. Is it true? Daniel looked at Kendrick, waiting for his answer. Tomorrow Uncle will come again. Don't worry. Okay, then Daniel wants to rest first. Thank you, Uncle, for coming. Daniel, very happy today, Uncle. Glad to hear that. Rest now. Mommy wants to talk to Uncle for a moment. Okay, Mommy. Daniel smiled when his mother gave him a kiss on the forehead. Expression: his face shows that he is very happy today. The blanket was pulled to cover the body, his son, and after that Emma left. I want to talk to you, he said before walking past Kendrick. Okay, then Uncle will go first. Will Uncle come back again? Daniel asked. I don't know. Uncle will say goodbye if you really want to leave. Daniel, wait, Uncle. Kendrick nodded. Actually, he wanted to stay in the room for a while, but Emma has already come out, so like it or not, he has to come out. Emma walked away. Suddenly, he forgot what he wanted to talk about, but his steps stopped after he was quite far away. His son's room. What are you talking to my son about? Emma asked without looking away. She knew Kendrick. Follow his steps. I didn't say anything, Emma. Don't get me wrong. Then why is he crying? Now Emma turned around. Looking at Kendrick sharply, your son misses his father, Emma. He said that when I hugged him. That are pure feelings of a child, so don't be suspicious like that of me. Then what did you come for? Emma turned away, staring at the wall blankly. I just want to visit him. Is that not okay? Please, don't make things worse. Emma looked down. She hoped. Kendrick doesn't always come even though he promised his son. What do you mean, Emma? I didn't do anything, but why do you say that? I don't understand why you did this. Do you want revenge because of me? Already refused to marry you? Are you doing this on purpose to make me more hated by Kimberly and my grandfather? Emma asked while looking at Kendrick with a sharp gaze. There's nothing wrong with him being suspicious like that, right? He didn't know, Kendrick, but this man pretends to be close and pretends to know him even though they are just people, just foreign. So you think that about me? Am I so petty, Emma? It could happen, right? We don't know each other, but you act like know me well. Didn't you do that to repay me for what I did? refuse to marry you? Didn't you deliberately make me hate you even more, Kimberly and my grandfather? You even ended your relationship with Kimberly when I return. Was that not intentional? No, Emma. I'm not that petty. I ended our relationship because I wasn't have feelings for him. How cute. Emma interjected, you didn't have feelings for him, but you made him, as a fiancé, then you dumped him when I was around. Doesn't that mean you deliberately want to reply to me? You've been waiting for this chance, my chance to come back, and, after I came back, you ended your engagement to Kimberly so that I would be more hated by them. What a perfect plan for revenge, said Emma. What a cruel accusation, Emma. But I won't be angry because of your situation. Don't remember me at all, but believe me, I didn't do it to get revenge. Revenge because you refused to marry me, and believe me, if I really know yourself very well. Don't brag. I don't recognize you at all, shouted Emma because she felt like he didn't know Kendrick. That was because there was no memory of that man deep down, his memory. Then look at me, Kendrick asked as he stepped closer. What do you want? Emma stepped back quickly, looking nervous. I ended my relationship with Kimberly because I didn't love her. Since the beginning, I only want one woman. Do you want to know who? I don't want to know, so stop right there. Emma shouted, but Kendrick didn't stop. You said that we don't know each other, and just so you know, I know you very well, and you're the one who forgot me. I don't know what happened to you, but believe me, from the beginning there was only one woman in my heart, and there was never anyone else, and that woman is you. Don't tell lies. I never knew you before. Emma has, cornered, he couldn't run anymore, because Kendrick had pinned him against the wall. You promised to be my wife, Emma. Maybe you forgot, but we made that promise when we were little. That's why I asked your grandfather for a promise, but you just ran away and refused to marry me. I'm sure if you remember our promise and remember me, you won't run. Now tell me, what happened to you that you didn't remember me at all, and tell me also, who is the father of your son? Don't let me investigate it because you won't be able to bear the consequences. Emma's facial expression changed. She looked nervous and scared. His mind was in chaos. In a flash, the shadows of two small children suddenly appeared. His head hurt, very painful in fact. He couldn't think well. Emma? Kendrick was very surprised, because Emma's situation was very strange. Emma looks like a lost person looking for a way. Are you okay? Kendrick was about to help Emma, who had fallen to her knees, while holding his head, but at that moment, Kimberly's scream was heard. Kendrick looked in the direction the sound came from. Kimberly and her grandfather were standing not far from them, and Kimberly looked very angry to see Emma with Kendrick. Their position, the two of them, really made Kimberly misunderstand, which made her even angrier. Chapter 23. What are you hiding? Emma didn't come home because she had to look after her son in the hospital, of course, became an obstacle because his grandfather had difficulty talking to him. Which day, Emma's meeting with her future husband was determined, and she had to say something. It was on Emma to get Emma ready. That's why Frederick invited Kimberly home. It hurts to talk to Emma. In fact, Frederick wanted to come alone, but Kimberly, who had just returned, wanted to come along. Moreover, he heard that his grandfather wanted to talk to Emma. He had to know because of her, worried that his grandfather would be kind to his older brother, especially since his grandfather was actually easy. Persuaded as long as he obeyed his grandfather's words. Because of that, he was afraid that his grandfather would be eaten. Emma coaxes, but what does she see when they arrive? Kimberly's hands clenched into tight fists. Anger filled her heart. He didn't expect it. Kendrick was there. Did Kendrick meet Emma after talking to her? It seems like no matter how hard he tries, Kendrick will continue to be attracted to Emma. Really, he couldn't accept it. Kimberly's scream startled Emma. Even though his head hurts, he tries, pushing Kendrick away. Alas, this is what he was afraid of. He was afraid of his grandfather, and Kimberly suddenly comes and sees Kendrick, and they will have a misunderstanding. What is he? I'm afraid it will finally happen. What do you want to do with Kendrick? Emma, shouted Kimberly angrily, filled his heart. As a result of his emotions, his tears flowed and his breathing became ragged. Don't get me wrong, we didn't do anything, asked Emma while trying to stand up. However, his head was very painful, making it difficult for him, especially since he had nothing to hold on to. Don't force yourself, Emma. Kendrick held Emma's shoulder to keep Emma from fell. Don't touch me, go away, shouted Emma, who pushed Kendrick again. He does not. He wanted his grandfather to misunderstand so that his grandfather would get angry and not provide help. For his son, who will soon be transferred to another hospital for treatment, therapy, you're not well, I'll take you to your room. Kendrick doesn't care at all, Emma requested. Stop, you're causing Grandpa and Kimberly to misunderstand. Emma tried to push, but Kendrick actually carried him. Emma was surprised, and so was Kimberly. Kimberly's eyes bulged, and she became increasingly dominated by the fire of anger. Kimberly actually thought that Emma was flirting with Kendrick in front, his eyes now. It looked like Emma was waving a war flag at him. If so, he wouldn't hesitate to ask his grandfather to send Emma away. Kendrick took Emma to the room even though Emma tried to rebel against him. His sling. Daniel, who hadn't slept yet, was of course surprised, but after that Daniel was very, Mommy is cheating. Daniel also wants to be carried by Uncle, he shouted. Put me down, you're making things worse, shouted Emma while hitting. I didn't make anything worse. Didn't I tell you that I and Kimberly is no longer in a relationship? So who do I want to be with, right? Business, you really did it on purpose to make me even more hated by my grandfather and Kimberly. Now, you're satisfied that you've been able to take revenge, aren't you? Now put me down, asked Emma. Thinks Kendrick deliberately did this for revenge. I didn't do that, now rest. I'll talk to you. Your grandfather and Kimberly, you really have to do it and explain it to them, shouted Emma angrily. Mommy, why did Mommy shout like that at Uncle? Daniel asked. This is an adult problem, Daniel. Daniel won't understand, but Daniel doesn't like mommy scolding uncle. Now go, explain to my grandfather and Kimberly, and don't come back. Chased Emma away. After Kendrick took him down, I'll definitely explain it to them so you don't have to worry. Kendrick said. Emma didn't say anything else. She knew things wouldn't be as easy as Kendrick said because he knew Kimberly would be very angry. Emma wiped her tears, felt everything would be complicated because of this, but he had to keep fighting for his son. Why is mommy crying? Did mommy and uncle fight? Asked his son. Nothing, nothing. Emma hugged her son while crying. Hopefully this doesn't happen. Put him in trouble. Kendrick came out of the room and approached Kimberly, who was crying and crying, soothed by his grandfather. Kimberly wiped her tears when she found out about Kendrick, approached him. Why, Kendrick? Why do you have so much heart for me? He asked. I didn't do anything, so don't overdo it. Why can't you forget my brother? Why does it have to be him? Kimberly shouted. You already know that I like him, so don't act as if you just found out. Now, but answer my question well, whether you or Grandpa. Actually what? What happened to Emma? You guys must be hiding something from me or not. Told me what happened to him in the first place. Now that I see him, this isn't the Emma I've known all along, so tell me what happened to her. The first time he asked because he knew something was wrong with Emma. He hoped grandfather, Emma answered, but the old man was silent and so was Kimberly, who tries to hide his fear. Why don't you answer? You must know something, but you've been silent all this time. You guys didn't even tell me what happened to him. What's the truth? Are you hiding? We have nothing to hide. Your relationship with Emma is over, so you don't come to bother her anymore, because soon Emma will get married. Said Frederick. What? Kendrick was surprised to hear that. That's right. Emma has agreed to get married, and even her future husband will accept her son, Emma. So don't come again, you could disrupt Emma's wedding later, said Kimberly. Does Emma want to be alone, or is Grandpa trying to set her up again? Ask. Kendrick is suspicious. Of course not. The one who will marry him is an old acquaintance, and he has too loved Emma for a long time, so you better stop hoping because Emma won't be yours, said Kimberly. Kendrick looked at Kimberly sharply. Wasn't Kimberly lying? Who knows? Why didn't he believe it? But if he saw the expression shown by Kimberly, it seemed like he wasn't lying about that. We came to discuss marriage with Emma, so don't come again, bother him. Whatever happened to Emma, she definitely refused, married you, and he doesn't remember you anymore, so forget the promise you both made. I've also canceled my engagement with Kimberly, so it's a promise between me and your grandfather. It's canceled, no. Kendrick refused. He knows something is wrong with Emma, so he won't stop to find out why Emma is like that. Even though your promise has been canceled, that's not my promise to Emma. I won't. Let Emma marry whoever and I will restore the memories. Emma, even though you guys won't tell me what happened to him. You really don't want to say what happened. Even though you're trying not to treat it, you misunderstand, Kendrick. Emma had an accident, because of which she lost her memory. Doctor Who, handling it, said it was better for Emma not to remember her past, because it could, makes Emma crazy, said Kimberly. What are you saying? Trust me, Kendrick. This time I'm not lying, said Kimberly. Impossible. Kendrick said. I didn't want to believe it, but what Kimberly said could be true. Kimberly smiled secretly, but she was not satisfied. Emma, he is, it must be removed immediately. Chapter 24 Actions to be taken. How is it, Grandpa? How is it? Kimberly asked when Kendrick had left. It couldn't be like this. He had to find a way to get rid of Emma because Kendrick was already suspicious about Emma's condition. What's the matter? Just let it go. Besides, Kendrick is the one who wants to be me, does not prevent. If he could accept Emma and her illegitimate child, that wouldn't be it. Good, Grandpa. Kimberly almost screamed. Didn't expect that his grandfather would actually say that, thereby, grandfather had promised that he would marry Emma. When grandfather broke his promise, grandfather will disappoint him, but we can't stop their feelings. Kimberly. Emma forgot, though, not with Kendrick. Grandfather, you promised me. You promised you would help me. I'm still hurting, because Kendrick just dumped him, but grandfather actually supported Emma and Kendrick. Did you forget your promise? Kimberly started crying. She wouldn't, letting Emma win, no way. Kim, you should look for another man. Don't want to. Kimberly shouted, I don't want to. I've liked Kendrick for a long time and I don't want to give up, just like that. Grandpa, just do something for me, and I promise this will be the last time. I beg you, grandfather. Just this once, said Kimberly. You and Emma are my grandchildren. I shouldn't show favoritism. Emma always disappoints you, Grandpa. She also embarrasses you. Meanwhile, I don't. I always obey grandfather's words, so grandfather can't act like this. Me, just this once, I beg grandfather. Please grant my wish, he pleaded. Kimberly begged. Only this time, and he wouldn't waste the opportunity. Okay, only this time grandfather helped. Next, grandfather will no longer do anything, which is in vain, and if this time your goal is not achieved, then you have to look for another man and don't interfere with your sister's life anymore. Do you understand? I promised Grandpa, just this once. Say, what do you want? Let's discuss it somewhere else, Grandpa. Don't let anyone hear it. Invite. Kimberly. Finally, his grandfather agreed. He would get rid of Emma. He definitely would. Kendrick returned to Emma's room to find Emma in a frustrated state. Emma guessed that her grandfather would definitely no longer help her, and she also guessed his grandfather must have been angry and disappointed. Now what to do? He didn't know what to do anymore. Do what? Emma, are you okay? Kendrick approached him to see how he was doing. Are you satisfied now? Are you satisfied? Emma asked. I didn't do anything, Emma. Trust me, please, go away and don't come back. I beg you. Emma pleaded. Mommy, why did you chase Uncle away like that? Asked his son. He can't be here. Daniel. No way, why can't you, Mommy? Uncle is very good. Daniel also likes Uncle. But why? Uncle can't be here. No way, shouted Emma to prevent it. Why can't you, Emma? I'm your son's friend, so you can't stop me. I don't care. You'd better go. Chased Emma away. No, I won't go. I want to know what happened to you. Tell me, what are you? Have you ever had an accident? I don't know. Emma replied sarcastically because she didn't remember whether she had an accident or not. You don't know or you don't want to tell me? What do you mean by that? I don't know anything. I only remember when I was little. I was in the hospital and don't remember anything else. This isn't it anyway. It's your business, so I don't think you have the right to know. Okay, one more question and answer honestly. For years ago, you came to a hotel and I was there. Emma was surprised when Kendrick asked that. Tell me, what were you doing at that hotel and whether you had anything to do with it, with that woman or not? I don't know anything. I don't know what you mean. Damn, don't say it. Kendrick was already suspicious. If Kendrick finds out, won't the situation be even more chaotic? Don't pretend you don't know, Emma. I will definitely find out, and believe me, when I do, if you find the answer to my question, then you must be prepared to bear it as a result. No need to threaten, shouted Emma. They both looked at each other with sharp gazes. Emma didn't seem to like him. Whether she hated him or was afraid, she definitely looked confused, so Kendrick became even more suspicious. They were still like that without saying anything, however. The open door immediately attracted Emma's attention. Grandpa wants to talk to you. Hurry, said Kimberly without wanting to look at them. Because he hates it. Daniel, wait here for a moment. Okay, his mother asked. Okay, Mommy. Emma got up. She passed Kendrick without wanting to look at the man. Kendrick is increasingly suspicious, really suspicious. It would be best for him to take action so that his curiosity is answered. After Emma left the room with Kimberly, Kendrick approached Daniel, who was lying down. Hey, does Daniel still want to look for Daniel's father? He asked. Of course, Uncle. Is there a way? Daniel looked enthusiastic because he really wanted to meet with his father. If so, does Daniel want to give Daniel's hair to Uncle? No other way, apart from DNA testing. If his suspicions were correct, Emma was the woman 4 years ago. That means the boy in front of him is his son, because Emma succeeded. Stole the seeds, even though he didn't know why Emma did that or even what happened. What happens between them is quite complicated. What for? Don't take Daniel's hair. Daniel doesn't want to be bald. Just a little. It won't go bald, but Daniel has to promise Uncle one thing, not to tell this to Mommy. Will Mommy be angry? Daniel asked with an innocent expression. Yes, Daniel doesn't want Mommy to be angry, right? No, Daniel doesn't like it when Mommy is angry. If so, This is a secret between the two of us. Okay, Uncle can take it but not too much. Mommy will later. I'm suspicious that Daniel's hair is bald, said Daniel. Start recording. No way, just a little bit. Kendrick pulls Daniel's hair. Maybe this is the best way to carry out transmission, satisfy his curiosity. Not only because of his suspicions about Emma but his feelings. Daraga University OB. What he felt when he was with that child could not be expressed in words. Even that feeling is not a deception has access to all information visible on the screen, or played from the current device, recording or transmitting. Kendrick grabbed Daniel's hair quickly. The child screamed as his hair was pulled out. Daniel even complained of pain, but Kendrick hurriedly rubbed Daniel's head. You turn. The pain subsides. From now on, cancelled. Does it still hurt? He asked. A little, but Uncle took Daniel's hair for what? Daniel asked while rubbing his head. Secret, but Daniel doesn't mind, right? Of course, no. Now Uncle can take it again. Okay, one more thing. You have to hold it in. Daniel is a strong boy. He won't cry. Good. Kendrick pulled a few strands of his son's hair again. He didn't know how much is needed. Ow, that hurts. Daniel shouted because Kendrick was pulling his hair too much. Sorry, Uncle? Kendrick's words were stopped because the door to the room suddenly opened. What did you do to my son? Emma's question surprised Kendrick. Kendrick looked away, while Emma stared at him sharply. What did that guy do to his son? Why is Daniel rubbing his head? Kendrick, just shut up, damn it. What, Emma, see it? He hoped that Emma wouldn't be suspicious, because if that happened, it would be his intention. The DNA test will fail. Chapter 25, Grandpa's Last Wish. Emma's return surprised Kendrick. Kendrick hurriedly hid his hair, which he took so that Emma wouldn't get suspicious. Emma stared at him sharply, then he looked in the direction. Daniel smiled sweetly as if nothing had happened. Emma had the chance, suspicious in the end, not suspicious, because his son no longer showed strange behavior. Is Mommy finished? Daniel asked. Not yet. Mommy still has to talk to Grandfather. Mommy will come back for a moment. Take the cell phone. Daniel, wait here carefully. Okay. Daniel will be a good boy because Uncle is there, answered Daniel with a big smile. Good. Mommy, stay a moment. Emma stepped past Kendrick without saying a word. Whatever. Kendrick and Daniel were silent, but when Emma left the room, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Mommy almost got caught, Uncle, said Daniel. Yeah, we'll both be in trouble if Mommy finds out. No need to worry, Uncle. Daniel has many ways to persuade Mommy, said Daniel cheerfully, and Uncle has many ways to trick Mommy. Daniel. Then we will work together. Daniel showed his smile again. What a cheerful child, even though he is sick. Daniel, wait a moment. Uncle will call the doctor. It won't be long, right? Daniel doesn't like being alone, Uncle. Daniel wants to have friends. It won't be long, just a moment. Uncle will be in front. Okay, okay. Kendrick ruffled Daniel's hair. Hopefully his guess wasn't wrong. There will be no, who knew this. He believed Daniel wouldn't tell anyone what it was, what he did, let alone tell his mother. The kid is smart enough to work with, the same, and indeed Daniel is quite a smart child compared to children his age, but because of the illness he was suffering from, he couldn't even do activities. Daniel can't do his hobby. A trusted doctor had come to see Kendrick at the front of the room. Kendrick couldn't just leave Daniel, that's why they talked. Front of the room. It doesn't matter, what's important is safety. I want you to do a DNA test using this hair. Kendrick provides samples. Daniel's hair is also his hair. Okay, Mr. The sample has changed hands. Kendrick looks around because he doesn't want to. Anyone knows. Remember, no one can know about this. Disguise our names so that no one does. No. Kendrick ordered. Fine. I promise no one will find out. Good. Regarding the child inside, what exactly happened to him? More. It's better to immediately ask an expert about this because he knows Emma won't answer. If he asks, the child has leukemia, sir. What? Kendrick was shocked. Leukemia, such a small child, what are the circumstances? Kendrick couldn't continue. He really felt sorry. I have given this solution to his mother to undergo therapy because she is looking for marrow. Matching bones isn't easy. Can't you try to find the bone marrow? Kendrick asked. Sorry, like I said, it's not easy. Okay, do your best for Daniel. If Emma can't do it, I'll take responsibility. He would definitely help Emma until Daniel recovered, but unfortunately, that wasn't his intention. Emma knows what's more. Emma is listening to her grandfather's requirements. As a result of not liking Emma, especially her relationship with Kendrick was destroyed. Kimberly asked his grandfather for something else. He wouldn't let Emma be happy. Meanwhile, she's been dumped by Kendrick. It was all because of Emma, he still thought. That's why he won't let Emma be happy, and most importantly, he wants Emma to go far away. What should I do, grandfather? As long as grandfather helps with my son's medical expenses, I will do everything Grandpa orders. Good, so listen to what I say. You know, Kimberly really likes Kendrick. They almost got married, but it didn't work out, and it's all because of you. Kimberly said, I really don't understand, Grandpa. What is the actual relationship between me and Kendrick in the past, and what promises have I made to him? Don't listen to him, Emma. He's been obsessed with you for a long time. That's why he's just talking, said Kimberly. Is it true? Emma didn't seem to believe Kimberly. Is Kendrick's attitude, show him as the attitude of someone who is obsessed? He really didn't believe it. This matter. He felt like his grandfather and Kimberly were hiding something, and he shouldn't know about that. Looks like he has to find out what they actually are, hide it, and why is he the only one who doesn't know? It's not important, Emma. What's important is whether you do what I ask or what. No, asked the grandfather. Of course, say it. Good. You should get married and then go follow your husband. No arguing this time, Grandpa? Emma looked at her grandfather with a sad look. Who knows who else would be? His grandfather matched him, but he couldn't refuse again this time. There's no need to look at me with that look, said his grandfather. In the end I have to get married, said Emma quietly. This is the best for you, Emma. First, even though Kendrick likes you've rejected him and you can't go back or accept him anymore. Do you know why? Kimberly was willing to replace you and waste 4 years of her time, which was in vain because in the end Kendrick broke off their engagement. During the 4 knew it, everyone knew, even Kendrick was Kimberly's fiancé and all. People know you refused to marry him and left pregnant. If you accept himself again, what will people say later? 2 brothers fight over a man, the same. Do you want to see grandfather die sooner and bring great shame deeply into the grave? You know people's mouths are sharp, so you better get married so you won't be the subject of conversation anymore, and Kimberly, she'll look for another man. This way it doesn't look like you're fighting over the same guy and a relationship. You as brothers and sisters stay awake. Emma looked down. What her grandfather said was true. Kimberly is her sister, so they shouldn't fight just because of a boy. This is Grandpa's last request for you, Emma. Grandpa will definitely grant it. Your request, and Grandpa will not remember the mistake you made. Grandpa, too, will accept your son and will not mind who his father is. Moreover, you're already getting married, so it doesn't matter anymore. Is it true? Emma's facial expression lit up. She couldn't believe what was new, just what his grandfather said. Yeah. As long as you obey. This time I will listen to grandfather's words. Emma hugged her grandfather. He didn't, thought his grandfather would help and forgive his actions. The important thing is cost. Daniel's treatment is already there and he doesn't need anything else. After they finished talking and made an agreement, they went to Daniel's room and, for the first time, his grandfather was able to accept Daniel and talk to him. Although Daniel was a little scared, but I had access to him. Finally the child spoke intimately with his great-grandfather as well, his aunt. Emma was very happy, even though she had to make sacrifices. It didn't matter. Kendrick wants it. Kimberly didn't give him a chance to talk to Emma. Feel ignored. Kendrick chooses to leave, but he will come back later to talk to Emma without the annoying Kimberly. Chapter 26. Smart Children. In accordance with his grandfather's promise, Daniel really received the best care. His grandfather even agreed to Daniel being transferred to another hospital, which would be coming soon. Done. Daniel will undergo therapy later to treat his illness, but Emma, she also had to keep her promise to marry the man of her grandfather's choice. Tonight, she had to go out to dinner to meet her future husband. Does not matter. He knew there was a price to pay for his son's recovery. Emma didn't care anymore with his life because the important thing is that his son's illness can be cured so that Daniel can be cheerful again and play like a child his age, but his son indeed have privileges. Apart from his hobby of making game graphics, Daniel also has one very good memory. Now it's time to tell Daniel that he's leaving tonight to go out to eat. Evening. just for a moment. He hoped his son wouldn't mind at all. He would too. Asked a nurse to accompany Daniel because he was not calm about leaving. Daniel was alone. "Mommy, can Daniel have a cell phone?" asked her son while his mother was pregnant. "Change his dirty clothes." "Cell phone? What for?" "Daniel is bored, Mommy." "Daniel just wants to have a cell phone to watch games." "That's fine, yeah," his son whined. "Okay, but Mommy wants to go tonight." Daniel won't be alone with the nurse, nothing, right? "Mommy, where are you going?" "Mommy has something to do for a while, it won't be long." So Daniel has to be a good boy. "It's okay as long as Mommy gives Daniel a cell phone," said Daniel politely, cheerful facial expression. "Sure, but there's only one." Daniel uses Mommy's cell phone. "Okay, what about Mommy?" "Daniel won't be able to contact Mommy later." "It's okay, Mommy, just for a moment." "Okay," answered Daniel with a big smile. "It's finished. Now it's time for Mommy to get ready," said Emma. "He's brought it. All the necessities needed, therefore he doesn't need to go home again for. Take it." Emma deliberately asked a nurse to accompany Daniel even though he could ask his grandfather for help, but he was reluctant because he knew Kimberly was the one with the mouth. Spicy will definitely come along. He didn't want his son to hear Kimberly's words. It's painful, especially as Kimberly always says that Daniel is just an illegitimate child, because of his baseless accusations where Kimberly thought he was sleeping around a lot. "Man, Mommy, can Daniel contact a friend?" "Yes, but don't talk for too long because Daniel needs to get a lot of rest," Emma said. Had left because his son had finished changing clothes. "It won't be long." Mommy, change clothes for a moment." "Take her cell phone and Mommy's bag." She took a paper bag. "I had to change my clothes." Daniel took his mother's bag, which was not far away from him. Her mother's cell phone has been found. She will contact the friend she meant. After his mother left, Emma put on her dress in a hurry. She couldn't be late because of her grandfather. Can get angry. The face is polished with light makeup. The hair is trimmed a little so that it doesn't look dirty, untidy. Daniel was very surprised to see his mother's beautiful appearance because his mother was not. "I've looked like that before." "Mommy, why are you wearing clothes like that?" "Where are you going?" "Mommy wants to meet an old friend." He lied. "Meeting an old friend, why is it so beautiful?" "Mommy looks like she wants to go to a party." "Mommy's just going to a tea party." Emma lied again. She wanted to see whom she should marry. She wanted to see how he would be with her. Is Daniel, will be accepted or not? If the man she is going to marry is a good and accepting man, Daniel, then he will bring the two of them together. "Mommy, Daniel will be a good boy." Emma smiled when she heard her son say that. Emma approached Daniel, then gave his son a kiss on his forehead. "Mommy is very proud to have you." Mommy will do anything for Daniel. Healed. Daniel knows Mommy can do it because Daniel has a great mommy. "Thank you, but Mommy has to go. Be careful, Mommy." Daniel really loves Mommy. Emma smiled again. Now he became excited because of his son's words. "No, There was nothing happier than the joy that Daniel showed because of him. Had to fight to endure the pain when the condition worsened. Emma said goodbye when the nurse who was going to accompany Daniel arrived. He asked the nurse to take action as soon as possible if something happened to her son. He will come back as soon as possible so he can accompany Daniel. After his mother left, Daniel immediately contacted his best friend, Kendrick. He wants chat before bed. Kendrick was about to have dinner with the two at that time. His parents decided against it because he wanted to answer a call from a number that wasn't there. He knows. Uncle, it's me, shouted Daniel, who was very happy because Kendrick wanted to answer the call. From him, Daniel didn't expect Daniel to contact him. No wonder Daniel asked for a number. He called yesterday, but wait. He just mentioned it without writing, but why? Daniel can remember. Is Daniel bothering Uncle? Daniel asked. No, but how did Daniel know Uncle's cell phone number? He became curious about things. Didn't Uncle mention it to Daniel? Wow, but it was just mentioned without writing it down. How can you remember that? Is it strange, Uncle? Daniel does have a good memory. It's not strange, but extraordinary. It's really interesting. Emma's son turns out to have memory, which is pretty good. Really? This is one of Daniel's talents. Daniel sounded proud. Okay, Daniel called Uncle using whose cell phone? Mommy's cell phone. Is Daniel bothering Uncle? No. Where is Mommy, Daniel? Is she there? Mommy is away, Uncle. Mommy dressed up very beautifully tonight before leaving. What? Dressing up beautifully like what does Daniel mean? Does Emma want to? Going to a party or not? For some reason, he became suspicious of what Emma was doing. This reminds me of what Emma's grandfather said yesterday, that Emma was going to get married. Don't say that. At this time Emma went to meet her future husband according to her grandfather's request. In fact, he didn't want to get involved. He had already resigned himself to being rejected by Emma. But Emma's attitude, which was unlike anything he knew, really made him even more curious. His suspicions about Daniel. He hopes he gets the DNA test results soon because of him. Really curious about Daniel. So Daniel is alone now. Daniel is with the nurse. Uncle wants to be Daniel's friend to talk to pass the time. No, Uncle will go there. Has Daniel eaten? Yes, Uncle. Okay, Uncle will go there. After saying that, Kendrick asked his mother, made food, because he was going to accompany Daniel. Even if you don't understand, why did her son suddenly want to leave? Ainsley still made her son's food. After the food was ready, Kendrick immediately left while Emma arrived at a restaurant where a man was waiting for him. Emma took a moment to catch her breath before she met the man she would soon marry. She hopes the man is good and can do it, accepted his son. That's the most important thing. Feelings can be developed later after they got married, but the man she didn't know. For some reason she didn't like him at all, but he couldn't refuse anymore. Chapter 27 Daniel's rejection. Emma tried to smile when the man she met welcomed her arrival. That man looks good, he can see it, but but he shouldn't be fooled by looks alone because the man not only had to accept himself but had to accept Daniel too, and most of all, important is that if the man could accept his son, that would be more than enough, and he wouldn't make a fuss about anything else because his grandfather also kept his promise that they agreed to. Emma, isn't it? The man asked him while holding out his hand. Yeah, and you? Emma welcomed the young man's outstretched hand. I'm Aston. I've heard a lot about you from your grandfather. Good, that means you already know that I already have a son. Right? Emma let go of his hand and sat down, because he didn't want to make small talk for too long. If possible, straight away, why stall for time? Of course, I've heard about it from your grandfather. Aston sat down, his eyes wide, out of Emma's beautiful face. It turns out more beautiful than in the photo, and he can see that Emma is a very attractive woman. Good, that means I don't have to go through the trouble of explaining it to you anymore. You bet. Also know that I agree to marry you for the sake of my sick son, and I hope, grandfather, I've explained it to you. Emma didn't want to make small talk, let alone cover up the situation. The man should have known, of course. I already knew from your grandfather about that. I'm even more happy to hear that. This way I don't have to bother. Explain the situation, and you should know. My son is very sick and I have to devote all my attention to him, so you shouldn't ask too much of me, because the most important thing to me is my son, and you will be the umpteenth. Question: the feelings between us, we can grow slowly. It doesn't matter. Aston smiled. He already knew and he didn't mind, especially Emma. Just be honest about it. Okay, I can't stay long either because there's no one to look after my son. Can I come? As well as getting to know your son. If we get married, then I will be his father later, and I think we should get to know each other. Okay, as long as you can accept him, then I won't stop you. Of course not, Emma. I've heard a lot from your grandfather, and neither have I, wondering who the father of your son is, and I already know what your son is up to, experience, and what treatment he will undergo. After we get married, I will take you guys to move to the Netherlands, and I will give you the best care. Your son until your son's illness is cured. Aston's words sounded so sincere. That man also shows that he is serious about what he says. Emma smiled, hopefully that, shown by the man, and his words were not fake. Now order whatever food you want. After that, take me to meet your son. Thank you. Quite a polite man, and he hopes Daniel will like Aston later. But unexpectedly, his son already liked someone else. During Emma's dinner with Aston, Kendrick came to the hospital to accompany Daniel. He also brought food because he remembered Daniel's words that the child would always feel hungry every time. Daniel, who was bored because he had been playing with his mother's cell phone, was very happy. Kendrick came especially since Kendrick brought food because he was hungry. The nurse looking after Daniel was asked to leave because Kendrick wanted to be alone with him. Daniel, is your mother not back yet? Kendrick asked, casually. Honestly, he was very curious, and wants to know where Emma went. Not yet, Uncle. Mommy doesn't know where she's going. Did he go out with someone? No, Mommy goes alone. Okay, Uncle brought food. Does Daniel want to eat? I want to, but Uncle is the one who feeds Daniel. Daniel asked. Okay, wait a moment. Kendrick took out the food he brought, while Daniel, waiting enthusiastically, Uncle, is it true that Uncle and Auntie's relationship has ended? Daniel asked. Yeah, why ask like that? Does Uncle have another girlfriend? No, there aren't any at the moment. Then Uncle, do you want to be Daniel's daddy? Daniel promises to be a good son and, don't bother Uncle. What do you want, Uncle? Asked the child innocently. Wow, why are you suddenly asking that? Does Daniel no longer want to meet you? Daniel's biological father again. If Uncle wants to be Daniel's father, Daniel no longer cares who Daniel's biological father is. Okay, but it's not easy. You know that, right? Daniel will tell Mommy, shouted Daniel with a cheerful facial expression. Hey, if that's the case, you want to help Uncle, right? Help with what? Daniel will definitely help as long as Uncle becomes Daniel's daddy. For that, Daniel has to help Uncle to marry Mommy and then Uncle could be Daddy Daniel, said Kendrick. Suddenly he couldn't wait for the DNA test results. Get out quickly. Wow, if that can be arranged. Daniel smiled broadly. He was sure he could persuade his mother. Okay, now eat first. Who makes the food, Uncle? Does Mommy Uncle make it? Yes. Does Daniel want to meet my mother? I want it. Daniel wants it. Daniel answered while shouting, if that's the case, Uncle will invite him to come next time. Daniel is getting impatient. Daniel smiled broadly, and so did Kendrick. Mouthful for sake, the bribe was given to Daniel. For some reason a feeling of happiness filled his heart. Daniel really feels like he has daddy, said Daniel, looking down. His facial expression, the cheerful one, looked sad. Hey, don't be sad like that. Daniel can think of Uncle as Daddy Daniel from now on. Now if Daniel wants, but Daniel wants to have a real daddy. Why doesn't Daniel have a daddy like that? Anything else? Daniel started crying, pouring out the sadness he felt. Kendrick started to panic. He tried to calm Daniel's quite loud cries. Daniel, still whining about wanting a father figure, and his cries were heard by Emma, who has returned with Aston. Emma immediately ran because she was worried with Daniel's condition, but when he saw Kendrick, he looked unhappy. What did you do? Why did you make her cry? Shouted Emma angrily. Don't get me wrong, Emma. I didn't do anything. Kendrick answered, but stared. His eyes couldn't leave Aston, who was standing not far from Emma. Aston also looked over direction. Who is that man? Daniel. Are you okay? Asked Emma, who looked worried. Who is he, Mommy? Daniel asked, pointing at Aston. Oh, he is Mommy's future husband and Daniel's future father. Don't want to, shouted Daniel loudly. Daniel cried again, while Kendrick, quite surprised by what Emma said. Was that Emma's grandfather's plan? Daniel doesn't want Mommy to get married. Daniel doesn't want another daddy other than Uncle Ken. Shout, Daniel between sobs. Emma glared at Kendrick. She suspected that the man had already incited Daniel. His son wouldn't stop screaming, rejecting Aston. So, confused, he didn't feel good about Aston because Daniel clearly refused, and, because of that, Daniel vomited the food he had just eaten. Chapter 28, like being in a bottle. All the food that Daniel had just eaten was thrown up. Daniel still cried and said the same thing if he didn't want Aston to be his father. Emma panicked tremendously. Her son's clothes and bed were so dirty that she couldn't help it or not, had to carry Daniel from the bed. Aston was completely ignored, but the man didn't leave. He had to survive being in there so that Emma didn't think she couldn't accept her existence and circumstances. His son is sick. However, he must provide more value to their meeting. Daniel doesn't want Mommy to get married. Daniel doesn't want to, shouted Daniel. Okay, okay. Don't shout like that. We'll discuss it later, but don't shout. Ask. Emma, Daniel just wants to be with Uncle Ken. Mommy sends Uncle away, shouted Daniel, and because his scream made Emma even more uncomfortable with Aston. Throw Uncle away, Mommy. Daniel doesn't like it, so he drives Uncle away, shouted Daniel the interloper. He cried. Emma, who was making the bed, turned around and looked at Aston. Daniel has, while in Kendrick's arms, the child was still crying and asking for his mother to chase Aston away because he really didn't like the guy. Like it or not, Emma approached Aston and asked him to talk outside. He really uncomfortable because his son kept asking Aston to leave. Daniel, I don't really like strangers, but it's strange that he's so easy to get close to. Kendrick? Is it because that man is his father? Please forgive my son's words, Aston, said Emma uncomfortably. It's okay, he's just a kid. I won't get angry, but that guy, he wants to know who, Kendrick, and why the guy was there. He is my son's best friend and my sister's ex-fiancé. Please don't misunderstand. My son, it's like that when there's a new person, but once you get to know each other, he'll definitely be able to do it, accept your existence. I know, I can understand. I won't be angry. I'll come back tomorrow to meet your son so he can get used to me. I'm waiting. Emma tried to smile. Hopefully Aston will arrive tomorrow. Received by Daniel. I'll go first. Emma, said Aston, who wanted to approach Emma, but she seemed hesitant. Be careful. Emma walked away after saying that. Aston looked disappointed. Looks like it will be difficult to get Emma. Emma returned to the room, breathing heavily. Hopefully this happens. Didn't make his grandfather angry, and hopefully Aston wouldn't be offended at all. I really hope that this incident doesn't have fatal consequences just because of Daniel, rejected Aston. Mommy, why didn't Mommy tell Daniel that Mommy wants to get married? Ask. His son, who was already wearing clean clothes, was petrified by Kendrick. This is Grandpa's sudden request and Mommy has to follow it. Why Mommy? Didn't Mommy say we would look for Daddy, but why Mommy? Do you want to get married and give Daniel another daddy? Everything is out of plan, Daniel. Emma stared at Kendrick for a moment and then pulling the dirty sheets from the bed. What plan, Mommy? Daniel doesn't like Uncle, whined Daniel unwillingly. Has a father he doesn't know. Mommy doesn't like it either, but Mommy has to do it. Emma almost screamed. If not for the sake of his son, how could he possibly want to meet Aston and agree to marry him? Daniel doesn't like him, Mommy. He doesn't like him, said his son, who was crying again. Emma, if you're having financial problems, shut up. Emma shouted so that Kendrick's words stopped. Why did Mommy shout like that at Uncle? Daniel, Mommy has to do it so that Daniel gets treatment. Mommy wants it. You'll get better soon, so you have to get treatment. That's why Mommy agrees with Grandfather's request, who wanted Mommy to marry because Grandfather was willing. Pay for your treatment. Why does it have to be Uncle? Why doesn't Mommy just marry Uncle Ken? Uncle too have a lot of money, right Uncle? Asked Daniel. I can't, Daniel. I can't, said his mother. Why, Mom? Because he is Auntie's fiancé. I told you, Emma. Our relationship is over. Kendrick said, I don't care. Whether you're still engaged to him or not, I don't care. You, the man I rejected, and you were also the man who became my sister's fiancé. How about that? Maybe I can be with you. I've already made a mistake once, so my relationship with my grandfather is not good. He's all I have. I can't destroy our relationship, and I can't destroy the relationship either. My sisterhood with Kimberly. Don't you understand my position? Do I have to marry you just because you wanted to help me and then destroyed my relationship with my family? Please don't make things worse, Kendrick. All that happened, it's my fault. It's all my fault. If Kendrick wasn't her sister's fiancé, when he returned, he would definitely look for the man happily for help, and says her relationship with Daniel, but now. If he does, then he will destroy his relationship with his family. His grandfather and sister definitely will, hating himself more and more. But you promised to be my wife, and they know that. Promise, promise again. I really don't know anything. Grandpa didn't want to say anything. Promise me what you mean, and you only say promises and promises at all. I don't understand. Do you know what condition I'm in right now? Emma paused for a moment to catch his breath, and after that he said again, I'm like, was in a bottle, and then you said the same words as me. Don't understand over and over again. Every time I try to digest what is, you say, I'm always hindered by the bottle that confines me. Don't you understand, with the position I'm in right now? Emma looked at Kendrick with a look. Sadly, he really couldn't remember what Kendrick meant. Okay, listen. We used to be neighbors, and we were always together. You never were. Want to get away from me. That's why you always follow me wherever I go, huh? Emma looked dazed. So they were neighbors. That time you were lost in the forest and I found you. You promised you would be my wife at that time. Can't you remember? No. Emma shook her head and looked confused. She didn't have that kind of memory. Emma, what actually happened to you when you moved in? He was sure had happened. Something that no one knows except for Kimberly, who definitely won't say anything. Don't know. I don't know. Emma held her head. She really didn't know. Have you ever had an accident? I don't know, shouted Emma again. Has Kimberly ever hurt you? For some reason he suspected that. Emma looked at Kendrick sharply. Harming him? What for? What Kimberly has, doing bad things since they were little? It seems impossible. Chapter 29, Kimberly's suspicious attitude. Emma was pensive, with many thoughts. His intention was to treat Daniel's illness again, but instead he encountered another problem that he really didn't know about. Actually, what happened to him when he was little? He really didn't have that memory. Kendrick's confusing words and the promises he made, he really didn't know. If he knew they had such a promise as a child and knew the man he would be, marry his childhood friend, of course he won't refuse and he won't, did something crazy and ridiculous, the man he trapped was actually the same man. That time he was, don't know. She just looks for men who are powerful and popular with women because of men. Like that, he definitely had superior seeds, but the crazy thing he did actually brought them into trouble. What actually happened? Emma rubbed her face, she was really confused. Daniel still, sleeping, he was quite tired from crying all night. Kendrick went home not long after. They talked, and she felt he would come back again and again. Hopefully not today, because Aston wanted to come to make an approach. His head hurts. Everything becomes chaotic because of the stupidity he did. In fact, he could have told Kendrick straight away about Daniel, but he was afraid. What if Kendrick gets angry and takes Daniel from him? Kendrick can also sue. What he had done was therefore a crime. Even though Kendrick said they once promised to get married, but he doesn't remember. Who knows, apart from that, he will also be hated by his grandfather and Kimberly. Emma rubbed her face again, unlucky. His thoughts were all over the place, and it was making him even more dizzy. The door that suddenly opened caught Emma's attention. His grandfather came in, followed by him, by Kimberly. Emma, who was sitting on the sofa, got up. She was sure they would definitely come, wanted to know how her date with Aston went last night. Grandfather, why did you come so early? Emma asked, casually, to see how you are doing and this. Kimberly gave him the items she brought. Emma, food for you. Finish it because I took the trouble to make it. For you, he said with the haughty expression he usually showed. Thank you. Emma took it, not expecting Kimberly to be so kind as to make it food for him. It could be said that Kimberly's character changed after she agreed to follow his grandfather's words. If indeed their relationship as brothers could improve, then he won't destroy it, especially since he is an older brother. How about your meeting with Aston last night? Asked his grandfather, who had walked towards the sofa. Our meeting went well. You didn't say anything that would make him hate you, did you? Ask. Kimberly was suspicious. No, Grandpa has already told Aston a lot about me, so I don't need to say anything else. That's good if that's the case. You'd better get close to him immediately, because I want you guys soon, getting married soon. Why so fast, Grandfather? Emma, This marriage is also for the good of you and your son. He will have a father after you get married, and people won't gossip about you anymore, so don't postpone. But Daniel doesn't know Aston yet, Grandpa. They have to get to know each other first, before we get married. Isn't that an easy matter, Emma? You still have time to introduce Daniel on Aston. Besides, after you marry Aston, Daniel will definitely accept Aston as his future father, said Kimberly. What your sister said is very true. Daniel will definitely accept Aston after you guys marry. Emma sighed. Was this for the best? He'd better say yes first, Kimberly and her grandfather said, because she didn't want to argue. What he really wanted to know, the present is the past. Maybe after he remembered it, he would know what actually happened to him first. Grandpa, I heard that we were neighbors with Kendrick. Is it true? Emma asked that. Kimberly looked surprised and looked at her sister with a look suspect. Yeah, you guys used to be neighbors with him. Then why did we move? Your father was transferred to London. That's why you two moved. About my promise to him? It's just a promise. Kimberly interjected. Don't let your brother ask more about that, because their older siblings can't remember anything about their childhood, even if they still don't, living in that city, as well as memories of when they moved. Just a promise, you mean? Emma looked at her sister suspiciously. That's just a promise made by a child. When we were about to move, you cried, without stopping, then you ran into the forest. Mommy and Daddy are looking for you everywhere, but Kendrick was the one who found you in the woods. You don't want to be separated, then you cry with loud and whining incessantly. Because you keep insisting, that's why, Kendrick. I was forced to say that promise so that you wouldn't cry and want to leave. Is it true? Emma didn't seem to believe Kimberly's words. Why would I lie, Grandpa? Emma hoped her grandfather would explain this, but her grandfather just remained silent. Really, he didn't believe Kimberly's words, but if what was said, Kimberly was right. How embarrassing she was at that time. But if he is forced, why did Kendrick take that promise seriously? Never mind, you already want to marry Aston, so there's no need to remember what happened. It's past. It's not important anymore, said his grandfather, who actually didn't know when Emma and Kendrick made such a promise. What grandfather said was very true. So what made me lose my memory? You had an accident. What else? Kimberly answered quickly. What kind of accident do you mean? You must know, so tell me, asked Emma. Sis, we were coming home from school at that time. You ran without looking, so you were hit by something, passing car. You don't have any physical disabilities, but your memory has even disappeared. The doctor said you'd go crazy if you forced yourself to remember. Is it true? Honestly, he was increasingly suspicious of Kimberly. If he has an accident, must he remember when the accident happened, or did he forget that incident too? You don't seem to believe me. Kimberly started to look annoyed. It's not like that. Emma looked down, but in her heart said that there was something she was hiding. Kimberly. Everything he said, somehow he couldn't believe it. I'm not lying, sister. Kimberly approached him and took the food he brought, and placed by Emma on the table. I'm your sister. I'm really annoyed with you yesterday, but you're getting married, so we should reconcile as brothers. Aku made food for you, so eat quickly before it gets cold. I made it too, food for Daniel. Okay, thank you. Emma smiled. Even though there were hidden intentions, she shouldn't rejected Kimberly's good intentions, especially since her grandfather would be angry if she refused because of Kimberly. He has behaved well as his younger brother. Kimberly smiled broadly as Emma enjoyed the food she made herself without anyone around. Interference from others. Great, Emma should finish it, and tomorrow she will. Made it again so that Emma couldn't remember anything about their childhood even if she did, trying so hard that even Emma would really go crazy like she said. Chapter 30 Threats. Daniel's face looked sullen because Aston came again to see him and know him. Daniel really showed his dislike for Aston. There isn't any hidden by the child. He even refused the food brought by him, Aston. Emma really didn't feel well. He had persuaded him in such a way, but Daniel remained, don't want to. Daniel hugged his mother tightly while hiding his face. Daniel didn't even want to answer when Aston asked him. Daniel doesn't like Uncle Aston, Mommy. Daniel doesn't like him, so he chases Uncle away, said Daniel. Daniel, you don't know Uncle Aston yet, so how can you not like him? His mother asked. Daniel really doesn't like it, Mommy. Get rid of him quickly. Hey, how about we get to know each other? Aston asked. No way, Daniel doesn't like strangers. Daniel, you can't be rude like that. But Daniel doesn't like it, and Daniel isn't lying. Okay, how about this? Mommy will leave Daniel with him, Uncle Aston, so Daniel can get to know Uncle Aston. People don't know, so it's no shame. It's better for Daniel and Uncle to get to know each other first. But Mommy? Daniel looked reluctant. It's okay, just for a moment. Use the time you have to get to know Uncle Aston. Mommy won't bother. Okay, Daniel will talk to Uncle. Daniel looked down. He was going to talk to Uncle Aston, not to approach his mother again. Smart boy. Mommy will come back later. Emma kissed her son's forehead before he left Aston and his son. He hoped they could get along so well. His son could accept Aston. Uncle, have you known my mother long enough? Daniel asked after his mother left. Yes, but we've only wanted to get close in the last few days. What does Uncle like about Mommy? Daniel is like a journalist who wants to be looking for news. Your mother is beautiful, said Aston. Then Uncle can look for other beautiful women, right? It's not just Mommy who is beautiful, but there are lots of beautiful women out there who are more beautiful, and you can get them. Oh yeah. But Uncle only wants to be with your Mommy. Is that not okay? Don't you know, Uncle, that Mommy wants to be with Uncle because she's forced to? Gila, not because of Daniel and great-grandfather's request. Mommy doesn't want to be with Uncle, he said. Daniel, Uncle already knows about that, and Uncle doesn't mind. But Mommy already has a childhood sweetheart. Doesn't Uncle know? Really? Who was your mother's childhood sweetheart? It's better if Uncle doesn't know. then Uncle won't be able to sleep because he lost the competition. Wow. Wow. Uncle really wants to know who your rival is that Uncle has to beat. Try telling me, who was your mother's childhood sweetheart? Daniel already said, Uncle can't know. Uncle can't possibly beat him? Does that mean that man is Daddy Daniel? Suddenly he was curious. Never mind a child, it was talking about his own father, but his relationship with Emma was not approved by the grandfather. No, but he will become Daddy Daniel in the future, therefore Uncle should give up. Just don't bother Mommy Daniel. Uncle wants to help Daniel, right? Mommy can refuse, so Uncle has to refuse and talk to great-grandfather. Uncle must ask grandfather not to marry Mommy to anyone else, Daniel begged. Wow, Uncle can't. Uncle also likes your mother. What do you think? Well, Daniel won't accept Uncle ever. It's best not to mess with me, little one. If you dare disturb me, my relationship with your mother, then I will throw you away, threatened Aston, who was getting annoyed, because Daniel couldn't be talked to. What do you mean, Uncle? Listen, and don't make me angry. I want your mother, so don't obstruct. If you still whine and show your dislike for me, then I will not remain silent. I will throw you away, even I will make your mother cry every day. If you don't want that to happen, then be an obedient child. Daniel was silent after receiving the threat. Aston smiled. It seemed like the kid had enough, smart and understand what he is saying. Bad uncle, said Daniel. No. No, Uncle is the best person, but he obeys people. If not, then Uncle, he's indeed a bad person, so don't make Uncle angry. Uncle I will love you and your mother if you obey Uncle's words. Daniel doesn't want Mommy crying, right? Daniel nodded. The child looked down because he was afraid. It turns out Uncle was evil and he was afraid. Daniel was surprised when Aston grabbed one of his hands. Daniel didn't dare to scream, because Aston is threatening again. Don't tell anyone about our conversation. Do you understand? Said Aston, and Daniel nodded quickly. Be careful if Daniel talks about this to Mommy. Uncle will not forgive Daniel, and will make Mommy Daniel cry. You understand? No way, Uncle. No way, said a frightened Daniel. Good, be a good boy. Daniel's hand is released. This way there won't be anyone else hinder his relationship with Emma. Daniel wouldn't even ask his mother to throw him out again. Daniel, who doesn't like Aston, doesn't like him even more. Daniel lay down and get under the blanket. He didn't want to be alone with the evil Aston in his eyes. Hopefully his mother will come back soon, and hopefully Uncle Kendrick will come quickly because of him. Don't like that bad guy. Emma, who had been out for a while, came back again, much to her surprise, because Daniel was under the blanket. Daniel, are you okay? He asked. Mommy, Daniel wants to sleep, shouted Daniel without daring to look at Aston. Looked at him sharply. Is Daniel tired? He asked. Yes, Mom. Daniel wants to sleep. Okay, sorry, Aston. I have to accompany Daniel to sleep for a while, said Emma. It's okay. I was out for a moment. Daniel is a good boy. I'm glad to be able to talk with him. Is it true? Emma asked her son. That's right, Mommy. Daniel answered quickly because he was afraid that Aston would disturb his mother. Good, said Emma, but she was suspicious of her son's attitude, who looked scared. What, has something happened? Aston said goodbye, but before that he gave him a sharp look to Daniel. Daniel hugged his mother because he was afraid. Emma became even more surprised. What Daniel? Like that when he saw Aston, or was he like that because he didn't like Aston? What is it, honey? He asked. It's nothing, Mom. Daniel wants to sleep, but Daniel still doesn't like Uncle Aston. Daniel doesn't want Mommy to marry Uncle Aston, and Daniel doesn't want to have one. Daddy is like Uncle Aston, said his son. Okay, doesn't Daniel want to eat? I don't want to because it's Uncle Aston's. His son refused. Okay, is there anything Daniel wants? Cell phone. Daniel wants a cell phone. Didn't Daniel want to sleep? His mother asked. Just a moment, Mommy. Lend Daniel his cell phone. Okay, sleep after this. Okay, Mommy. Daniel smiled broadly. Emma was no longer suspicious of her son's attitude. So he didn't know that Aston had just threatened his son. Aston didn't leave either. After a long time, he came back again and looked back at Daniel, who hurriedly got under the blanket. He will definitely save his mother from that evil uncle. Chapter 31. Not having a relationship. Kendrick rushed over after getting a call from Daniel. He was even willing, leaving his important work behind. Kendrick did just that because Daniel was heard cry. Daniel, who received threats from Aston, of course immediately looked for him, help, and he knows that only Kendrick can help to get rid of Aston, so as not to disturb his mother. Emma wasn't in the room when Kendrick arrived because he was dropping off Aston. He was called by a nurse. Soon Daniel will be transferred and Daniel will start undergoing therapy at another hospital. Emma was very happy because, in this way, his son's disease can be cured immediately, regardless of the therapeutic method that will be used. What his son will do will take a long time, but it's better than searching. Bone marrow is not easy to find. Hopefully Daniel can recover soon so that his sacrifice is not in vain. Emma was called because there are things that have to be discussed with the doctor, and he has to fill in several things. Required certificate. Money matters he really didn't need to think about, again because his grandfather was willing to endure everything because he was obedient. Daniel, who was left alone, was very happy when Kendrick arrived. He will complain and asks Kendrick for help so that the evil Uncle Aston doesn't come again and annoying his mother. Honestly, from the start he didn't like Aston. Kendrick brought fruit that Daniel liked. Even though he had never bought fruit before, but he didn't mind doing it because he wanted Daniel to be happy. Tell Uncle. What do you want to talk to Uncle about? There's something bad about Mommy. Uncle. Oh yeah, who? Was it great-grandfather or Kimberly who was mean to Mommy? No. Daniel doesn't like him, Uncle? Can Uncle help Daniel? Kick him out. If it's not Kimberly and great sister, try telling me who Daniel is referring to. Uncle is evil, Uncle. He said he would make Mommy cry if Daniel didn't obey. Uncle who? Kendrick became suspicious that Daniel meant the man who came together with his mother at that time. Don't say that that man scared Daniel, Uncle Aston, he's evil. He just threatened Daniel. What did he say? Kendrick looked surprised and suspicious. How strange, that man threatened Daniel? Does the man named Aston only want Emma or not want Daniel? Uncle threatened to make Mommy cry if Daniel didn't obey. Uncle must help Daniel expel the evil uncle too. Daniel begged, okay, actually Uncle can't interfere, but Uncle will try to help. Universal Copy will have access to all information visible on the screen. Really? So Uncle will help Daniel get rid of him? Daniel looks happy. Record or transmit. This includes information like password, details, yes, but Uncle didn't promise to fulfill Daniel's expectations and you can't. Uncle, you turn, do it soon. Why Uncle? Are you afraid of Uncle Aston now? No, of course not. Actually, Uncle has to go away for a few days to be Uncle. Can't come to visit Daniel. Really? Will Uncle be gone for a long time? No, just a few days. Whatever Daniel wants, tell me. Uncle will buy it. Whatever Daniel wants later. No, thank you. Daniel doesn't want anything, Uncle. Daniel looked down and, looking sad that he won't see Kendrick again for a few days. Hey, don't be sad. Later Mommy Daniel will think that Uncle made Daniel cry. Mommy has been gone for a long time, but why hasn't she come back yet? Daniel looked towards the door. His mother had been gone for a long time, but had not yet returned. Don't be sad, Uncle brought Daniel's favorite fruit. Do you want to eat it? I want to, answered Daniel. Kendrick took out the fruit he bought. The fruit is washed first before giving it to Daniel. Daniel was very happy to get a bite from him. I feel like asking permission, Kendrick, to allow himself to call Kendrick Daddy, but he didn't dare, and he knew his mother would definitely be angry. Emma came back after she finished. She, surprised to find Kendrick in the room. Again, your man. Aren't you tired of always coming here? Asked Emma sarcastically. No, I came to visit Daniel and accompany him. Don't be too familiar with him. You guys don't have any relationship. Daniel is my best friend. Who says we don't have a relationship? Mommy, why doesn't Mommy like Uncle Ken? Daniel asked. We don't have to like everyone, Daniel. Besides, he's not supposed to be here because Auntie Kimberly will come suddenly. You know what's going to happen if Auntie Kimberly saw him here, right? Auntie will misunderstand, then she will, angry at us. I told you that Kimberly and I don't have any relationship, Emma. I do. How many times do you have to understand? I don't care. For you, your relationship is over, but not for Kimberly, because he is crazy about you. He still hopes for you and your existence here become a threat to me and Daniel. You should have known that, so please don't make things worse, Kendrick. I didn't make things difficult for you in the first place, so don't making things difficult for me and Daniel. Oh, so you prefer the man who just threatened your son? What do you mean? Emma looked at Daniel, who looked down. That man, he just threatened your son. Do you want to marry someone who doesn't? Can you accept your son, Daniel? Is that true? His mother asked. Sorry, Mommy. Uncle Aston did threaten Daniel. Why didn't you tell Mommy? Why did you tell her instead? Others. Sorry, Mommy. Daniel looked down and looked scared. Don't you trust Mommy, Daniel? Do you trust other people more? Don't blame Daniel, Emma. He's just a child who was scared because he was threatened. Shut up, Emma snapped irritably. Daniel was increasingly afraid because his mother was angry. Sorry, Mommy. Don't be angry, asked his son. Next time someone bullies Daniel, tell Mommy straight away. Mommy won't. I like other people to know before Mommy. Does Daniel think Mommy wants to get married with a man who doesn't want to accept Daniel? Of course not. Mommy has own considerations, so Daniel doesn't need to be afraid and immediately tell Mommy. You understand? Okay, Mommy. Daniel is sorry. Okay. Next time Daniel must tell Mommy straight away. Understand? Daniel understands and apologizes. Good. Emma tried to smile, not expecting Aston to threaten her son. It doesn't matter. He's in need, so he'll play along. Nor will he, kicked Kendrick out. Not this time, because the man will never meet Daniel again, because soon Daniel will be treated at a different hospital where there is none, no one knows. Chapter 32. Don't get involved. Emma went home to get her and her son's belongings because today he will go to another city with his son who will start undergoing therapy. Maybe he wouldn't go back to that house again because he didn't mean to, in the same house as Kimberly. After this, he intends to look for part-time work, so he can divide his time because he always has to be by Daniel's side. He decided that because he couldn't always rely on his grandfather's money, when she returns, Kimberly shows her dislike for Emma. Even though after Emma left, she had really enjoyed her life because her grandfather's love was not there, will be divided and intended only for him. In fact, since childhood, Kimberly has had a personality disorder. He tends not to, confident and thirsty for affection. Kimberly was always jealous of Emma. She didn't like it when Emma gets more attention. His jealousy became more intense when they got to know each other. Kendrick. Hatred began to emerge in my heart when Kendrick and Emma had a relationship, close but not with himself, who is always alone. Their mother always encouraged Kimberly to have high self-confidence and not be jealous, with her sister who is easy to get along with, but Kimberly always experiences a crisis of self-confidence. The only person who knows what Kimberly experienced and what she did is her mother. That's all. Kimberly's wrong actions were always defended by her mother, even her fatal actions. Kimberly did it, which caused Emma to lose her memory. Her mother still defended her. even though she had a big fight with her husband. Their mother is still trying to defend them, Kimberly, because she thought Kimberly needed more encouragement to change but felt jealous. Kimberly actually got worse, especially after both of their parents died. No, someone else advised him. Emma just ignored it when Kimberly looked at her with an unhappy look. Kimberly even, watching her as Emma took her son's belongings from the wardrobe. He wouldn't let Emma take something that didn't belong to him. "It's best not to come back again," Kimberly said sarcastically. He did hope Emma didn't return. "Whether I want to go back or not, what does it matter to you?" asked Emma no less sarcastically. "Do you think this house is a shelter so you can go home and go as you wish?" said Kimberly. "This is not your house. Don't talk like that. Grandpa never forbade me to go home, so don't make decisions at will. Why are you coming back again? You should stay in that city with your child. It's haram. It's better that you don't interfere with my life." "What do you mean? When have I disturbed your life?" Emma asked. "You're always interfering in my life. Don't you realize? You've always grabbed me since the beginning. What I want, but you never admit it. You also destroy my relationship with Kendrick, but you pretend to be innocent and you don't admit if you've ruined our relationship. It's up to you, Kimberly." "I'm too lazy to argue with you," said Emma. "Remember, don't come back." "Oh, I forgot. You're already going to marry Aston, so you're done." "I have to go with him," said Kimberly. Emma didn't answer this time. She was busy packing up her son's things. "Indeed he is. Have decided not to return to that house again so that they don't share the same house with Kimberly. He also wants his son not to be in the same house as Kimberly, which is clear. Hate them. Remember, Emma. Don't ever come back. Let alone 1 week from now. You and Aston marry." "What?" Emma was surprised. "Why so fast?" "He really didn't know about this. Hasn't Grandpa told you yet?" "You're getting married in a week," said Kimberly. "No way. I want to talk to Grandpa." Emma closed the suitcase and walked away. "Go out." He wanted to talk to his grandfather about the matter. "What do you want?" Kimberly asked as she followed Emma's steps. "Talking to Grandpa." "Don't interfere," said Emma. "What do you want to talk about?" "Don't say you want to ask Grandfather to cancel your marriage with Aston. It's up to me what I want to talk to Grandpa about, so don't interfere." "Wait, Emma. You have agreed to marry Aston, so don't argue." Again, Grandpa. Emma shouted for her grandfather, who was resting. "Don't bother Grandpa." Kimberly shouted. "Grandpa, I have to talk to you," shouted Emma again. "Stop, Emma. Don't be rude." Kimberly shouted. "What's wrong with you guys? You're all grown up, but you're still fighting," said his grandfather. "Get out of the room." "Grandpa, Mom doesn't want to marry Aston," said Kimberly. "What are you saying?" The grandfather looked at Emma with a sharp gaze. "It's not like that, Grandfather. I just wanted to ask, is it true that I should get married with Aston in 1 week?" asked Emma. "That's right." Aston asked for your wedding to be accelerated, so I've decided to speed up your wedding, which will be held in 1 week. But, grandfather, I have to accompany Daniel, who is going to undergo therapy. Can I ask more time? Asked Emma. No, you can't. Kimberly answered, I told you, don't interfere. Emma is really annoyed that Kimberly always is, to intervene. Grandfather, if you give him more time, then Aston will be angry. Besides, if you are too kind to him, he will repeat the same incident. He will sleep again with another man and then got pregnant again so that Aston wouldn't marry him. For once, shut up. I'll definitely do the same thing again. Don't just talk, Kimberly. I asked for more time because I have to accompany Daniel, who has just undergone therapy. Don't lie. Grandpa, don't be fooled a second time. Emma definitely wants to deceive you, so don't be too kind to him. I didn't do that, Grandpa, said Emma defensively. Enough, what I have decided cannot be contested. 1 more week for you, married to Aston. If you dare to run or anything, all your son's hospital expenses, I won't take responsibility for it anymore, so you'd better obey, said his grandfather. Grandpa? Emma is still trying to persuade her grandfather. No bargaining, Emma. Do it, don't disappoint me even more. Emma was silent, bowing her head in resignation. He couldn't argue because his grandfather had already decided. Kimberly smiled with satisfaction. She had always disliked her brother more. Happier than he is. After Emma leaves, she will approach Kendrick again in order. Her relationship with Kendrick is back to normal. Kendrick won't be able to have Emma, and if Emma's memory suddenly comes back, it was too late because Emma was already married to Aston and Kendrick was already be his. No matter what happens, Emma and Kendrick cannot be together. Emma returned to the room, tidied up all her and Daniel's belongings, and, after that, Emma went to the hospital and then took Daniel to another hospital, where Daniel will undergo therapy to cure his illness. Chapter 33 The Truth Revealed. Kendrick had no idea that Emma had taken Daniel away for therapy to another hospital because he went to New York for a few days on business. While there, Kendrick bought toys for Daniel. He also bought a laptop and a cell phone that Daniel really wanted. When she was with Daniel, the child will definitely say that he wants those 2 things, but his mother won't, can afford it. Kendrick, who felt sorry for him, of course bought it, considering it as a gift. He also bought it, food for Emma, because he felt sorry for her thin body. So their relationship will get better. While in New York, so did Kendrick, already thought about it. He had made the decision to take Emma to the doctor, nurse to check his condition. Maybe Emma's memory can be healed. She didn't believe Kimberly's words that Emma would go crazy when her memory returned, because he suspected that Kimberly was the mastermind who had made Emma lose her memory. Before going to the hospital, Kendrick asked his mother to make food. He took it and gave it to Daniel. He feels sorry for Daniel, who doesn't eat food healthy when he gets bored of hospital food. It looks like Emma's finances are in good shape, not good. Today he decided to ask Emma about her illness, Daniel, because he was really curious about what happened to Daniel. Ainsley was making the food Kendrick wanted. He never said no. Kendrick to be close to anyone, even he does not prevent Kendrick from being close to Emma's son. He thought Kendrick did this to gain Emma's sympathy, because he could see Kendrick still had hope in Emma. Ken, you always go to spend time with Emma's son, doesn't Kimberly? Will you misunderstand and get angry? Asked his mother. I have nothing to do with Kimberly anymore, so why is she angry? You don't have a relationship with Kimberly anymore, but you have to, thinking about Emma's position as her older sister. With the closeness of the two of you, Kimberly definitely will hate Emma, so you have to think about Emma's situation. I know, but I'm not close to Emma because Emma hates me. Oh, yeah? Is it because of the memory? Mom, I've thought about this. I want to take Emma for a consultation. Although, Emma still rejected me when her memories came back later, but I wanted Emma to remember what happened to him when he moved out. If you want to do it, Mommy won't forbid Ken. After all, you guys have been here for a long time, so close. Think of you as helping Emma as a friend, but as much as you can. Maybe Kimberly shouldn't know because Emma would definitely refuse. However, he is an older brother. He definitely doesn't want to make a fuss. Okay, I'll persuade him later and keep it a secret from Kimberly. I hope Emma is not stubborn and is willing to check the situation. By the way, can Mommy meet her son? His mother asked casually. Mommy, do you want to come? Well, that's fine. Daddy's away. Mommy doesn't have any friends, so Mommy's just coming along. Then make delicious food, Mom. I'll answer the phone first, said Kendrick, because someone contacted him. Okay, Mommy can't wait. Remember, don't make sushi. You could poison people. Kendrick shouted as he walked. Go, noisy, said his mother irritably. Having been married for decades, of course he can cook, but the weakness is still sushi. Kendrick had already walked away to answer. The call turned out to be from the person he ordered to find out who the woman was, had trapped him 4 years ago. Maybe there was good news, he hoped. So, what's wrong? Is there any good news? Kendrick asked. I've got it, sir. The woman who set you up 4 years ago. I have. Get his identity. Good. Who is that woman? Tell me, said Kendrick impatiently. She, Emma Katherine. What are you saying? Kendrick screamed in surprise. Did he hear correctly? I can't be wrong, sir. I've matched the 2 photos you gave me, and the second, the woman was exactly the same. Her body posture and several parts were similar, even though it was a woman that night. It's a disguise, but I'm 100% sure that woman is Emma Katherine. Unlucky. Kendrick shouted. It turns out that it was Emma who trapped him? He already had his suspicions, but how could that be? What does this mean? Why does everything feel confusing? Not care, whatever the reason, he would go to Emma and ask about this. Why Emma have to trap him while he rejects himself? If so, Daniel must be his son. He was sure of it, and it couldn't be wrong even before the test results were finished. He was very sure. If Daniel was his son because Emma had managed to steal his seed that night. "Mom, I'll go first." Kendrick shouted, "What?" "Hey, wait, Mommy." "Mommy isn't finished yet," his mother shouted. "Later, Mom," shouted Kendrick, who had taken his car keys, because he wanted to, go to the hospital. He really didn't expect that the perpetrator was Emma, but why? Emma sets him up, but he rejects her too. What was Emma really thinking? Not only that, it made him angry because it was the most important thing. What made him angry at the moment was that Emma didn't tell him that Daniel was his son if his guess wasn't wrong. Why didn't Emma tell him? Why, Emma, just keep quiet. Really, he didn't understand and really wanted to know. Why, Emma? Why? Finally, the question was asked too. Kendrick brings the car as quickly as possible to the hospital. Anger filled his heart. He won't forgive Emma for hiding everything. He won't forgive. After arriving, Kendrick immediately ran to the room where Daniel was undergoing treatment. His legs stepped wide. He really couldn't wait. He already felt a strange feeling when I was with Daniel. Even though he was already suspicious, he didn't expect it. Daniel really is his son. Why didn't Emma tell him this? Again, that question. "Emma, I want to talk to you." Kendrick shouted as he pushed open the door of the room. Kendrick was surprised because the person occupying the room was no longer Daniel but a person, other. "Where is Daniel?" Kendrick stepped out. He went to find a nurse because he wanted to find out where Emma went. "Sir, it's a coincidence that you came." A nurse stopped his steps. "Where is the little boy in that room?" Kendrick asked matter-of-factly. "It seems his mother took him to another hospital." "Sir, where was he transferred to?" Kendrick asked impatiently. "Sorry, I don't know. But he was transferred to therapy because his mother didn't have a lot of money and can't afford to find suitable bone marrow." Son, damn. Did Emma really not say where she was taking her son, undergoing therapy? "I really don't know, sir." "How could you not know?" Kendrick was starting to get annoyed. "Sorry, sir. I really don't know. I have a message to convey to you. It just so happened that you came, so I didn't need to contact you again." "What message?" "The doctor wants to meet with you to discuss the results of the existing DNA test." "I see." Hearing the nurse's words, Kendrick immediately ran away. What a coincidence. With the results of the DNA test, Emma won't be able to avoid whether Daniel is really her son. Kendrick immediately looked for a doctor he trusted to do a DNA test. He really is. Can't wait to know the results of that test. It didn't take long. The test results were in hand. Kendrick looked at it carefully and again he was surprised to see the test results. Shows that Daniel is indeed his son. "Emma!" Kendrick shouted angrily. The test result paper was even crumpled due to emotion. How dare! Emma was hiding something this big from him. He won't let it happen, just watch out. Emma had to bear the consequences of his anger because he had kept such a big secret a secret from him. Chapter 34: Increasing Hatred. Kimberly is enjoying her time while enjoying a cup of tea and a piece of cake, which his grandfather bought him. Finally calm returned again because of Emma and her son. There is no more. That's how it should be. Emma went and left. Chaos. Then he came back again and made a mess, but now Emma won't. Came back because he heard that Aston was going to take Emma and her son away after they got married. Even though Emma's return has disrupted her relationship with Kendrick, she will meet Kendrick soon to repair their relationship, which has failed. He is confident he can win Kendrick's heart now that Emma is gone. The tea glass was raised. Kimberly enjoyed it. He seemed to be celebrating Emma's departure with him, his son, for whom their existence was very disturbing. Lucky Aston, he has liked Emma for a long time and wants to marry Emma even though Aston doesn't like sons. Emma. That's natural. Who can accept other people's children? Kimberly. Kimberly was shocked when she heard Kendrick scream. Kimberly got up and fixed it, his appearance. This was really an opportunity. He didn't expect Kendrick to come. Man, it must have missed him. Kimberly, get out. Kendrick shouted again. He knew Kimberly knew where Emma was. That's why he came there to look for Kimberly. Kendrick, I didn't expect you to come, said Kimberly as she approached Kendrick, who looked at her sharply, but Kimberly ignored it. Did you miss me? He asked again. No need for small talk. I didn't come because I missed you or anything. Come on, I'm very happy you came. I happen to be enjoying tea. Let's go. Enjoy together, said Kimberly. Don't make small talk. Kimberly. I'm not interested in the tea you serve because of me. Come to look for Emma. Emma? Kimberly's facial expression looked displeased. Again Emma and Emma. What? Is there anyone else besides Emma? Tell me, where is Emma? Kendrick asked. What do you mean look for it here? No need to pretend. I know you know where Emma is, so tell me, where are he and his son? It's really funny. Did you think I was Emma's babysitter? Did you think I was watching? They are 24 hours like guard dogs. Both hands were already clenched into tight fists. Hatred towards Emma filled his heart again. Why is it Emma again? Does Kendrick care? Why does Kendrick never care about him? Answer me, Kimberly. Where is Emma? I don't know, shouted Kimberly loudly. He really hated Emma. Since the beginning, Emma has always been the star, and she has been the substitute. Why? Why, everything has to be Emma? Why not him? How good is it that Emma makes it? Kendrick is crazy even though Emma is nothing more than a prostitute. Don't pretend you don't know. You definitely know where Emma and her son are, so tell me. To me, where is Emma? I don't know. Don't know. Kimberly shouted again. What's all the fuss about? Asked his grandfather, who was awakened from his sleep by Kimberly's screams. Grandpa, I'm looking for Emma. Where is she? Kendrick asked. You'd better not look for it anymore, because Emma is getting married. I won't let him marry. Kendrick shouted. He doesn't like you, Kendrick. Be aware of that. He never loved you, Kimberly shouted. It's not that he doesn't love me. He just doesn't remember who I am. Actually, what happened to Emma? Why didn't grandfather ever tell me? Why, you guys just kept quiet and didn't try to treat Emma. I told you, Emma will go crazy if her memory comes back, said Kimberly. Don't cheat. I won't believe anything you say. You must be the mastermind behind everything, what Emma had experienced. I know you've always hated and envied Emma. Enough, shouted Frederick. Grandpa, Kendrick has the heart to accuse me even though I didn't do anything, just like he accused him of. Kimberly seeks protection from her grandfather so that she doesn't, blamed by Kendrick. What Kimberly said is very true. Emma will go crazy if her memory comes back, said Frederick, confirming his grandson's words. Don't cheat like Kimberly, Grandpa. There's no one like that, not even someone who just had a serious accident and received a serious injury to his head, might go crazy when his memory returns. Don't tell lies to defend Kimberly. I'm telling the truth. That's what happened. No, you're cheating. Why, Grandpa? Why are you so defending Kimberly while Emma, no? Why do you choose? You should have told him what happened, but you actually don't care. You even defend Kimberly more than Emma. They both, your grandson, right? Shut up. I'm disappointed in him because he humiliated me by smearing me, himself. She went and got pregnant with someone else's child, and she didn't even know who the man was sleeping with. Himself. Do you think I can forgive his actions? Shouted Frederick. Kendrick clenched his hands into fists. He tried to restrain himself from saying if the man who got Emma pregnant was himself. It's best if they don't know it this time, because he knew Kimberly would hate Emma even more, and her grandfather still would. Hates Emma even though she is the perpetrator. Even Emma's grandfather will think of Emma was making a joke because he thought so too. You're like a human who can do no wrong, Grandpa. When Kendrick said the words, however, he actually received a sharp gaze from Frederick. There was only one mistake that Emma made. You judged Emma in such a way. What? Kimberly never does anything wrong? I'm sure there are more than Emma, and if you, not senile, you should remember why Emma got lost in the forest when she was little. Then why don't you punish the perpetrator? Why are you protecting him instead? I didn't mean to, Kendrick. Kimberly said defensively. There's no need to defend yourself. The only ones who know what happened at that time were you and Emma, but, unfortunately, Emma has lost her memory. You are really in a safe position because there is. Defend yourself even if you make a mistake. When he said those words, Kendrick looked at Frederick. Enough, there's no need to bring up the old stuff anymore. You don't need to look for Emma because of her. I'm getting married, so don't bother him. No, I'll keep looking for Emma. I know you guys won't tell me where are Emma and her son, but I will definitely look for them until we find them. Excuse me, Kendrick stepped away. He would definitely be able to find Emma wherever she was, and his son is at this time. Kimberly held back her anger and emotions, because she was once again the one who was not loved. Why? Why does it have to be Emma? He wouldn't let Emma be happy, he wouldn't. No, I'll keep looking for Emma. I know you guys won't tell me, where are Emma and her son, but I'll definitely look for them until we see them. Without, excuse me, Kendrick stepped away. He would definitely be able to find Emma wherever she was, and his son is at this time. Kimberly held back her anger and emotions, because she was once again the one who was not loved. Why? Why does it have to be Emma? He wouldn't let Emma be happy. He wouldn't. Grandpa, it looks like you have to speed up Emma and Aston's wedding. Their wedding is only a few days away, so there's no need to rush it or anything. Grandpa, the sooner the better so that when Kendrick finds out where Emma is, he can do anything. Aston will definitely be furious if he fails to marry Emma. Grandfather should take action by speeding up their marriage. Frederick looked at his grandson and thought. It seems like what Kimberly said really, that's right, he'd better speed up Aston and Emma's wedding. Don't fail, for the second time, after all, from the start, Emma and Kendrick weren't matched, so it was better. He listened to his grandson's words to speed up Emma and Aston's wedding. Chapter 35 Inviolable. Daniel is undergoing his first therapy after being moved home for several days. That pain. Daniel had asked his mother many times if Kendrick knew them, was there or not, but Emma didn't want to answer. Emma didn't even give. His cell phone was on Daniel again, because he didn't want Daniel to contact Kendrick. His cell phone had been replaced, so Kendrick couldn't look for his son again. Emma did this so Kendrick didn't know where they were. He does not want to, making the atmosphere chaotic, especially since she and Aston are about to get married. Keep your promise. His grandfather gave him what he wanted, so he would follow what his grandfather said. Want to. When Daniel was undergoing therapy, Emma was not allowed to accompany him. Emma chose to wait in the room where his son was being treated. It felt like it had been a long time, but Emma had definitely been waiting, impatiently. He hopes that Daniel's therapy can cure his illness. Emma hopes that Daniel's therapy will be finished quickly because she can't wait to know the results. Waiting wasn't fun. Emma was really anxious, and when the door came, the room opened. Emma was very happy, but when she saw Kimberly and her grandfather, she felt, the joy is gone. Wow, you can still relax. Kimberly sneered. If you just came to argue with me, you'd better just leave, said Emma. I'm accompanying grandfather, you can't kick me out. Besides, there's something important to do. Grandpa told you, said Kimberly arrogantly. What important thing do you want to convey, grandfather? Emma asked. A bad feeling, he was sure there was, unpleasant things that his grandfather would say otherwise his grandfather would not, might come. Grandpa has decided, tomorrow you and Aston must get married, said his grandfather. What? Emma was surprised. Tomorrow? Did he hear correctly? Are you kidding me? Why is it happening so fast? Emma asked. He didn't understand why. her grandfather accelerated her marriage to Aston even though he wanted to focus on his son. I'm not kidding. Tomorrow, you have to marry Aston. No need to be fancy, just go to church. But that's too hasty, Grandpa. I have to focus on the treatment Daniel is undergoing. It can't be disputed, I said tomorrow. If not, it's all costs. I will cancel your son's treatment, threatened his grandfather. No, grandfather. Don't. Tomorrow I will marry Aston. He couldn't help it or not, can refuse. Emma could only surrender to get Daniel's medical expenses. Don't, until his grandfather didn't give him any more money, especially since Daniel had just undergone therapy, his first. Good, prepare yourself tomorrow, said his grandfather. No need to worry, big brother. Grandpa and I will buy a beautiful wedding dress. For you, said Kimberly. Good, this way Kendrick won't chase Emma anymore. It's up to you. After all, I don't have the right to make a choice, so it's up to you, just. Whether you want to get married later, tomorrow, or the day after, it makes no difference, said Emma. Don't act like a victim. Isn't it you and the one who wants to marry Aston, without coercion? It's best not to act like you're forced to, shouted Kimberly. Emma was silent. There was no point fighting with Kimberly because she would lose. Moreover, he has no right to express his opinion. Instead of making his grandfather angry if he doesn't get help, it's better for him to stay quiet. Enough, Kimberly. Don't scream. Emma has agreed to get married tomorrow, so there's nothing. What's the need to make a fuss about? Said their grandfather. As long as grandfather keeps his promise, I won't mind, said Emma. No need to worry. Even though Aston will take you to move, I will still pay for it. Treat your son until he recovers. Thank you, Grandpa. As long as you don't break your promise, I won't argue either. At least what he did was worth what he got. Then prepare yourself tomorrow because you will marry Aston. Emma nodded. She would get married eventually. It's okay. He can do it. Live it, and Daniel will sooner or later accept Aston as his father. Her grandfather walked away, followed by Kimberly, who looked satisfied. Ultimately, Emma can refuse. They left the room, but when the door opened, they were shocked, because Daniel was at the door with a nurse. Hi, Grandpa. Hi, Auntie. Daniel greeted them while showing a sweet smile, but they were both indifferent. Daniel, have you just come back? Emma immediately approached her son. Hopefully Daniel didn't hear their conversation. Of course, Mommy. Daniel is very tired and really wants to sleep. Okay, you really need to rest. Come on, Mommy, accompany you. Invite Emma, who has already done it. Invited his son to come in. Sorry, Grandpa, I can't deliver, said Emma. No need, Kimberly said sarcastically. Emma immediately took her son inside. The nurse followed because she was there. Daniel had to take some medicine, but before that he had to look after Daniel. Madam, the doctor called you. Is it true? Emma asked. Even though he wanted to discuss something with Daniel regarding her wedding because she was afraid that Daniel would hear her conversation with her grandfather and want to find out about the situation. The doctor wants to discuss Daniel's condition, so he asked you to come to his room. Okay, please take care of Daniel. I'll be back soon. Certainly, ma'am. Thank you. Daniel, rest soon. Smart kid. Daniel will definitely rest. Daniel smiled broadly. Emma too. Smiling, he guessed Daniel didn't hear his conversation with his grandfather. If so, she didn't need to discuss her marriage first because of Daniel's condition. You really have to be good when undergoing therapy. Emma said goodbye. She had to see a doctor first to find out Daniel's condition. Daniel was given medicine first, and then he was helped to lie down by the nurse. Sister, Daniel wants to ask for help. Would you like to help? Daniel asked. Of course, just say it. The nurse will help, said the nurse. Thank you, nurse. Daniel smiled again, and before his mother returned, he asked, help the nurse to do something for him. Emma, who had finished talking to the doctor, returned to accompany her son. Even though he wanted to talk to Daniel, Daniel ended up sleeping. Wow, he's asleep, said Emma because the nurse was still looking after her son. Today he was very excited, madam. He said he wanted to get well soon so he could take madam away from her evil great-grandfather. Is it true? Emma looked in disbelief because her son was enthusiastic while undergoing therapy. Yeah, he didn't even cry. I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you for looking after him. Okay, I'll just leave madam. Thank you. Emma approached Daniel, then pulled the blanket. A kiss landed on him, his son's forehead. In his heart, he apologized to Daniel because he had to hide her marriage to Aston, which her son did not like. It's okay, he will later. Daniel spoke after he had undergone several therapies and after his condition improved. Good. He also hopes that Daniel can recover so that his sacrifice is not in vain. Chapter 36. Daniel's threat. Before going to church to hold her wedding to Aston, Emma, accompany his son first because he has to feed his son food and replaced Daniel's clothes. Soon Daniel will go to therapy. Coincidentally, because he will be leaving soon, Daniel is undergoing therapy. He is getting married, but has he done the right thing? Suddenly Emma thought about it and felt guilty for his son. He hasn't heard Daniel's opinion if he gets married later. Isn't that the most important thing, is Daniel? He did all that for his son, but what if Daniel got angry when you find out he married secretly? The one he married was an unpopular person, by Daniel. What if Daniel hated him because of that? He mustn't forget. Daniel was everything to him and he should never forget that. Emma was confused. Her wedding was just hours away, but she wasn't there yet. Told his son about his marriage to Aston. He shouldn't forget either. He and Daniel had promised to share with each other when there was a problem, but he did break their promise first. Mommy, is Mommy sick? Her son asked because Emma was silent because she was too think a lot. No, darling. Does Daniel want something? Mommy, Daniel wants to talk to Mommy. Daniel held his mother's hand and looked at him with a sad look. Yes. Is there anything Daniel wants to tell Mommy? Mommy, Daniel doesn't need Daddy, said his son. What do you mean? Mom, didn't we promise that we would always be together? Daniel hugged his mother and the question he had just asked confused Emma. Did Daniel hear? What did he talk to his grandfather about yesterday? Why do you say that? Emma asked. She wanted to know why she suddenly said something like that, even though his son always wanted to meet his father. Why did he say that today? Thereby, Mommy, why do you have to get married? Do women and men have to get married? Not really. Not everyone has to get married. Why ask that? Isn't it as long as Daniel wants to have a daddy? Daniel really wants to have Daddy, Mommy. He really wants to, but Daniel doesn't want to have him. Daddy doesn't like Daniel. If not all men and women should marry, then why does Mommy have to get married? You heard Mommy and great-grandfather's conversation, didn't you? No, Daniel didn't hear anything. He lied even though he heard clearly, because when he returned, Kimberly's screams could be heard from outside. Daniel asked the nurse not to take him in because he wanted to hear. It seemed like his mother had forgotten that he was smart kid. If not, why are you talking like this? There must be a reason, right? No. At that time Mommy already told Daniel that Mommy would married to an evil uncle? Now Daniel wants to discuss it with Mommy. Okay. Emma lifted Daniel and sat him on her lap. Now, it was time to listen to his son's wishes, and now he had to listen to his son's opinion about his upcoming marriage. Don't regret it for not listening to his son's opinion. Now tell Mommy what Daniel wants to tell Mommy. Mommy, we'll listen to it. Thank you, Mommy. Now Daniel wants to know why Mommy wants to marry him. Bad uncle. Okay. It seems you don't like Aston, so you called him that. Daniel doesn't like him. He's evil. But why does Mommy still want to marry him? Daniel. Mommy didn't want to either, but Mommy had to. It's all for you so you can be cared for until he recovers. That was the condition given by great-grandfather. He will finance it, Daniel's treatment, provided that Mommy wants to marry Aston. Mommy has told Daniel, right? Mommy will do anything for Daniel, so Mommy has to do this. If that's the case, Daniel won't get better, said his son. What do you mean by that? If for Daniel's sake, Mommy has to marry an evil uncle, it's better if Daniel doesn't. Healed. Let's just go home to New York, Mommy. It's okay, Daniel isn't being treated. What? Why do you say that? Daniel doesn't want Mommy to make sacrifices like this. If it's for Daniel's sake, Mommy has to get married with evil uncle. It's better if we just go back to New York. We live together again like formerly, but you have to be treated, darling. How can Mommy just keep quiet while you have to? Struggling with your illness? Emma hugged her son, sadness filling her heart. How could he remain silent watching his young son struggle? The disease. It's okay, Mommy. Promise Daniel that Mommy won't marry him. Uncle is evil, begged his son. Emma was silent, didn't answer. How about now? She already had to marry Aston a few hours later, but Daniel actually asked him that. He knew there was another way, for Daniel's medical expenses, but he is afraid of the risks. Now he's in a dilemma. Whichever one he chooses later, all have different risks. Promise Daniel that Mommy won't marry Uncle Aston, asked Daniel, whine. But Mommy did this for you, Daniel. Daniel doesn't want to. Rather than having a daddy like Uncle Aston, it's better if Daniel doesn't. Completely healed. Don't say that. Mommy has to do it. If that's the case, Daniel will go home to New York alone. What? Don't. Daniel doesn't want to have a bad daddy. Daniel also doesn't want to live with a bad daddy. If Mommy is still married, then Daniel will leave, threatened his son. Okay. Don't threaten, and don't say that. He knew it wasn't just a threat. Don't let her son leave because she married Aston. Daniel doesn't want Mommy to get married. Okay, Mommy won't get married. Really? Mommy promised? Daniel looked up, looking at his mother with his eyes sparkling. Yes. Mommy won't get married. Mommy will find another way to keep Daniel, get treatment. Mommy won't marry a bad uncle, right? Daniel asked to confirm. For Daniel's sake, Mommy won't marry him. Mommy doesn't want Daniel not to. Happy, so Mommy will reject it. Thank you, Mommy. Daniel knows Mommy loves Daniel, and Daniel really does too, love Mommy. Daniel hugged his mother again and smiled secretly. The mission was successful. He knew his mother wouldn't have the heart, and indeed Emma wouldn't have the heart. He does not want to. Daniel is not happy even though he can recover. He will cancel his marriage with Aston even though he knew his grandfather would be disappointed and angry with him. Not only his grandfather, Aston would definitely be angry too, but for Daniel's happiness, he was willing to be hated by his grandfather again, and maybe his grandfather would end their relationship. He also found out after him refused, his grandfather wouldn't pay for the hospital anymore, and this would be a problem, new to him. Daniel really loves Mommy, said Daniel. The child was the best at taking heart. Her mother, Emma, smiled. She knew her choice couldn't be wrong because she didn't want Daniel to leave, happy with her marriage to Aston, especially at that time. Aston's attitude was not pleasant to Daniel when he is not around. Don't let Daniel get stressed or not happy to have a father he hated. Aston was able to threaten his son again after that. They are married. Even though he thought everything was finished by agreeing to the request, his grandfather, but it turns out a new problem awaits him. Soon he will refuse, married Aston according to Daniel's wishes, and he knew that there was a new problem. It will be hard for him to face, and hopefully he can get through it. Chapter 37. New problems arise. After talking with her son, Emma was lost in thoughts. He has decided not to marry Aston. That meant his grandfather wouldn't pay for it. Daniel's care again. Apart from Kendrick, where else should he turn for help? He intends to look for work, but her marriage to Aston makes her hesitate. No money. Now he is in a dilemma, because he even asked Kendrick for help. Not easy. Maybe the man would help, but he was afraid to tell the truth. Daniel has been taken to undergo therapy, while Emma is preparing to leave, met his grandfather and Aston, who was definitely Kimberly. He could imagine what Kimberly would say later would definitely warm her grandfather's heart. Emma sighed, so be it. What will happen, let it happen. Since the beginning anyway, he's in the wrong, so he'll take the risk. Whether his grandfather hates him or not, hated by Kendrick, he doesn't care as long as Daniel is happy and his illness can be cured. Emma immediately left without any suspicion. She had to solve the problem she caused. Indeed, he was the source of the problem and he knew it. Kimberly and her grandfather had gone to church where Aston was waiting. Gown. The bride they bought for Emma was brought by Kimberly. Since morning, Kimberly has been visible, happy. Yes, this is a happy day, because today Emma will marry Aston, then go to a faraway place with Aston. This way Emma will no longer be able to, bothering him with Kendrick, who will definitely be his soon. This way he is the winner. Kimberly's bad character only got worse because no one gave her advice anymore. His jealousy grew, and his arrogant nature grew. That's why Kimberly rarely had friends for a long time, because of her annoying nature. It should be him, received guidance from a psychologist, but from the beginning his mother always helped him. Kimberly hides her bad nature. Where's Emma? Why isn't she here yet? When he arrived, of course what he was looking for was Star, because he was afraid that Emma would run away from the wedding. Why are you asking me? Isn't he your brother? Aston said. TCH, just watch out if he runs away. Kimberly snorted. Today she was not happy. Someone may destroy it. Call your sister, Kimberly. Don't just get angry, said his grandfather. I don't have Grandpa's cell phone number. You're his younger brother. How can you not have his cell phone number? What do I keep it for? It doesn't matter. Use my cell phone and call him immediately. Cell phone was given. Who knows what was thinking? Kimberly didn't even save her sister's cell phone number. Kimberly right away contacted Emma according to her grandfather's request, even though she was actually lazy. Where are you? Why didn't you come? I'm about to arrive, answered Emma. Quick, watch out if you run away. Kimberly threatened. Emma sighed. She wouldn't run, but she would refuse the marriage. He must, ready to accept his grandfather's anger, and he surrendered. Everything got messed up because of that, himself. If he had obeyed his grandfather's orders from the start, he didn't think it would have happened, messed up like this, but if he obeyed, would Daniel be present in his life? Not necessarily. She gets Daniel if he obeys, but if she remembers the man she has to marry is the man he trapped, Daniel was definitely present. The mistake was, he didn't find out, but he didn't want to get married at that time, whether she knows the man she's going to marry or not. She thinks she'll do the same thing, the same. Emma has arrived at the hospital. Ready or not, she has to be ready. Aston was very happy when he came, so did Kimberly. What's taking you so long? Hurry up and put on the dress. Kimberly walked over to her sister. Give a wedding dress. Sorry, I cannot, said Emma as she stepped back. Her grandfather was surprised when Emma said so, and so did Aston and Kimberly. "What do you mean by that, Emma?" asked his grandfather. "Sorry, Grandpa. I disappointed Grandpa again because I didn't want to marry him." "Why, Emma? Why do you always embarrass Grandpa?" Kimberly shouted. "I don't want any of this. I've said it from the start that I don't want to marry. I have my own life, but why does Grandpa always force me?" "Grandpa is doing this for your good," shouted his grandfather angrily. "What kind of kindness, Grandfather? Why is it always me? Why does Grandfather never ask?" Kimberly got married. "Am I not happy enough?" "I live happily, but why always me?" shouted Emma too. "That's because I promised my best friend to marry our first grandchild. When you grow up, Grandpa should have brought Kendrick and me together first so that we could meet each other. Got to know before Grandfather said we had to get married, but what? Snicker, he immediately asked me to marry, which scared me, and my grandfather didn't want to talk nicely to me." When he heard Emma's words, Aston had been there for a long time. He was already annoyed because Emma didn't want to marry him. He just got even more annoyed and even emotional, has taken control of his heart. So the man who will marry Emma is Kendrick Maxton, the man who is always with Emma's son? What a joke, actually, this. Why does he feel like he was played by this family? Whatever your reason, Emma, you must marry Aston. Kimberly threw a dress, bride and groom, towards Emma. He had predicted that Emma would definitely throw a tantrum. "Why don't you just marry him?" shouted Emma, but at that moment, the grandpa, who was very angry, gave him a hard slap in the face. Emma, surprised, so was Kimberly, but she looked very satisfied. Emma held her cheek. "She won't fight because he knows he's in the wrong." "How dare you, Emma? How dare you embarrass me a second time?" His grandfather, really angry this time. He was really angry at his grandson, who had again embarrassed him. "I'm sorry, Grandfather. Grandfather always gave me tough conditions just because of me. Need help." "Why? Didn't Grandpa think about Daniel's existence?" "Grandpa doesn't want to admit it." "Grandpa may be angry with me, but Daniel is completely innocent." "But Grandfather actually asked me to marry him. Who couldn't accept it, Daniel?" "Why does it have to be like this, Grandfather?" "Wow, how did you know I couldn't accept Daniel?" asked Aston, who had been there. "Just be a listener. I know, Aston. You threatened Daniel when I wasn't around, and I didn't want to get married with a man who can't accept my son." Aston clenched both fists. What an unlucky kid. "It turns out the child made it. Emma doesn't want to marry him, even though there's only a little left. He really didn't accept it, this insult. What a shame, everything failed because of that brat." Aston said. "Don't call my son that," said Emma, annoyed. "So what, huh? You rejected me because of what that kid said. He's my son. It's natural that I listen to what he says. So what's wrong? You really humiliated me, Emma." "This humiliation, I will make a calculation with you later," said Aston. Emma gulped. "Damn. A new problem has come again. Everyone saw it, a look full of hatred. Aston was really embarrassed by that incident. Not supposed to, Emma rejected him when they were about to get married. All because of his son, and the child will not escape. He would definitely retaliate, avenge the humiliation and shame that Emma gave. Just wait, I'll reply to you later, said Aston as he stepped past Emma. Wait, Ashton. Emma's grandfather chased Aston. He was really embarrassed, and again because of it, Emma. He was really disappointed with Emma, and he would make a calculation later with his impudent grandson. He really didn't expect that Emma would, embarrassing himself again. Chapter 38 Risks That Must Be Beared. Aston was very angry because he felt he was being played by Emma and the others. Emma shouldn't have rejected herself, and this was Emma's big mistake. He wouldn't let this happen. He would definitely make a calculation later. Frederick, who was angry and disappointed with Emma, returned. He had tried to persuade Aston, but failed. Aston left in an explosive rage, all because of it, Emma. Kimberly, who tried to persuade Aston, failed, so they just could come back and take out their anger on Emma. Emma didn't run away. She wanted to finish everything that day. He knew his grandfather was definitely angry, and he felt that the one punch he had just received was not enough. Emma was silent when her grandfather came inside. He thought only his grandfather had returned. He thought it was better because he could talk more freely with his grandfather. However, Kimberly came in later, making him unhappy. Kimberly picked up the paper bag containing the wedding dress that was on the floor, threw it at Emma while screaming loudly, "You really are a troublemaker." This time Emma avoided it. She didn't want to be scolded by Kimberly because Kimberly wasn't their relationship at all. All this time he had been silent. It had already happened, and he would fight back. "Why did you throw me?" shouted Emma. "You're really embarrassing." "You see, grandfather." "You see? I told you he would." "Will disappoint you again." Kimberly was really annoyed, even though today was her day. "I'm happy because Emma is definitely gone." He was very sure even though he had suspicions. But why is everything so messed up like this? Now the hatred is getting worse. "Shut up, Kimberly. None of this has any business with you." Emma glared at the direction, his sister. From the start, there was no relationship with Kimberly. If there wasn't Kimberly, he can talk to his grandfather, but Kimberly always interferes and makes things worse. Circumstances. "You're the one who shut up, Emma." His older brother finally spoke up. "You're the one who's silent." "Twice, Emma? What do you really want?" "You've agreed to get married with Aston, but why did you reject it today?" "Why? I thought grandfather introduced me to a good man. I was willing because I thought he could accept my son, but what? Instead of taking Daniel's heart, he actually threatened Daniel. Was that the right thing to do?" "Your son is the one who is impudent," said Kimberly. "Don't take my son with you, Kimberly. He's just a child who wants happiness. TCH, That's why you have to educate your children well. What do you mean? Do you think I didn't educate him well? You're the only one. How can you educate your son well? Oh, I'm overwhelmed. Kimberly crossed her chest and showed a haughty expression before she spoke. His insults continued. I forgot that he is a child who doesn't have a father. He is just child, huh? Before Kimberly finished her words, Emma gave one a slap in the face. Kimberly screamed, but again a slap landed on her other cheek. Insolent, how dare you hit me? Kimberly shouted in disapproval. All this time I wanted to punch your insolent mouth. Don't you? Top manners? You only have insults and swearing, say. Do you think what you said was appropriate for you to say? Once again you are insulting my son. I won't hesitate to hit you in the mouth. Emma was running out of patience. So far he had been patient because he didn't want to add to the problem. But this was enough. He will swallow insults to himself wholeheartedly. But he will not remain silent if there are any who insulted his son because Daniel was innocent. Grandpa, he hit me, Grandpa. Kimberly approaches her grandfather for help. Shut up, you're wrong too, shouted his grandfather, who was dizzy when he saw his two granddaughters. Why is grandfather scolding me? Kimberly asked. Shut up, didn't you hear? Kimberly looked down, but she was very annoyed because her grandfather had scolded her. Emma, really impudent. Let's hope his memory never returns. He really does. Hope that happens. Emma, I really can't say any more about you. You're my first grandchild though. You really disappoint me. Many times you have disappointed me, and I thank you. Will disappoint me again and again, so go away. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. The peak of his disappointment, and he didn't want to care anymore. Emma was surprised too, Kimberly, but she smiled secretly. What does grandfather mean? Emma asked. Don't pretend you don't understand. Now we don't have a family relationship anymore. I really disappointed in you. It's up to you what you want to do out there. I will, close eyes. I will pay your son's final hospital bills, but not after that, again. Don't ever show your nose in front of my eyes, so go away. Even if I die, you can't come to see my corpse. What? Emma was again surprised to hear her grandfather's words. So he was completely thrown away, now? But isn't that the risk of what he's been doing all this time? I'm sorry, Grandpa. Emma looked down, tears streaming down her face. Don't forgive, Grandpa. He will disappoint Grandpa again. Now it's better, let's go. Don't spend too long with the person who always disappoints Grandpa, asked Kimberly. Don't treat me like this, Grandpa. I was wrong, I'm sorry, asked Emma, who had stepped closer to his grandfather, but the sharp gaze he gave him, her grandfather, made Emma stop in her tracks. I told you, from now on we won't have a relationship anymore, so don't call me Grandpa. There will be someone to deliver all your things and your son's things. Don't set foot in the house again. After saying that, a disappointed Frederick left, followed by Kimberly, who smiled with satisfaction. Emma watched her grandfather leave while crying. she didn't chase anymore because he knows himself. That was the risk, a risk he had to take because he had disappointed his grandfather. Not only did he disappoint his grandfather, he also cheated Kendrick. What nickname does he deserve? One mistake he made, in fact, ended fatally, and Daniel became a victim of his mistake. Now, what should he do? Makes a face, then goes to find Kendrick and says everything to ask help or return to New York as Daniel wanted, but he had to, sacrificing Daniel's life because he knew he wouldn't be able to afford it. Daniel's treatment, Emma wiped away tears, not caring. Whether he wants to thicken his face or whatever, he has to, looking for Kendrick and telling him everything, but where should he look? Oh, he remembered. It seems Daniel knows his phone number. For Daniel's sake, he had to take all the risks because he knew if he told the truth, not only would Kendrick be disappointed, but Daniel would too, disappointed, and worst of all, he will be hated by his son. So be it, now he will face whatever risks he takes. It's okay to be hated by Daniel, because he knows Daniel will get the best treatment too, a much better life with his father. Emma immediately left, came back to the hospital. He will ask for Kendrick's cell phone number from Daniel. He knew Daniel already, finished undergoing therapy, but when she returned, Emma found Daniel's room, handled by a nurse. "Where's Daniel?" he asked. "Oh, a man asked her to go," answered the nurse. "What? Where?" "To the park." Without wasting any time, Emma ran away to look for Daniel in the park. Who took Daniel? No, don't say Aston brought the consequences. Feud. Hopefully his guess is wrong, hopefully. Chapter 39, Taken Away. Emma looked for Daniel in the park, but she couldn't find him. I've been going around in circles, searching carefully, but Daniel is still nowhere to be found. He even asked people around the park while showing photos, Daniel, but no one saw him. Emma felt the fear. She started to panic and became more afraid. What he was afraid of was Daniel, taken away by Aston. He suspected this because Aston had threatened him. All of this was his fault. Now Daniel is truly the victim of his mistakes. Not finding Daniel in the park didn't make him give up. Emma returned to Daniel's room to look for the nurse who saw the man who took Daniel. Besides Aston, there was no one else he suspected because Aston knew where Daniel was. Undergoing treatment. Sister, who was Daniel taken by? Emma asked as soon as she entered the room. A man, answered the nurse because she didn't know him and had never seen anyone. Who invited Daniel? Who is that man, nurse? Did he take Daniel by force? Wow, I've never seen it before. The man came and persuaded Daniel to follow. I tried to stop him, but he said he just wanted to take Daniel to play in the park, so I'm not suspicious at all. Why, miss? Is Daniel not in the park? Nothing. He's nowhere to be found. Emma was increasingly panicking. Her feeling was really bad. He really scared that Daniel would be taken by Aston as he thought. Please tell me, sister. What are the characteristics of that man? His hair was black. The nurse began to remember. His face was handsome, even a little scary. His body, oh my God, he's the man of my dreams. His thoughts instead drifted somewhere. Where? I'm serious, nurse, shouted Emma, who had been starting to panic. Sorry, I got carried away, but that's the way it is, and this is my first time. See that man? Emma started to think. Who? Aston also has black hair. He's also not ugly, and his body, also sturdy. Aston also never came even though he knew who it was? He got dizzy, because the nurse's explanation was not clear. Instead of guessing, it's better for him to come back, looking for Daniel. Maybe Daniel was playing somewhere else, so he had to look for him first. Feeling anxious, Emma began searching. It doesn't matter how many tens, floor of the hospital, he definitely had to find Daniel's whereabouts. He explored every floor, even though he was tired, he didn't pay attention. Daniel's photo was also shown on everyone he met, but no one saw Daniel. Roof, he had already visited the building, but Daniel was not there. Daniel. Emma shouted for her son as she ran. Where? Where is Daniel at the moment? This. He also came back inside the room, but was not there. Emma searched from top to bottom, downstairs, but he couldn't find it. The only person who can provide information was security guarding the front door. He was afraid that his son would have been taken away without him. There is something that can prevent it. Sir, have you seen this child? Emma asked the security guard on duty, taking a photo of Daniel. Show. Oh, a guy asked her out a few hours ago. What? Why is that possible? He had guessed that his son would have been taken away. But who? What's wrong, madam? Is there a problem, sir? I want to see the CCTV footage. I'm afraid this is kidnapping, asked Emma. What? The security guard was shocked and moved quickly. Several colleagues were called. Emma was taken to the room where he could see the CCTV footage. The fear is getting stronger. Hopefully, not an Aston. I hope it's not an Aston. He hoped so because he knew it would happen. Something bad if Daniel was taken by Aston. Madam, that man brought it. Do you know him? Emma moved quickly to see who had brought Daniel. The fear that hit disappeared instantly when he saw the man who was carrying Daniel because he was carrying his son. Is Kendrick. I know, he's the father. Sorry, I'm bothering you. I'm just afraid my son will be kidnapped, said Emma. He was really relieved, but how did Kendrick know where Daniel was, and why that man? Take him. After one anxiety goes away, another anxiety appears. Emma left after saying thank you. He went back into the room too, waiting for Daniel to return. He thought Kendrick was just taking Daniel for a ride, because there he will wait. Several hours had passed. Emma was starting to get restless because of Daniel. It hasn't been delivered yet. He felt anxious again. He didn't know what Kendrick's intentions were. Took Daniel away. There was no news at all. The anxiety he felt could be, kill him. Daniel should have given Kendrick his cell phone number. Kendrick can contact him, but why is there no news? 1 hour, 2 hours, even at night, Daniel didn't come back. He knew there were wrong. He was afraid that Kendrick would already know the truth and then take Daniel from him. Only that's all he was thinking, but why did he have to take Daniel secretly? Don't know where to look for Kendrick because he doesn't know anything about the man he makes. Emma has no choice but to go home to her grandfather's house to find out where Kendrick stayed. Even though they didn't want to tell him, he really hoped they would. His cell phone number. It was already dark when Emma arrived. Kimberly was about to sleep and so were you, his grandfather. Uninvited guests who suddenly arrived of course made Kimberly annoyed, but he thought Emma had come to get his things. Frederick the disappointed, of course he didn't want to come out to meet Emma. After all, he had already decided, because of his family ties with Emma, he asked Kimberly to come out to meet him. Emma, didn't grandfather tell you that your things will be there? Take him? Looks like you're really impatient. Kimberly sneered. I didn't come to take things. Already tired and frustrated, now he has to, facing Kimberly with emotion. If not, don't say you want to beg Grandpa and then kneel under his feet. Kimberly was still sneering. Don't make small talk, Kimberly. I'm tired of all the problems that are happening. It was all your own doing. Kimberly said, Okay, I was wrong. From the start I was wrong. Now tell me, Dee, where is Kendrick's house? Asked Emma. What? Kimberly was surprised why Emma was looking for Kendrick's house. Why are you looking for his house? Do you want to look for him to ask help because you no longer have a way? Yeah, I don't have a way anymore, so tell me where Kendrick's house is. Shout, Emma. Kimberly actually laughed out loud at Emma's words. Really, embarrassing, but don't expect him to say it. Answer, Kimberly, no. Even if you beg and kneel under my feet, I will not answer in where Kendrick is. If you really need his help, look for him yourself. Your abilities, Kimberly, I have never done anything wrong to you, but why do you hate me so much? He really didn't understand what happened between the two of them. I really hate you, Emma. I've hated you for a long time. After saying that, Kimberly went inside and locked the door to keep Emma out. Can come in. Wait, Kimberly. Tell me where Kendrick is. Emma was still screaming, pleaded, but Kimberly didn't care. Emma continued to scream, hoping her grandfather would come out, however, in vain. What he got was not help, but his belongings being thrown by Kimberly from the second floor. Take it all away and don't come back. Kimberly shouted. Kimberly, just help me this once, shouted Emma. Kimberly went inside while laugh. Guess Emma deserved to be kicked out. Now he really wanted to see Emma sleep on the street, and he was sure that it would be impossible for Emma to find Kendrick because of him, impossible to remember at Kendrick's house. Chapter 40 A Shameful Disgrace. His parents were very surprised when Kendrick brought a small child home. In fact, they have been wondering since yesterday where Kendrick prepared one rooms with facilities equipped with medical personnel and medical equipment. I asked, but Kendrick didn't answer and even acted strangely for several days. Later, curiosity of course filled my heart. As soon as Kendrick was back in the room, along with the child and several medical personnel he brought home. Kendrick, ask medical personnel to check Daniel's condition properly because he will. Asked for help from all his families in several countries to look for marrow, suitable bones for Daniel. From some countries it is impossible for his family not to. Found a bone marrow match for Daniel. The examination took quite a long time to make Daniel very tired. He started, hungry, also wants to go back so that his mother doesn't worry. Before Daniel followed him home, Kendrick persuades Daniel to come along on the grounds that he will provide proper treatment, best for Daniel. He also promised Daniel that his mother would not incur any costs, whatever. Of course Daniel was willing because he was the one who asked Kendrick for help. Daniel borrowed the nurse's cell phone to contact Kendrick, who was pregnant. Look for it. What an extraordinary coincidence. Daniel said that his mother had promised not to marry Aston. He also asked Kendrick for help, lent money to his mother so that his mother would no longer ask his great-grandfather for money. Wicked. Hearing that, Kendrick of course agreed and moved quickly to pick up Daniel. He deliberately brought Daniel secretly because he wanted to give him something, a lesson to Emma, who had hidden everything from herself. Ainsley and Damien entered the room after holding back for a long time. Although they can come in at any time, but they don't want to disturb the medical staff who are there. Therefore they held back for quite a long time. They approached the new Kendrick, just finished talking to their trusted doctor. A doctor who is an expert in treating that disease. Who is that kid, Ken? His mother asked, but Daniel had already said something before. Kendrick answered, Uncle, Daniel is hungry. When will Daniel be taken home? Mommy must be looking for him. Daniel, Mom, please get food for Daniel. I'll talk to you later, Kendrick asked. Okay, but tell me who the child is, and why did you bring him home, Uncle? Who are they? Daniel asked again because this was the first time he had met Ainsley and Damien. Just call them Grandpa and Grandma. Is that okay? These grandparents aren't evil like great-grandfather and auntie, right? No, of course not. They're not evil. Are you Emma's son? Ainsley asked as she walked closer to Daniel. He was suspicious because Daniel calls great-grandfather and auntie evil. That's right, Grandma. My mother's name is Emma, answered Daniel. Geez, Ken. Is Emma married? Ainsley turned to look at her son. Kendrick shook his head. Soon his parents would definitely be shocked. Grandma, can we continue later? Daniel is already hungry, said Daniel, holding his stomach, which was already growling. Sweet child, Grandma will get it, said Ainsley. Even though they had just met, he had already fallen, love the child. Ainsley went to get food for Daniel first. After, he wants to talk to the child. You brought her son, have you told Emma? Damien asked his son. I'll bring him later. Kendrick approached his son. He couldn't go straight, told Daniel about their relationship, because Daniel wouldn't believe it. He needs Emma to explain, but for now, just let Emma search Daniel's presence so he knows what he feels like when he finds out that Emma had covered all the truth to him, even though the punishment was not worth it. After eating, Uncle will take Daniel back, right? Daniel asked. What if Daniel just stayed here? I don't want to. What about Mommy? Did Uncle call Mommy and say, if Daniel were here? Daniel doesn't want to worry Mommy. No need to worry. Uncle has contacted him and tomorrow Uncle will pick him up. He lied even though he didn't tell Emma. He wanted Emma to come to him. This time Emma had to come if she wanted to meet their son. Okay, but Uncle has to promise to pick up Mommy tomorrow. I promise. Kendrick held his son's hand. Emma has really gone too far, and he wouldn't forgive her easily, whatever the reason. Ainsley returned to the room with food and a glass of orange juice. Daniel already hungry, of course impatient. He doesn't want to be fed by anyone because he wants to eat alone. It's a good time to talk to Kendrick to find out why Kendrick brings Emma's son home. Daniel was left with someone, the nurse who will always be with him. Now tell me, why did you bring Emma's son home? Ainsley asked. No, be patient once they are outside. Mom, Dad, Kendrick looked at his parents who were waiting for an answer from him earlier. Daniel is my son, he said. What? His parents were very surprised to hear Kendrick's words. How is that possible, Kendrick? When did you sleep with Emma? Wasn't it 4 years? Did he reject you then? Asked his mother. She guessed Daniel was around 3 or 4 years old. This is a disgrace that I have been hiding all this time, and for me this is very embarrassing because it is me. I don't want anyone to know, but I think you should know. What do you mean by that, Ken? His father asked. Dad, 4 years ago I was trapped by someone and I was raped by him. Speak clearly, his mother ordered. I told you I was framed, Mom. Someone gave me drugs and I was raped. The woman said she wanted to steal my premium seeds, and I didn't expect her to succeed. Hey, do you mean Emma set you up? His mother asked. I looked for that woman for 4 years, but she disguised herself so I had trouble. I didn't ask Uncle for help because this was a shameful disgrace for me. I don't know. If that woman was Emma, I wouldn't even suspect it at all when she got back together with Daniel. But my feelings when I'm with that child can't be faked. Geez, what did Emma do? Why did she do that and hide the truth from you? I don't know why Emma did this either. Does Daniel know about this? His father asked. No, I want Emma to explain everything to Daniel so that Daniel doesn't, assuming that I had thrown him away and didn't care about him. Emma had to explain it so Daniel can accept me. No. Kendrick answered, You're crazy. Emma must be looking for her son's whereabouts right now. Call her quickly and tell me Daniel is here, his mother ordered. No, Mom. I did it on purpose. Just let him look. This is punishment, because he doesn't want to. Told me that Daniel was my son even though Daniel was sick. What is wrong with her? actually hoping for his grandfather's help even though he knows his grandfather is like that. What is wrong with her? Didn't tell me right away so I could take action right away? I really mad at him, Mom, but I'm trying to control myself. But Ken, you have to know the situation he is in. Mommy hopes you don't punish him too hard, I know. If he's smart, he'll be able to find me. Okay, Mommy hopes you and Emma can talk well without getting involved. Excessive emotion. Remember, he also has his own difficulties, but that doesn't mean you have to. Immediately forgave her actions so that Emma would realize that she had been wrong all along. I know what I have to do. Kendrick said, okay, now Mommy wants to be with Mommy's grandson so we can get to know each other. Come on, damn. It turns out we already have grandchildren. Ainsley invited her husband back to the house. In Daniel's room. Even though what happened was very surprising, they were very happy, because they already have grandchildren. It turns out this is what Kendrick meant at that time. Kendrick walked towards the window, his eyes looking out. He was sure Emma can find her and Daniel's whereabouts. He would wait for Emma to come, gave an explanation to him and Daniel. Chapter 41 Other Risks. The night was getting late. There wasn't a single vehicle passing by, but Emma continued, searched Kendrick's house without stopping. Emma must feel tired, hungry, and thirsty. After leaving his grandfather's house, he continued searching without stopping even though he didn't know where he was. Have to search. The things thrown by Kimberly were not brought by her because of her. I knew it would be a hassle. It's up to Kimberly what she wants to do. She doesn't care because that's all. The important thing is to find his son's whereabouts. Emma had been going around in circles, asking questions here and there using what little information she had. Get it? He had gone to the police station or whoever, but he was having difficulties. He had already used up all the money he had to buy drinks, food, and other things, pay for public transportation. Now he was like a madman, walking in the dark of night to get home. Kendrick. Thanks to the good people he met after searching for so long, he finally get the man's residence address. Emma decided to leave straight away because of him. Don't want to waste time. Besides, he didn't have any more money to pay the fare, taxi. Walking was the only option he could do. Emma thought the destination was close and she could reach it on foot, but it had been a long time walking. The goal is not visible at all. Not because it's dark, but because it's home. Kendrick is still very far away. The flashlight from the cell phone is still on, but the power is gone, finished. He was sure he couldn't be wrong. He was sure it was the person who gave the residence address. Kendrick couldn't possibly lie. Wait, Mommy, Daniel. Wait, Mommy, said Emma, who took another second step, his feet along the road. He would explain everything to Daniel. He told Daniel all the truth, and he hoped Daniel wouldn't be angry and hate himself. Emma continued walking until the light on her cell phone went out because it ran out of power, but she didn't stop until he couldn't walk anymore. Is this another risk he has to take? Responsibility for cheating on his son and Kendrick? He's really stupid, and this is it. Due to the stupidity he committed, Daniel woke up early that day. He couldn't wait for his mother to come. He also can't wait to tell his mother that Uncle Ken is willing to help his mother in some way, lending money. Her mother will definitely be happy because she doesn't have to ask for help from the evil grandfather again. Ainsley woke up early because she wanted to make breakfast for Daniel. He has heard that Daniel got hungry easily, so he was worried that Daniel would look for food as soon as he did awakened. He had not told the news to his extended family. They definitely will, surprised, because suddenly he already had a grandson. Daniel's voice talking to his nurse could already be heard while Ainsley was still there, is outside. A smile adorned his face. He was really very happy. Morning, is Grandma disturbing you? Ainsley asked pleasantly when she entered the room. Daniel, good morning, Grandma. Has Mommy come? No, Kendrick hasn't gone to pick him up yet. Why not yet? Isn't Uncle awake yet? Yes, maybe taking a shower. Tell Uncle to hurry up, Grandma. Daniel can't wait to meet Mommy. Daniel asked. Of course. Now tell Grandma, what does Daniel want to eat? Grandma will make it. Anything is fine, Grandma, said Daniel, while showing a smile. Then wait here, okay? Ainsley came out of the room. She was met by her husband wanted to talk to her. However, they have to report their extended family, but so that Daniel wouldn't be surprised because he didn't know yet. The truth is, so they have to be careful in speaking. Have you contacted your father and mother? Damien asked. I was thinking of nice words. There's no way we can say them if Kendrick was raped by his childhood friend and gave birth to a child. No, that's how it happened, so let's just say it straight. Hey, this is leering. We're going to embarrass our own son because it's in my family. There's never been a term for rape before, so I have to think of good words when inform them of Daniel's whereabouts. If that's the truth, there's no need to cover anything up. Make the transmission, I know. But if his word, he can you give it hair? That's better, but wait. Why you didn't get angry or anything when he found out Daniel was our grandson? All information visible on the screen, or played from the current device. What do you want me to do? Cry because our son was raped? Or you? I want to get angry with Kendrick up iteration, like passwords, details. Is it a victim? If I want to get angry, then I will. I'm angry as Emma. Deturn. Okay. Help me make breakfast for Daniel. Start now. Indeed, it would be better for me to make it rather than my grandson getting a stomach ache. Recklessly, quickly help. Ainsley pulled her husband into the kitchen to help make breakfast. Kendrick, who had showered, went to Daniel's room. Today he won't go to work. He will send someone to take Emma because she can't lie to Daniel longer. He had promised Daniel he would bring his mother today, so he had to kept his promise so that Daniel would not hate himself. As soon as he entered the room, Daniel had just taken a shower and immediately shouted to ask, Uncle, have you contacted Mommy? Has Uncle asked Mommy to come? Yes, Uncle will go to pick him up later. Don't take too long, Uncle. I don't like making Mommy worry, no, after seeing your condition. Uncle will leave, I don't think so. Daniel was patient and called him by a different name and he couldn't wait. Heard Daniel call him Daddy. Daniel is okay, Uncle, see? Daniel showed his two thin arms. Daniel is a strong boy. He said, okay, then Uncle will go and pick up Mommy. It's best for him to leave, on ordering someone to bring Emma. Hurry, Uncle, hurry. Daniel can't wait, he shouted. Okay, don't forget to be a good boy. Sure. Daniel smiled broadly, he couldn't wait. A faint smile appeared on his face. Kendrick, he can't wait either. Kendrick came out of the room and looked for his father and his mother because he wanted them to look after Daniel while he was away searching and carrying. Emma, Mom, Dad, I want to go, so please take good care of Daniel, asked Kendrick. Are you going to pick up Emma, Ken? His mother asked. Yeah, I can't fool Daniel for so long. You really have to because he needs his mother, said his father. I know, Dad. That's why I'm going to pick him up. Go. If you want to punish him, use another method, not by separating him, Emma, with her son. I know, ma'am. I go first. Kendrick excused himself and went to look for Emma, but unexpectedly, Emma was not there, far from his house. Emma couldn't walk anymore. She chose to read in the grass, a little more, just a little more, but he couldn't hold on anymore, and in the end he fainted. His presence on the side of the road attracted the attention of a subordinate, Kendrick. Two of his men immediately came out to see because they were worried. The enemy is coming. What's so noisy? Kendrick was very surprised because several of his men ran. Go out. There's a woman fainted there, sir. What? Kendrick stepped quickly after several of his men. His little heart ordered himself to look even though he was about to leave. For his men, stepping aside when he came, Kendrick saw the woman his men were referring to, Emma. Kendrick was very surprised to see Emma unconscious in this state. Estimate. Damn, what happened to Emma? Kendrick takes Emma inside, sling, and take him to the hospital. Don't let Daniel see the situation. His mother was like that because Daniel would scold her and then hate himself. Chapter 42 Difficult Decisions. Dehydration and fatigue made Emma unable to survive any longer. He really is. He tried his best, but in the end he fell unconscious, even though there was only a little more left, because he was sure his goal was not wrong. Emma's condition was really sad. She was already in the hospital at that time, but she, still in an unconscious state. Kendrick stood by her side, watching her, without doing anything. Emma's legs were covered in wounds from walking for too long. Who knows how long Emma had been walking? It seemed like she was punishing Emma with the wrong way. Now, how would he explain to Daniel when his son saw his mother's condition? Kendrick cursed. Damn it. Everything went wrong even though he didn't intend to make it happen to Emma like this, but that doesn't mean he will be generous. Daniel? Emma called out to her son amidst returning consciousness. Kendrick, nor will he budge. he will not immediately show his concern for Emma, Daniel. Emma screamed loudly and sat up on the bed. What happened? He is looking for Daniel. He was on his way to Kendrick's house. Then has he arrived? Are you ready to talk? Emma turned when she heard Kendrick's voice. Looking surprised, Emma looked at the man in silence, but she remembered Daniel. Where's Daniel? Where's Daniel? He asked. He's safe with me. You shouldn't worry. You just took it from me. How can I not worry? Emma almost shouted. He was already scared to death, afraid that he would never see his son again. I just took it one day. You're already like this. Don't you know how? How did I feel when I found out that Daniel was my son? When Kendrick said that, Emma, very surprised, but he looked down because he didn't dare look at Kendrick. How did you know? Emma asked. Only he knows what the secret is. Kendrick can tell. If I didn't try to do a DNA test, would you keep this a secret, continuously from me? Are you going to just keep quiet and just tell me when Daniel has done it, dying? No, said Emma while shaking her head. Why, Emma? Why did you do this crazy thing? Why did you frame me and why? You didn't tell me that Daniel was my son when we met. Why? What do you really think? Emma was silent, not knowing what to say. He didn't know where to start, explained all the chaos that happened because of him. Answer, Emma. Kendrick shouted, because Emma was silent. I don't know you, Kendrick. I have no memory of you, really. Moment, Grandpa said I had to get married. I refused, then I looked for the most influential man, and I found you. I was desperate to trap you so I could get pregnant, so Grandpa wouldn't, so marry me. How would I know that the man I should marry is you? I don't. I know because Grandpa didn't tell me, shouted Emma too. Now her face was full, lifted. Emma looked at Kendrick with a sharp gaze. Then why didn't you tell me that Daniel was my son? Why are you silent, even though Daniel was seriously ill? Why, Emma, what do you want me to do, Kendrick? You were my sister's fiancé when we met. What do you want me to be like? Do you want me to just run up to you and say, Kendrick, remember me? I was the one who framed you 4 years ago, and this is your child, the seed I stole 4 years ago. Now he is sick, so you have to be responsible. Fast, take him to the hospital, and you have to pay for it. Do you want me to say like that, in front of my sister and grandfather? Do you want to see them kick me out right then and there? Would you be happy if I said that? It's not like that, Emma. You can come to me secretly and tell me what happened. Why don't you do it? Haven't you thought about this? You're always with Kimberly. What can I do? You don't know. How do I feel? I want to ask you for help and tell you, but you are my sister's fiancé. I've made a mess and disappointed my grandfather, and I don't want to disappoint him again because he is my hope. Me neither. Want to destroy my relationship with my sister. Don't you know my position? I felt like I was standing in the middle of an abyss with 2 different sides. One side of my family, and one side is you. If you weren't my sister's fiancé, then things would be different. Besides, can you guarantee that you won't take Daniel away from me any time? Do you know that he is your son? As his mother, there is nothing I fear the most, besides that. I'm afraid you'll take Daniel away from me, and that's also the reason why I don't tell you. Okay, while you've discussed it, then you should know. I will take it from you. What? Emma was shocked. This was what she was afraid of when Kendrick found out that Daniel was her son, and lo and behold, Kendrick was actually going to take his son. You hid this from me and didn't want to ask for my help. You were also a trap, so I can sue you for what you did to me, and I have the right. Take my son. No, please don't do that. Emma approached Kendrick and held his hand. He hoped Kendrick wouldn't do what he feared. Please don't do that, Kendrick. Don't separate me from Daniel. I'm begging you, he begged. Emma, if he is with you, can you treat his illness? Emma let go of Kendrick's hand when the man asked that. He couldn't, of course. He just couldn't treat Daniel's illness because he knew he couldn't. You can't, can you? If you think about the circumstances, then leave him to me because of me. We'll take him for treatment until he recovers. I will not demand what you have. Do it to me as long as you give Daniel to me, and you also have to explain. Tell Daniel what have you done to let him know that I am his father. When he finds out, the truth is, you better prepare yourself because not only are you deceiving me but you tricked him too. Emma's tears just fell. Will she lose Daniel? What Kendrick said, it was true. He did not have the ability to cure Daniel's illness. Grandpa, who he hoped already hated him. Now, he doesn't have a penny anymore. Then how can Daniel recover and be happy with him? Please meet me with Daniel, asked Emma. I will indeed take him, and you have to explain everything to Daniel. I'll explain. It's all my fault, so I'll explain. If he gets angry and hates me, then I will hand him over to you as long as you can look after it well and can provide the best care until the disease is cured. It was a difficult decision, but he should not act selfishly and took the wrong path again for his son. I will definitely do that because he is my son. I will take him in a minute. Kendrick walked away, leaving Emma. Emma sobbed. If that was what was best for Daniel, she was very willing. So did he realize that he couldn't give anything to Daniel, so he would let it go. As long as Daniel can recover and have a happy life, because he can't give it. Kendrick stands outside, hearing Emma's cries. Let it be like this first. He will come back with Daniel so that Emma can explain to Daniel which he had been hiding all this time, and so that Daniel would know that he was the father. Chapter 43. Disappointed Daniel. Daniel was very happy when he heard Kendrick was back because he thought it was his mother have arrived. Daniel couldn't wait for his mother to come inside, that's why he was waiting by the bed. Daniel's face looked cheerful, but as soon as Kendrick entered, alone, his facial expression immediately changed. Where's Mommy, Uncle? Why didn't Mommy come with Uncle? He asked. Mommy is at the hospital. Come on, come with Uncle. What? Is Mommy sick? Why are you in the hospital? Now we go there to see how things are. Daniel didn't know how he reacted later, but he was sure Daniel could forgive his mother even though he was initially disappointed because of her. Disappointed when I found out. Hurry, Uncle, shouted Daniel, and the call would change in a moment. Daniel couldn't wait to meet his mother. This time Kendrick invited. Her mother came too, but her father didn't go even though he said he wanted to scold Emma. Ainsley really wanted to come even though he had heard what Kendrick said. Times like this, someone needs to intervene so that things don't get worse. Emma, who was left behind, waited blankly for Daniel's arrival. Possible, he would have to bid his son farewell after this. He deserves it, got it, because he was in the wrong all along. If that's what it has to be, he would be willing as long as Daniel was happy and healed. Just thinking about being separated from Daniel made her tears fall. Sadness, her heart tightened in her chest even though she and Daniel hadn't separated yet, but it felt like they had. Hurtful. I'm sorry, sorry. Emma covered her face and cried. He couldn't hold back sadness just at the thought of having to part with his son. Mommy, I'm coming. Daniel's voice was heard accompanied by the door opening. Emma wiped away the tears quickly so his son wouldn't see them. Kendrick, holding Daniel, brought him closer. Daniel immediately approached his mother to see the situation. Mommy, why are you crying? Does something hurt? No, nothing. How is Daniel doing? Is Daniel being a good boy? Emma, trying to smile even though he knew that after this his son would definitely be disappointed in him. Even the worst thing is, Daniel will hate himself because he has kept a secret, which cannot be kept secret. Daniel has always been a good boy, Mommy. What about Mommy? What hurts? Daniel checked his mother's condition to find out. What's wrong with Mommy's leg? He asked. Mommy tripped over a rock while walking. It's okay, he lied. Mommy has to be careful. It's embarrassing for people to see. Daniel sat next to his mother. Now him wants to talk to his mother. Mommy, Daniel has something to talk to Mommy about, he said. Incidentally, Mommy also wanted to share something with Daniel, but Mommy wanted to listen to what Daniel has to say first. Okay, Mommy, listen. Daniel has asked Uncle Ken for help and Uncle is willing. Lend money to Mommy so Mommy doesn't have to ask Grandpa for help. An evil great-grandfather again, said Daniel. Does Daniel like Uncle? Emma looked at Kendrick when she said that. I like it, because Uncle is very good. Grandpa and Grandma are also very good with Daniel. They, unlike evil auntie and great-grandfather, what Daniel? Emma looked down. Time to reveal the truth to her son. What? Daniel wants to live with them, he asked. I want to, but if it's with Mommy. If you don't have one, then Daniel doesn't want to. But why? Mommy asked that. Are we going to live with Uncle from now on? Come here, Mommy has something important to talk to you about, asked Emma. His son, what are you talking about, Mommy? When it comes to costs for Daniel, Uncle said he wanted to help. Isn't that right, Uncle? Asked Daniel, who was already looking at Kendrick. Yes, but Uncle doesn't think that's what Mommy is worried about. Yeah? Is there anything else? Daniel asked. Daniel, do you still want to meet Daddy? Emma asked. Don't want to. Daniel answered. Her son's answer really surprised Emma. So does Kendrick. Why? Hasn't Daniel always wanted to meet Daddy? Daniel? In the past, Daniel really wanted to meet Daddy, but not anymore. Why? Emma asked. Daddy is evil. Mommy always tries on her own, but Daddy is never there. Daniel doesn't want to meet again with Daddy, who never cared about Daniel. Daniel pointed out his annoyance and disappointment. Kendrick was about to defend himself, but his mother held him back, because Emma wasn't finished yet. They should be listeners because they have to explain that it was definitely Emma. Listen, Daddy Daniel doesn't know anything about Daniel's condition. Not even Daddy Daniel. I know Daniel's whereabouts, said Emma. Why does Mommy say that, Daniel? It's all Mommy's fault. Mommy never told you the truth. I'm sorry, Mommy. What does Mommy mean? Daniel looked at his mother with a confused expression. Mommy was wrong. Mommy never told Daniel who Daniel's father was, and Mommy didn't tell your daddy that you were his son. Mommy, don't confuse Daniel, said his son, who didn't understand. Listen, Daddy Daniel was with Daniel, but Mommy never told him, so your father doesn't know that you are his son. Who's with us? Who? Daniel actually looked around and his eyes were fixed on Kendrick. Impossible, said Daniel, who had already guessed it. Yes, Kendrick is your father, but Mommy didn't tell him you were his son. Mommy should have told him this, and Mommy should have tell Daniel that he is your father. Mommy's lying. Mommy's lying. Daniel leaned back. He was like, couldn't accept that fact. Not because of who his father is, but because of his mother. I'm sorry, Mommy, Daniel. Mommy should have told you the first time. Emma tried to get closer, but Daniel avoided her. Why, Mommy? Why didn't you tell Daniel? Why did Mommy lie? Daniel cried because his mother had deceived him. Sorry, I really didn't mean to disappoint you. I'm sorry, Mommy, asked Emma, who was still trying to persuade Daniel, who was crying even louder. Bad Mommy, said Daniel, who had gotten out of bed. Mommy knows. Daniel really wants to meet Daddy, but Mommy doesn't want to tell Daniel. If Uncle Ken is Daddy Daniel, why, Mommy? I'm sorry, Mommy, Daniel. Mommy was indeed at fault, asked Emma. Bad Mommy. Daniel doesn't want to be with Mommy anymore, shouted Daniel before the child ran. Go out. Emma's heart was broken. Tears fell uncontrollably. Finally, he got karma of what he had done. Wait, Daniel, he shouted. Kendrick immediately gave chase, but he found Daniel vomiting outside. Now he is panicked. Ainsley came out, and so did Emma, who didn't care about the pain. His feet. Emma was surprised to see her son in Kendrick's arms, helpless state. Daniel. Emma ran over, but her son turned his head away. Daniel doesn't want to be with Mommy. Daniel refused. Emma's steps stopped. She could only cried, seeing Kendrick leave along with his son. Wait here carefully, I'll persuade him, said Ainsley. Emma could only nodded. Ainsley immediately followed Ken because she wanted to talk to Daniel. Emma is left alone, devastated. Nothing hurts more than that, hated by his own son. Emma wiped her tears and walked away too, following Kendrick. Now he can only surrender, because this is a risk, he has to bear it. Chapter 44. Emma's request. Emma stood in front of the room where Daniel was being treated. He didn't dare to enter, because he didn't want to make Daniel's condition worse when he saw him. He knew Daniel would definitely get angry when he saw him, so he decided to just stand outside, with the hope that Daniel is okay. He knew it would be like this. Who's not angry with him? Daniel was definitely disappointed because his father was in front of him, but he didn't tell him. While waiting outside, Emma was very aware that she couldn't give her best for Daniel. If Kendrick wasn't there, how could Daniel be handled immediately? Did things get worse like this? He will panic himself and then confuse himself about the costs, which he doesn't have. Couldn't he just harm Daniel? That's why he came back from New York to ask his grandfather for help, because he doesn't have the ability to cure his son's illness. Emma held her stomach, which was making noises. It was really sad. He didn't even have enough to eat, money. All he had was a cell phone. Looks like he'll have to sell that thing in order he can eat. Whether anyone wants to buy it or not, he has to try it. He doesn't care about himself. The important thing is that Daniel is in the right hands at the moment. The tears that had been flowing earlier were wiped away. It would be better if he left instead of existing. Could make Daniel's condition worse again. Even though it hurts, he has to think about it, his son's condition. Nothing is more important than that. He believes Kendrick gave the best to Daniel, while he didn't. Emma looked in through the glass in the door. Daniel is being treated by a doctor while Kendrick and his mother waited anxiously by Daniel's side. Look, she really is a useless mother because she can't do anything. He has disappointed many people. His family, Kendrick and his son. He has disappointed them. Sorry, useless mommy, sorry, said Emma quietly. Maybe this is the last one, the first time he saw Daniel. He no longer has the right because of the limitations he has. Emma walked away with sadness and a suffocating feeling. Emma returned in his room and sat there contemplating. She is the most useless mother, really useless. Daniel had rested. His body was getting weak and he had to rest. Daniel didn't allowed to talk to him first, so Kendrick and his mother didn't discuss anything near a sleeping Daniel. They were worried that Daniel heard and then him cry, "Please take good care of Daniel, Mom." Kendrick asked his mother. "Where are you going, Kendrick?" his mother asked, seeing Emma's condition. "Okay, talk to him. Don't leave him alone in a situation like that." "I know. Please take care of Daniel." Kendrick stepped away, leaving the mother and son behind. Ainsley sat beside Daniel, who was resting. He hopes everything is fine without someone is hurt. He knew Kendrick couldn't possibly have the heart for Emma. His son for sure, just giving a little punishment because of Emma's silence all this time. Kendrick returned to the room where Emma was. Honestly, he felt sorry for Emma, but it was impossible to immediately run and hug her even though he loved Emma. All of which, Emma has to take responsibility for what she did. For that reason, let it go for now, like this until Daniel's condition improved and they could talk to him again. Emma didn't look at him when Kendrick entered. He knew it was the man who came. Emma, sitting in front of the window and contemplating, everything had become like this, and he felt he couldn't do it anymore. Repaired again apart from his departure. The grandfather he disappointed, his son and Kendrick, him. I've thought about it and have decided. How is Daniel doing? Emma asked, her eyes still looking out window. The sky is so beautiful, but not his life, and he is the main cause. There was no one he could blame. Not his grandfather, not Kimberly, and not Kendrick. The one who is most guilty is himself, who did something without thinking twice. He is resting and is fine. Wait until he is better before talking again with him. My mother will definitely persuade him. Thank you. Emma looked down and held back tears. Will you promise me, Ken? Asked Emma. Promise what? Kendrick looked at her. Who knows what Emma wanted? Emma raised her face, looking at him too. Please give your best and cure Daniel's illness. Please promise that you will cure his illness, asked Emma. About that, you don't need to worry. I'm looking for suitable bone marrow for him. I'll definitely find it so you don't need to worry because Daniel definitely can. Healed. I'm so relieved to hear that. Emma turned and looked back out the window. All this time, I couldn't give my best to Daniel. I couldn't give him what he wants, so I hope you can give him whatever he wants. Will you also promise me this, Emma? From the moment I found out he was my son, from then on he would have him. Me, definitely give her the best. You don't need to worry about that. Disease, what he suffered will definitely be cured. While I wait for a bone marrow match for him, Daniel will continue his therapy so you don't need to be afraid. Thank you, Ken. I'm very happy to hear that. Please forgive me, I have trapped you 4 years ago and has cheated you. Please forgive me, never mind, there's no need to discuss it. If you didn't frame me, then there wouldn't be Daniel. Me, don't blame yourself. Let's forget about that problem and focus on Daniel, thank you. You have someone who can take care of him and give him the best. For him, that was more than enough. I don't expect anything anymore. Kendrick, Emma looked back at Kendrick and smiled. Please take good care of him, and be the father he always dreamed of all this time, he said again. I'll definitely do that, Emma, said Kendrick. But somehow he became suspicious. Emma said, I'm really relieved. Now Daniel is in the right hands. I should be. I've been doing this for a long time, but I'm too scared. Not anymore. This is what it is, the best for Daniel. Why do you say that? Kendrick asked suspiciously, but Emma didn't answer. Emma, leaving. Kendrick watched him leave. Emma lay down. She looked like she was sleeping because of that. Kendrick no longer spoke to him and chose to leave the room. Leaving, Emma rested and she wanted to see Daniel's condition. Emma cried after he left. It was better this way. He won't hurt anyone anymore, but the feeling of suffocation in his chest he couldn't hold back. Emma held her stomach. Who is hungry? He should go sell the only thing he has, namely a cell phone, because he didn't have any money anymore. Until the end, she was still a useless mother. Never mind making Daniel happy and curing his illness, just for himself, he doesn't have one. So pathetic. He was really embarrassed and useless. Chapter 45, Just Angry. Daniel's condition is fine, but the child doesn't even want to talk at all. He didn't want to be with anyone even though Ainsley had tried to persuade him. Kendrick too, persuaded, but Daniel didn't want to. Ainsley asks Kendrick to call Emma, because he thought Emma was the only one Daniel wanted, but again, Daniel refused. Daniel, crying incessantly, of course that is not good for his health. Go, persuade him and talk to him, Ainsley said to her son. He couldn't do anything because Daniel refuses. Will he listen to me, Mom? You're his father. He will definitely listen to you. As long as you don't instill hatred in his heart to Emma, which could make things worse, so talk to him. Okay, I'll try it, said Kendrick. Mommy will hear from here. If you need help, then he will help. Persuaded his grandson not to be angry and hate his mother. Kendrick approached Daniel, who is still crying. He will try, persuade, Daniel, let's talk to Daddy. Kendrick sat beside his son. He would invite him. His son spoke even though his son didn't want to. Don't want to. Daniel refused. Then how long will it be like this? Does Daniel hate Mommy just because of Mommy? didn't tell Daniel who I was. No, Daniel doesn't hate Mommy, said Daniel while wiping his tears. If Daniel doesn't hate Mommy, why does Daniel cry like this and doesn't want to talk to anyone? Daniel is just angry. Not hateful. Why would Mommy lie and not want to? Said this to Daniel sooner. Why, Daddy? Okay, this is the same question as me. Does Daniel think it's just Daniel? Disappointed? Daddy was also disappointed because Emma didn't tell me where he was, yourself. I really didn't know if you existed. If you want to get angry, I'm the first person who should be angry with Emma's behavior and hate her. Is Daddy angry and hating Mommy? Yeah, I'm angry, but I don't hate him. I just gave him a little punishment for your mother, but I don't hate her. Do you know why? Daniel shook his head. His father asked so. I don't hate him because I know the difficult situation he is in. Your mother has her reasons. So he didn't tell us the truth, and one of the reasons is Daniel's disease. Maybe it's complicated for Daniel to understand, but one day, Daniel can understand why your mother did that. Everyone has their difficulties, what we don't know or understand. After thinking about it, it wasn't just your mother who was wrong, but I was wrong too, right? He couldn't throw all the blame on Emma because he also had a hand in everything that happened. In case he was looking for who set him up 4 years ago, seriously, had he dropped his ego and asked his 2 uncles to help him find the woman who trapped him, he would definitely know if Emma did it. Maybe what Emma is experiencing now won't happen. He will not be hated by his grandfather. Daniel will not suffer from his illness for too long, and the most important thing, from this incident, Emma will not be hated by Daniel and hated by her grandfather. Why? Daddy? Is adult life all that complicated? Yes, when you grow up you will understand. Then Daniel doesn't want to be an adult. Daniel just wants to be a child, forever. It's not up to us to decide because all children will grow up and grow up. I'm going to get into trouble myself. So, Mommy tricked us for a reason? Daniel asked. It's certain, isn't it? Daddy is sure. Your mother will definitely want to give you the best. What your father said is true. Daniel, Ainsley, who had been listening, approached. He hoped the 2 of them wouldn't judge Emma too much. What indeed, what Emma did was very wrong, but they must not forget Emma's situation. Behind everything that happened, don't forget Emma's situation. She must have experienced it, having trouble. Daniel tried to remember what Mommy has been bothering him with all this time. Daniel definitely knows. No, Mommy always says she doesn't have money, answered Daniel. Not having money is the most difficult problem for adults, especially for Emma. Have to fight for Daniel. For a mother, children are everything. Emma definitely try anything for Daniel, because there are many things he considers to be done. Don't judge him like that because we don't know what he feels during this. If Daniel hates Mommy, that means Daniel must hate Daddy too, said Kendrick. Why? Daniel asked while looking at his father. What happened to you and your mother is definitely my fault too. I wish it wasn't me. Thinking about my ego, I would have discovered your whereabouts a long time ago, so don't just blame your mother, but blame me too. You understand? Kendrick rubbed his son's back slowly. He hoped his son understood what he was saying. Even though he punished Emma, he didn't hate Emma at all. Daniel was silent, looking down. Nobody spoke anymore. They were all quiet, like, need time to think for a moment. Ainsley smiled looking at the 2 of them. At least the chemistry between them as father and son has been created. Daniel wants to meet Mommy and apologize, said Daniel as he got out of bed. Come on, let's go together to meet Mommy, said Kendrick. Daniel was already in the arms. They will meet Emma, who is in another room, to talk to him. Daddy, will Mommy be angry with Daniel for saying something mean? No, he won't be angry. Daniel won't say any more evil words to Mommy, Daniel promised. Good, your mother must be happy and proud of you. Without any suspicion, they left to Emma's room. Kendrick thought Emma was sleeping because when he left Emma, he was indeed sleeping, but in fact, Emma was not in the room. Mommy. Daniel called his mother because he thought her mother was in the bathroom. Emma, are you in there? Kendrick knocked on the bathroom door. He thought the same thing, like his son, but unfortunately Emma is not there. Kendrick contacted Emma to find out where he is, but his cell phone is no longer active, and that's it, sold by Emma at a very cheap price. They still thought that Emma would be away for a while, so they waited for Emma, came back, but unfortunately after waiting so long, Emma never came back. Kendrick became suspicious, especially since Emma's words were like saying goodbye. Where is Mommy, Daddy? Where did Mommy go? Daniel started crying. Because his mother didn't. There is, Mommy. Kendrick took Daniel into the room where his mother was. Mom, please take care of Daniel, he asked, handing him Daniel, who was crying. What is it? Emma's gone. What? Go like you mean. Mommy left because of Daniel. Grandma, said Daniel while crying loudly. Don't cry. Your mother will definitely come back. I'll go look for Emma first. Kendrick immediately runs out. Damn it. He didn't know if Emma will leave. This time he will definitely find Emma because she won't, leaving Emma alone out there with her guilty feelings. Hopefully so. Emma didn't take the reckless route and act stupidly. Chapter 46. Wherever you are. Emma really left because she felt she had failed as a mother. He felt useless. He was even disappointed in himself. He was also helpless because of Daniel, won't be happy with him. He was also unable to cure the disease. Daniel, she is truly aware of her helplessness as a mother. He is also embarrassed. Shame on everyone. Shame on Daniel, and shame on Kendrick because he doesn't. Useful. Kendrick would definitely laugh at his lack of anything. He really is embarrassed, that's why he chose to leave. Besides, Daniel was already with his father, and that was it, it's enough. Kendrick is definitely capable of providing anything for Daniel, and he's not. The cell phone he had was really sold at a cheap price. It just so happened that someone was there. It's good for those who want to buy it because the cell phone is no longer good, especially the model, it's already behind. Even though the price was cheap, it was enough for Emma to eat. Emma, embarrassed by his situation, he left secretly. He didn't want anyone to find out. He was in a sad state. He was afraid his grandfather would see, neither did he. Wanted Kimberly to see her situation so she would be laughed at, but the most important thing was, he didn't want Daniel to see him so pitiful that Daniel was embarrassed because, having a mother as embarrassing and useless as her. Kendrick mobilizes all his men to look for Emma. He also asked the help of her two uncles. This time she won't leave Emma alone anymore, but Emma, who didn't want to be found by anyone because of shame and feeling useless, left so cleverly. Emma hitchhiked from one car to another. She moved from one place to another so it is difficult to track. Too much time wasted. They almost lost track of it. However, luckily, Emma was found again. Emma is still visible, riding in a car even though it was already night. Who knows where Emma will go? No, anyone knows. She was far enough from the city. All Emma wanted to do was get away, far away, away from everyone who knows him. Daniel, who had been invited to go home, couldn't calm down because his mother had not been found. Daniel cried nonstop. He also called his mother nonstop. Ainsley couldn't do much other than wait for Kendrick to return. He could only persuade and calmed Daniel, who didn't want to eat and didn't want to do anything. Why hasn't Mommy come back yet, Grandma? Why hasn't Daddy come back together yet, with Mommy? Asked Daniel between sobs. Don't cry, Daddy will definitely come back with Mommy. Now Daniel, you have to eat and then rest. Daniel doesn't want to eat before Mommy comes home, said Daniel. Daniel, if Daniel cries like this and doesn't want to eat, Daniel will get sick. Moment, Daniel's mommy came home and saw Daniel's condition. Guess what his reaction was, Mommy later? He would definitely be sad if Daniel fell ill, so it would be better if Daniel didn't feel too bad, cried a lot and had to eat. Don't worry, Daddy will definitely bring Mommy. Go home, but it's already late, Grandma. Mommy doesn't have any money anymore. Where will Mommy sleep tonight? What will Mommy eat? Mommy doesn't have money, Grandma, so Mommy will. What do you eat? Ainsley became sad and concerned hearing what her grandson said. What a child knows the difficulties her mother is facing, but what can she do? He's asked his brother's help. He had also asked his nephews for help, but indeed, it was already late and they couldn't keep looking for Emma at night. Which is getting late. That's why Daniel doesn't need to worry. Mommy will definitely be able to eat. Everything is under control, so Daniel doesn't need to worry. Now eat, Grandma will feed you, he said, Ainsley. Daniel nodded and wiped his tears. Even though he wasn't hungry because his mother wasn't back yet, but he didn't want to fall ill, which would worry his mother, Ainsley returned with a plate of food. Daniel looked reluctant. He was still looking for his mother, who hasn't returned yet. Every time he ate, Daniel would say that his mother hadn't yet eat because you don't have money. Ainsley was really sad to hear that because all this time, he lives with enough, so he doesn't know what it's like to have nothing. Money. He didn't expect that the girl who lived near his house would have to go through this very sad life. Daniel only ate 2 bites. He didn't want any more. Even though his grandmother had forced him, but he really didn't want to anymore. Daddy, why aren't you back yet, Grandma? Can't Daddy find Mommy? You definitely can. Believe me, if Daddy can find Mommy, Daniel, and after that, Daniel, I have to apologize to Mommy and invite her to live together. Does Mommy want to, Grandma? If Daniel asks, Mommy definitely won't refuse as long as Daniel does. Apologize first to Mommy. Understand? Understood, Grandma. Now Daniel wants to pray that Daddy will bring Mommy soon. Go home, smart kid. I hope what Daniel prays for will come true, and he hopes, in this incident, Emma and Kendrick's relationship improved again. It was getting late at night. Daniel, who was worried about his mother's condition, didn't sleep at all, very. Ainsley, who was accompanying her grandson, couldn't sleep. Like Daniel, he too worried about Emma's condition. Kendrick came back at midnight. Of course he did, come back alone. It's not that he didn't find Emma's whereabouts, but Emma still did, following someone who knows where they want to go. The distance was already quite far because of him, hitchhiking from one car to another. He couldn't catch up immediately because it would only waste time and energy because Emma's whereabouts cannot be confirmed. Moreover, he could have gone back in another car. Kendrick went into his son's room to see how Daniel was doing, but he was there, found his mother and son not sleeping at all. Daniel was very happy because his father had returned, but he looked sad again because his father was back alone. Where's Mommy, Daddy? Didn't Daddy find Mommy? Daniel asked. No need to worry. Tomorrow Daddy will definitely find her whereabouts and take him home. Why, Ken? Can't Uncle Michael find Emma? It's not impossible, Mom. But Uncle said tomorrow. Besides, it's already late, so I won't. Could bother Uncle. Emma didn't know where she wanted to go. She hitched a ride from one car to another car. We don't know the exact destination yet, so we have to wait until he sets his goal. Oh my, why is it like this? My fault. I shouldn't have punished him, right? If he doesn't punish Emma. But he couldn't possibly do a happy dance to justify what Emma did, could he? He only took Daniel for one night. What if he's really evil, then snatched Daniel, without caring about Emma anymore? Everything was a mess, and he didn't know. It will end like this. Now where is Mommy, Daddy? Where is Mommy? Daddy can't say for sure either, but tomorrow, we'll know. Did Daddy promise to bring Mommy tomorrow? Of course, Daddy promised. Now Daniel has to rest, understand? Daniel wants to come. Daniel wants to apologize to Mommy, said Daniel. Okay, but now Daniel has to rest first. Daniel wants to sleep, Grandma, said Daniel, who was already lying down. Good, Grandma is happy to hear that. Ainsley yawned because she was sleepy. Mom, go to sleep. I'll accompany Daniel. Okay, Mommy is already sleepy. His mother came out of the room while Kendrick, accompanying his son. He hoped Emma had shelter tonight, and so did he. I hope Emma is okay on the road. Even though he didn't catch up, he sent several subordinates to follow using a helicopter to monitor Emma. Tomorrow, he would go to see Emma to fix everything, and he hoped she would want to get back together with him. Chapter 47 Feelings of Shame. It had been 3 days since Emma had been gone. She knew someone was following her. I don't know who. It's definitely him. Keep avoiding to avoid being caught. Honestly, he was afraid that Aston would be the one chasing him. The man said he would take revenge for the rejection he made. Emma too, thankful Daniel wasn't with her right now because he would only do harm, just his son. He hoped that Aston didn't know where his son was, so Daniel wasn't there, threatened. Now, just let him be the one that Aston chased, and luckily he got away, so that no one saw his sad state. Emma's appearance is like a tramp, but she has become one, homeless today. The money he had from selling cell phones was gone. He was gone, have money for food. He is currently at the lowest point in his life. He endured hunger while running away from what he thought was Kendrick's men. As Aston's subordinate, Kendrick has intervened, but Emma, who is slippery like a snake, keeps running and running. It seemed like he had the wrong strategy, because he felt that he was just scaring Emma. Who knows, what was Emma afraid of? Because every time she tried to get closer, Emma ran away, so he has to chase and chase, but what he does is just more and more scared Emma. But today, she would no longer do the same thing. This time Kendrick really took Daniel along because he usually leaves. Daniel is at the hotel with his mother. He had ordered his men to stalking Emma without having to scare her like they did yesterday. Emma, who is increasingly wary, is afraid to be in crowds. He was afraid of people who, chasing himself from yesterday, to catch him. He really didn't want to fall into his hands, Aston, but the hunger he had been holding in since last night seemed like he couldn't bear it anymore. Hold on. Emma held her hungry stomach and kept making noises. Where did she get it from? Food. His gaze fell on the trash can that was nearby where he is hiding. Should he do it? It seemed like he didn't have any other choice but to do that because of his stomach, really hungry. Emma swallowed hard. She didn't care. What was important was that she got it, eat. He was truly grateful that Daniel didn't come with him so his son didn't have to suffer with him. Hopefully Daniel will be happy with his father, that was more than enough for him. Emma peeked, because she was afraid someone would see what she was doing, what he will do. Hopefully no one finds out what he's doing right now because of him, must survive by looking for food in trash cans. It's okay, he said to himself if everything was fine. He could definitely get through that. And after this, he will again run away from Aston's pursuit. Hopefully he is. Find a job and meet good people who are willing to give you a job. For himself, who was like a tramp, Emma started scavenging in the trash can, looking for food, but in the trash can, first he found nothing. Inevitably he came out of a narrow alley where he was looking for another trash can. He hopes there is something new to throw away, his food, so it can be taken away so he doesn't get the food he already has, rotten. Kendrick's men who were still stalking him told Kendrick that Emma had come out of hiding. Kendrick asks them not to do anything in order. Emma didn't run away anymore like before. This time he would do it right, and Daniel will persuade his mother to come home. The trash can not far from her became Emma's destination. He really hopes he can find something he can eat, whether it's bread or whatever. It's safe. Emma hurriedly ran towards the trash can. He started looking for leftover food, thrown away by people. He was truly ashamed of the life he had to live now. Maybe this is karma because he has deceived many people and he has disappointed his grandfather. Kendrick, who saw this, didn't understand what Emma was trying to do. He was watching together with his son, who was already impatient. However, he tries to hold it in so they don't lose Emma again. What is mommy doing, Daddy? Daniel asked because he saw his mother was rummaging through the trash can. Daddy doesn't know, we'll see in a moment, said Kendrick, but he was suspicious of Emma looking for food there. That couldn't possibly happen, right? Kendrick doesn't want to, believing what he guessed, but what he saw answered everything because Emma looked very happy when she found a piece of bread that had just been thrown away. Somebody, why does mommy eat bread from Daddy's trash can? Why? Daniel asked his father as he watched his mother enjoy the bread she had just found. Come on, we're almost, mommy. Daniel has to help Daddy persuade mommy to do it. Mommy wants to come home with us, said Kendrick. He couldn't stand what he saw anymore, what Emma is doing. He didn't expect Emma to have to eat something from a barrel, rubbish. He shouldn't have seen that sight. A woman who had given birth to his child, and the woman he loved all this time had to do that. Kendrick picked up Daniel and brought him over to Emma, who was eating. Emma didn't notice their arrival because Kendrick approached Emma with, "Be as careful as possible so that Emma doesn't get suspicious and run away." Mommy, what are you doing? Daniel's voice surprised Emma. The bread he was holding almost fell back into the trash can. Emma didn't move and she didn't dare turned away because he was afraid to look back. Why does Mommy eat bread picked up from the trash can? Daniel asked again, because he didn't understand why his mother had to take food from the barrel. Rubbish. Daniel? Now Emma looked away. She was afraid to look back, but she had to. Did it because he knew he wasn't hallucinating. Emma was surprised to find his son with Kendrick. They were standing not far from him. Emma's face was pale. The bread in his hand was hurriedly hidden behind him because he didn't want his son to see what he is doing. Why, Mommy? Why did Mommy take bread from the trash can? Daniel is back, asked because his mother had not answered, and told him why his mother take food from the trash can. Why are you guys here? Emma diverts attention so that her son is no longer there. Asked what he was doing. Mommy hasn't answered Daniel. What is Mommy doing? Why Mommy took food from the trash can, and why did Mommy leave Daniel? Daniel asked his father to lower him from the carrier. Emma looked nervous. He didn't dare look at Kendrick at all, because he was embarrassed. Mommy couldn't be a good mother to you, Daniel. Now Daniel has won, Daddy, so go with Daddy. Have you seen Mommy's condition now? Mommy doesn't have anything else, and Mommy can't cure your illness, so go away. Be a good child while you live with Daddy. Emma cried as she said that even though he was willing, he never wanted his son to see his condition. That's very embarrassing. Daniel doesn't want to be without Mommy, said his son as he approached Emma. Daniel was about to hug his mother, but Emma avoided him because he was dirty. No, Daniel. Mommy doesn't have anything and can't make you happy. Go with Daddy. Daniel will be happy with him, and so will Daniel's illness. Will be fine. I don't want to. Daniel wants to go with Mommy. Daniel is wrong. Forgive Daniel's words. If you don't want to come home with us, then Daniel will come with Mommy. Daniel cried because he didn't want to be separated from his mother. No. You look at Mommy's condition. Mommy doesn't have money for food, so don't come with Mommy because Mommy can't do it, so go. Leave Mommy alone. Don't want to. Daniel refused. Come back with us. Emma, this time it was Kendrick who asked. He hoped Emma would come along with them. No, Ken. I'm embarrassed. Take Daniel with you. I deserve all this. This is my punishment for deceiving you and disappointing my grandfather. Useless, and I have failed as his mother. I can't make him happy, because I only give suffering, so take Daniel away. Keep your promise. That's enough for me, so go. Emma turned around. She couldn't see his son's departure. Let him be like that. Let him endure everything, because since he was the one who was wrong in the beginning, and this is the reward he must receive. No. Ken stepped closer, then hugged Emma from behind. Daniel needs it, and so do I. Come back with us. We'll start all over again. Emma was silent. It would be better if she didn't, because she was ashamed of herself. He was embarrassed too, to his son, and shame on the Kendrick family. If he came back, wouldn't he laughed at? Emma looked down. She couldn't hold back the tears. Why not let it go? Did he just leave? Come back with us, Emma. Kendrick asked again, as did Daniel, who had hugged his mother from the front. Daniel begged while crying, begging his mother, want to go back with them. Chapter 48. You've done. Pay it. Emma was forced to come along because her son wouldn't stop crying. He was worried about Daniel's condition, got worse because of him. Even though I had to endure the shame because he was gone, but in the end you have to come back again. People will definitely laugh at him and, mocking himself. He would be considered a loser, but he was one loser, and he admits it. Not only is she ashamed of Kendrick, in fact Emma is also ashamed of Kendrick's family, whom he will soon meet. Honestly, he had no face to meet. Because of that, Kendrick's mother didn't want to follow Kendrick home. He's not ready, meets Kendrick's mother, completely unprepared after what she did. They even just met without discussing anything, and he was sure Kendrick's mother would be disappointed and angry with him. Kendrick doesn't mind what Emma wants. He wouldn't force Emma, because he understands the situation Emma is facing. Therefore he will not force Emma to follow him home if Emma doesn't want to, but he will take her, Emma, to a safe place. For now, the hotel is the best choice for Emma. Take cover. Even though she was reluctant, Emma couldn't refuse but obey because of her son whining incessantly. He also didn't have the energy to argue because he was still feeling hungry because she had only bitten off part of the bread she found, but Emma didn't dare. Said that to Kendrick because he was embarrassed. While on the way to the hotel where Emma will stay for a while, Daniel hugged his mother without wanting to let go because he was afraid that her mother would leave again. Although Emma had told him not to because his body was dirty and smelly, because he hadn't showered yet, several days, but Daniel didn't care because he wanted to be close to his mother. Mommy, please don't leave Daniel. Daniel is guilty because he did it. Mommy was saddened by Daniel's words. I'm sorry, Daniel, Mommy. And promise to, don't go anymore, asked Daniel, while hugging his mother tightly. Mommy can't give the best for you, Daniel. Daniel will be miserable if he comes along with Mommy. That's why Mommy left, explained Emma. Isn't Mommy angry with Daniel? The son looked at his mother, then she looked back, leaning against his mother's chest even though it smelled, but Daniel didn't say anything because he didn't want to offend his mother. No, what Daniel said is very true. Mommy should be the one apologizing at Daniel because all this time he had hidden the truth and deceived Daniel. Mommy shouldn't have done that, even though Daniel always asks and always asks. Said that Daniel wanted to meet Daddy, but Mommy didn't dare to say that, actually. Please forgive Mommy, who has failed to be your mother and who cannot bring you happiness. It's okay. Mommy. Didn't Daniel already say that we'd better go home to New York, as long as Daniel is always with Mommy? No, Mommy can't sacrifice your life. Daniel shouldn't have to look, Mommy, and live with Daddy. Mommy didn't throw you away. Mommy just handed Daniel over to Daddy because Mommy was no longer able to provide him happiness for Daniel. But Daniel doesn't want to be with Mommy. Mommy has to promise to not going anywhere anymore. If Mommy goes, Daniel wants to come too, so don't leave him behind. Daniel again, Mommy, Daniel asked again. Emma nodded while holding back tears. The most useless mother is herself, but why does his son still want him? He knows many people are disappointed. That's why he's embarrassed. They should all act like their grandfathers, and they don't. Care about herself so that she doesn't feel even more guilty. Daniel didn't say anything else. He looked comfortable in his mother's arms. After 2 days of not seeing each other, they certainly felt a sense of longing. Emma didn't make a sound. He didn't dare ask Kendrick where they were going and what they were going to do. They did so because he felt that he did not have the right to speak. Kendrick didn't say anything because he was thinking, what will she do after this? He could ask Emma to marry him, but he was sure that Emma wouldn't be that easy, after what he went through. A hotel is in sight. Emma is even more uncomfortable because Kendrick took her to a luxury hotel. Even though it's not necessary, he just needs shelter, and now he's really giving Kendrick a hard time. "Mommy, why didn't Mommy bring anything?" his son asked because of Emma followed them empty-handed. "Mommy doesn't have anything else, Daniel." "It's just the clothes that are on her body, Mommy has it," said Emma. They were already in a very large and spacious room. It would be occupied by him for a while until Emma was willing to return home and live with him. "Where have our clothes gone, Mommy?" "Didn't Mommy pick them up at great-grandfather's house?" Daniel asked again, because he knew their clothes were there. "It looks like Auntie has thrown it away. Mommy also can't take it because Mommy thinks it would all be very troublesome." He wouldn't tell his son what happened to him while searching for Daniel's whereabouts, who at that time was taken by Kendrick without, to his knowledge. "So what are you wearing now, Mommy?" his son asked again innocently. "Go take a shower, Emma." "I'll have someone bring clothes for you," said Kendrick. "Don't forget Daddy's food." "Mommy must be hungry," asked Daniel because, while on the road he could hear his mother's stomach rumbling. Emma looked down. She was really embarrassed. Kendrick and his son weren't supposed to see he was in that condition. He used to trap Kendrick with his arrogance, but now the rank of the servant in the man's house is higher than hers because of her. Already a midfielder, that's for sure. "Daddy will buy food for Mommy." "Does Daniel want that? Something?" "Daniel wants to eat with Mommy," shouted Daniel. "Okay. Daddy will order food soon." "Go take a shower, Emma. Don't worry, it's not nice like that. I won't say a bad word about you because what happened to you was my fault. I should be the one apologizing to you because you left because of my reckless actions. No, everything is my fault. I was the one who started it. You shouldn't have to. If you care about me, you should keep your promise to look after Daniel. I don't mind living on the street. I also don't mind eating the food I have to take from the trash can because I deserve it. This is the reward that I owe. Thank you for all the mistakes I've done." "Okay." Kendrick put his palm on Emma's head and rubbed it slowly. "You've paid for it, and now it's time for us to fix it, everything. We will raise Daniel together. We'll discuss this again later. Now, clean yourself. I will order someone to bring clothes for you, and also food. From now on you don't have to worry about anything anymore because you already are. Pay for all the deeds you have done. Please." "I'm sorry," Kendrick asked Emma. "Never blame yourself, so there's no need to apologize. Our destiny is tied together, complicated and like tangled threads, but now we can reduce it so that it is our destiny. Be beautiful." Emma interrupts. She doesn't understand what Kendrick is saying. He didn't expect anything more, because forgiveness from the man was enough as well as forgiveness from his son. Emma immediately went to bathroom to clean his dirty body. "His son is waiting outside, I see, also with Kendrick. Although there are no clothes that he can wear yet, but a kimono he can use for a while." "Mommy, hurry up, Daniel will feed Mommy," called his son. Several menus, the food was here. The delicious aroma made Emma's stomach growl even more. Emma blushed as he approached his son and Kendrick, who were waiting. "Open your mouth, Mommy, Daniel has blown it until it's cold," said Daniel, eagerly. "Feed his mother." "Thank you." Emma sat by Daniel's side and accepted the food her son was feeding her. "How about it? Is it delicious?" Daniel asked. Emma nodded with tears flowing. Why is Mommy crying? Is it hot? Asked his son. Emma shook her head and hugged him. Daniel. He couldn't hold back his tears any longer. He's really, really pathetic, sad. Don't cry, Mommy. Daniel and Daddy won't let Mommy take it. Food from the trash can again, said Daniel while hugging his mother. Emma laughed, behind her tears. Kendrick only noticed their togetherness, without disturbing, because he was sure. With that togetherness, Emma would not leave again, from them. Chapter 49. Already found out. Ainsley looked anxious, waiting for news from her son. He wants to know if Kendrick, have you met Emma or not? What he was worried about was Daniel's condition, because Kendrick actually brought his son along. He hopes Daniel is okay and can immediately persuade his mother to come home. It was almost afternoon. Kendrick still hadn't given him any news. Ainsley has contacted, but her son said that he would contact his mother later because when Ainsley contacted him, his son, Kendrick, was on his way to the hotel with Emma and Daniel. His son should have given him the news. Damien just ignored his wife's anxiety. He knew what made Ainsley like. Even the napkins on the table were messed up by Ainsley. Tisk, why hasn't Ken given any news yet? Said Ainsley while looking at the cell phone on the table. Wait, maybe I'll be home soon. You know Emma is in another city. It's quite far, so it takes time. Damien calmed his wife, who had been very anxious. I'm worried about Daniel. Is he okay? There is father and mother. No need to worry like that. But down? Ainsley's words stopped because someone came. There they are. Finally they come back. Ainsley got up and rushed out to greet him as he thought. Her son has gotten back together with Emma and Daniel, but apparently not Kendrick, who came back because it was his grandparents and his parents who came. Kate and Albert decide to come after hearing Kendrick is looking someone by asking his two uncles for help. That makes them want more. Kendrick brought a boy home. Ainsley and Damien didn't tell them anything about the boy. They are suspicious if they have. Something happened that they didn't know about. That's why Kate and Albert came to find out. What is the relationship between Kendrick and the boy? Dad, why didn't you come and tell me? Asked the real Ainsley, was waiting for his son to come home. Why do we have to ask for your approval first before we can? Coming, said his father, who had already stepped inside. It's not like that. There's no one at home apart from me and Damien. Daddy told me if you wanted to meet Damien, and I went to meet you. Both parents are old. He is afraid that something will happen to them on the road. Ainsley followed his father and mother to the living room. They sat there and were looking for someone. Of course what they are looking for is Kendrick. I came to meet Kendrick. Where is he? Albert asked matter-of-factly. Kendrick isn't home yet, Dad. He's away, and might be back soon, so wait. Ainsley, we heard that Kendrick brought a boy home. What is it, right? This time his mother asked. That's right, Mom. What you heard is true, Ainsley answered without meaning to hide it. Even though he intended to invite Kendrick and Daniel to meet with them and then explain everything to them. Of course together with Emma, because he was the one who had to explain, but it turned out they found out faster than he expected. Why didn't you tell us this, Ainsley? Did Kendrick adopt a child? Asked the mother again, therefore? Ainsley looked doubtful. She was confused about explaining what happened. Kendrick was raped. Damien's sudden words of course surprised Kate and Albert. What do you mean by that, Damien? asked Kate, who didn't understand. Damn, don't say things like that. Ainsley said, but her husband wasn't a person who likes to cover up reality. That's the truth, so there's no need to cover it up, said Damien. Wait, what do you mean Kendrick was raped? This time it was Albert who asked. Yeah, I see, said Ainsley, who was confused about explaining. Kate and Albert looked at each other. They looked confused at first, but soon they were both laughing, burst out laughing. Ainsley massaged her temples. She had expected they would laugh. Ainsley even looked at his husband with a sharp gaze, but Damien just shrugged. Kendrick will definitely be a laughing stock after this, and his guess is absolutely correct. Wait, Matthew and Michael have to know this. Kate said, contact the others and order them to come, said Albert too. They take out the cell phone to contact others. Kate and Albert were still laughing at the moment, told others that Kendrick had been raped and gave birth to a boy. Ainsley massaged her temples again. She wanted to contact her son and ask him to. Didn't come back because he knew that soon everyone would come to dig up information. Why did she get raped? He'd better sneak a ferry while his father and mother are away. Contact others. Where do you want to go? Damien asked. Shoo, because of you. Ainsley said, but Damien held her back. Okay, let him come back. Besides, it's time for them to know, and there isn't any. When people are angry, they actually laugh, said Damien. Oh, my unique family. Ainsley didn't leave, so be it. It's Kendrick's time, explains everything. Kendrick is still at the hotel, along with Emma and Daniel. He didn't know if it was a disgrace. It's embarrassing for his family to hear about it. Kendrick is persuading Emma to go with him because it's better at his house than at the hotel, but Emma doesn't want to, because he didn't have the courage to meet Kendrick's family. Daniel, too, persuaded her mother, but this time, Emma really refused. Come on, Mommy. Come home with us and stay at Daddy's house. Daddy's house is very big, so Mommy doesn't need to worry. Daniel was still trying to persuade him. Mommy already said you can't, Daniel. Mommy is embarrassed, really. Daniel, go home, along with Daddy. Mommy will be here. I don't want to. What if Mommy leaves again? Daniel just wants to be with Mommy. Mommy's not leaving, said Daniel. Come home with us, Emma. My family won't laugh at you and yours. There's no need to be embarrassed. No, this time I refuse. I'm sorry, but I'm really embarrassed to meet with them. Please understand and give me some time until I'm ready to meet with them and apologize to them, asked Emma. He hopes this time it's Kendrick, understand, because he really isn't ready to meet his family, let alone him. Knew he would have to explain everything he did to them. Okay, I won't force it. He couldn't help but agree because he didn't can force. Don't let Emma run away again. I will definitely reimburse you for the money you spend on me. I'll be out tomorrow to find a job and look for a house so you don't have to spend money on. Pay for this hotel, asked Emma. It's okay, Emma. I'm not asking you to change anything and you don't need to go to work. I will take care of everything you need. No, I don't want to be a burden on anyone. You are quite responsible for Daniel, whereas I don't. This is the last bit of dignity I have, Kendrick. I don't want to become a parasite in your life, so you just have to be responsible for Daniel. Kendrick sighed. Again, he couldn't stop it because he didn't want to do it. Emma increasingly felt that she was useless. Okay, but you can't refuse my intention to take you to the hospital because of me. Want your memory back. Others I will announce, but for that, you don't. You can refuse, said Kendrick. That's right, Mommy. Mommy, don't reject Daddy's good intentions, said Daniel. Okay, but Daniel has to come home with Daddy. No way, Daniel wants to be here with Mommy. His son refused while hugging his mother. But there's nothing here, Daniel. Daddy will take it and Daddy will stay the night with him. Isn't that right, Dad? Asked Daniel. What? No. Okay, Daddy will stay overnight with you. Kendrick said quickly. Hooray! Daniel can sleep with Mommy and Daddy. Daniel cheered happily but didn't, with Emma not wanting to. If that's the case, Daddy will come home for a moment to get Daniel's things. Take care, Mommy is fine. Don't run away again. I'm not running. Mommy denied it. Okay, Dad. Leave it to Daniel, said Daniel while showing a big smile. Emma tries to prevent them from staying overnight together, but 2 against 1. Of course, he's the one who lost. Kendrick said goodbye to go home to get Daniel's things. He ordered several subordinates to guard so that Emma did not leave. He will be soon, came back, but he didn't know that his extended family had been waiting for him because of his disgrace. It's been discovered. Chapter 50. Bring him home. When he arrived, Kendrick was very surprised because there were many cars in front of his house. Lots of noise too, heard from inside the house. It seemed like the whole family came. Don't tell them, already knew what had happened to him. Damn, he guessed it must be his father who leaked, because his mother is impossible. Hopefully they'll just come to visit. It wasn't that he didn't want them to know what happened, but he wanted to explain, used his method without saying the word raped, but now, he was worried about disgrace, that he had guarded for 4 years was just exposed because he was busy asking for help, his 2 uncles in the last few days. Guys. Kendrick is home, said Ainsley, who had just peeked out of the window when heard the sound of cars outside. Okay, everyone shut up. Albert ordered. They were all silent. No one made a sound. Kendrick's 2 uncles came along with him, their wives and children. That's why the atmosphere sounded busy. Kendrick walks in the house in the hope that his family would not find out about his disgrace. All eyes are on themselves. They tried to hold back their laughter because in history, this was the first time someone raped a family member, and what's more, they didn't come in. Reason, it was the man who was raped. Kendrick looked at them with a suspicious look, especially at all of them. Follow where he goes. Kendrick just got more and more suspicious, and sure enough, one of them, his cousin, who was a twin, couldn't hold back his laughter. One of them laughed, so the others laughed because they couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, Dad. He had already guessed that his disgrace must have leaked out. Not me, but your father, said his mother. Kendrick shook his head. He had expected it to be laughing stock. That's why he kept quiet for 4 years and didn't dare to ask. Help his 2 uncles to find out who had framed him. Come here, Kendrick. Tell us how you got raped, said his grandmother. I wasn't raped, denied Kendrick. Come on, we want to hear it. How did you get raped and who did it? Asked his grandfather. I told you, I wasn't raped. Kendrick is still in denial. Where's Daniel, Ken? Why didn't he come with you? His mother asked. Daniel is with Emma, but I will go there again. I'll just go home, just take some of Daniel's things. Wait, Don't tell me that it was Emma who raped you, said one, his cousin who also knew Emma. They had come there before, and Emma always following Kendrick wherever he goes. In fact, it's not uncommon for Ainsley to invite Emma along, go with him to play with the others. Because Emma is liked by Kendrick and his cousins, because that's what made Kimberly jealous and hated Emma. Yeah, that's it, Kendrick answered in the affirmative. He's been with his family and sat by his mother's side. Even though they laughed at it, it was time for everyone to know what happened because he did ask them all to look for bone marrow for Daniel. Not only did he ask for help from his family in California, but he too asked for help from families in Colorado, New York, Australia, and elsewhere, country again. If they all moved, he was sure the bone marrow was a match for Daniel, can be found immediately. Wow. Wow, it turns out that crybaby is big enough to trap you, said his grandmother. They all called Emma a crybaby when she was little. Emma always cries behind Kendrick while carrying a doll. Actually, this isn't a joke. I don't know what happened to him, but not Emma. Remember us. Why is that? Asked her cousins who often played with Emma. Even Maximus, who always hid in the cupboard, once locked Emma in the cupboard, because he was dizzy from hearing Emma's crying, and as a result, Emma cried even more hard. I don't know. I just want to know this, and I plan to take him to the hospital later. So, who are you asking us to look for bone marrow for? This time one, his uncle asked. As for my son, he has leukemia and needs it. So help me find him. I've already asked for help from others. Geez, why did you just say this? Kendrick asked his grandmother. Grandma, I also just found out that Daniel is my son. I have met him often, but I don't know because Emma didn't tell me. Why? Why didn't Emma tell you? Asked his grandfather. It's a long story, Kendrick answered, short, dense, and clear. His grandfather ordered. Kendrick couldn't help but tell what happened and talk about his relationship with Kimberly that was over, but from all he said, she was back. Laughed at when Kendrick told how he was trapped by Emma. It sounds so complicated, but they can understand what is happening. Where are Emma and your son? Asked his grandmother. At the hotel. Don't say Grandma wants to go and greet him with flying knives because he's no expert. I know, for a long time all he did was cry. How could he possibly do that? Caught the flying knife from me, said his grandmother. When are you going to take him home, Ken? This time it was his mother who asked. Mom, Emma said she was embarrassed to meet you guys, so should I? Next week. Next week bring him home to meet all of us. I want to talk to him, ordered his grandfather. Right, take him home. We want to interrogate him. We also want to meet with your son, so take them, ordered his grandmother. Okay, I'll persuade him and take him home next week, but don't. Scary because he's losing his memory, said Kendrick. Hopefully Emma will come along, but if Emma doesn't want to, then he will just take Emma. Maybe after meeting her cousins who she used to play with can make Emma happy. It reminds me of their childhood. Even though it's a little, it's already good. Ken, when do you want to take Emma to the hospital? His mother asked. Does anyone know a good neurological specialist? Kendrick asked, but all pointed at Maximus. Hey, why me? Asked Maximus, not understanding. You were the one who bothered him the most when he was little. Put Emma in your closet. It was possible that he would be able to retrieve his memories after being inside the place. It's dark, said one of his cousins. There's nothing like that. Don't just talk, Instead of locking him in the closet, it wouldn't be better if Kendrick locked him in a dark room and then asked Emma to rape him again, teased one, his cousin. I wasn't raped. Kendrick denies it again for the umpteenth time. Agree. They cheered in agreement with the crazy idea. Laughter was heard again. Again, Kendrick became their laughing stock. Kendrick shook his head. Never mind. As long as it doesn't exist, the trophy or title they have to wear is up to them because it's true. He was trapped by Emma and raped by Emma because at that time Emma was on top. Kendrick is still the laughing stock of them and they don't even hesitate to ask. Told Kendrick what it felt like to be raped. Kendrick was helpless. He wanted to escape, but I can't. Her cousins who knew Emma praised Emma's success. Trapping her even though previously Emma was just a whiny girl who always followed her everywhere. Kendrick leaves. Even though she lost her memory, in the end, Emma returned to the man she was, the man he always followed when he was little.